NBC Sports and the United States Golf Association are proud to present a national championship. Today, live final round coverage of the 61st United States Women's Open. A long championship Sunday at Newport Country Club, where the wind is whipping off the nearby Atlantic Ocean, turning these links into more the way they were meant to be played. Steady gusts, 15 to 25 miles an hour, continuing to dry a course out which was waterlogged earlier in the week. This is the site of the very first U.S. Amateur and U.S. Open, where Tiger Woods won his second of 3 straight amateur titles. This is the windswept classic landscape that will crown the latest U.S. Women's Open champion. Players off both tees and threesomes at 6:30 this morning. Let's give you a quick look at how the contenders fared earlier in the third round completed today. 36-hole leader with Pat Hurst was Annika Sorenstam. He's had a piece of the lead in every round of this championship for par at the third. Part of a +2 round 73, even for the championship through 3, and tied for the third round lead with Michelle Wie, who is continuing to show us an array of shots which belie her 16 years old. Third shot at the 12th, even round 71 for her, even for the championship, tied for the lead with Sorenstam and 20-year-old Brittany Lincecum. Doesn't like this tee shot at the par 3 17th, but it got better and better by the second. Lincecum would pick up a birdie there, fire the best round of the day after the near ace, a 69. But you can also throw in 46-year-old Juli Inkster, trying to become the oldest winner in women's major championship history, helped by that chip in at the 15th, had the lead by herself, couple of late bogeys, began the final round one back. So what has happened in the final round so far? Well, Inkster had about a half hour to gather herself after back-to-back bogeys at 17 and 18 and birdied the opening hole, the par 5 first. That got her tied for the lead at even par. Lincecum parred the first couple of holes and then had this for par at 3. So she dropped one. And Lincecum right now at +1. Annika, what a start for the champion from 95 and 96. Birdies the par 5 first, and then at the short par 4 second would have another birdie putt coming up. But Pat Hurst birdied the first. That was her second at that short par 4 second, and bringing it back off the slope. Hurst birdies the first, also birdies that to open up with a couple of birdies of her own to get it to even par. And this was Annika and her birdie start. Annika playing with Hurst. Birdie start, and has just added a par to stay at 2 under for the championship. So Sorenstam through 3. Michelle Wie has started with all pars through the first 4 holes to stay within touch, tied with Inkster, tied with Hurst. So let's get you out to the action at the par 3 4th. And Gary Koch.
Thank you, Dan. Annika Sorenstam, lengthy putt for birdie.
The slow one here up the hill, Gary.
This little 139-yard hole playing pretty tough today, up the hill into the wind. Annika with a well-controlled tee shot, hole high. We'll move ahead to the 5th.
And this is Inkster for another birdie. Inkster 3 pars since that opening birdie at the par 5 first. And that one drifts away a little bit as we welcome you here to this classic layout, Newport Country Club, where Annika Sorenstam has a chance here to erase a lot of disappointment which has transpired in the years since the 95 and 96 title with Dottie Pepper and Johnny Miller. Dottie, you know what it's like to play in a 36-hole marathon in this championship. In fact, the last time they had 36 holes in this championship, you were involved in it in 1990 when Betsy King came from way back to win it. You shot a 66, which was the best round on that final round at Atlanta Athletic Club by 3 shots. So it takes some perseverance.
It takes some perseverance. When you do the math, these players will be on the golf course for almost 11 straight hours. It's going to take its toll physically, but mentally, I think it's where you have to be especially tough. And I don't think there's 2 people that stand out on the LPGA Tour any more so in that sort of compartmentalized way you have to think out there than Juli Inkster and Annika Sorenstam.
Well, speaking of Annika Sorenstam, Johnny, she came into this championship. It was a little bit of a different story. Normally, she comes into the majors as the prohibitive favorite. Wasn't the case this time out. She hasn't won in some 8 tournaments. She's won once, but it's been a while.
It has, but she came into this championship with a sort of a relaxed, rested, positive energy that's amazing. The best I've seen in quite a few years, actually. And you can tell the way she's reacted to different shots that she's got it under control. And right now, with a 2-shot lead, she is in a good position. It's her championship to win. She does have a couple tough contenders in Inkster, though, so it's going to be a great Women's Open today.
By the way, Julie Inkster made the par at the 5th, so Inkster remains at even, just 2 behind. And Gary Koch, you've already heard from him. Out on the tower, following the action on the ground, Roger Maltby, Mark Rolfing, Jane Crafter, and answering any questions that may come his way, Executive Director of the United States Golf Association, David B. Fay, with us here at 18. Let's get you out to the par 3 5th, down the hill from that classic clubhouse. Yardage today, 155 yards. And Michelle Wie getting ready, just 2 back, Mark Rolfe.
It is not an easy 155-yard shot right now. Hole location front left.
The windiest spot on the course, Mark.
It really is, Johnny. It's into and a little from the right. Her iron misses for the most part this week have been to the left when she's missed it.
About 20-mile-an-hour winds, Mark.
I'd say gusting to 25 now.
Might have wiped it a little bit. They got a good
nice hop.
Really a good hop.
There's that big tilt in this green, right to left. And
How
this
about
is getting
this,
better
Mark?
by the
Well,
second.
the wind is going to get it now.
That is amazing. Just the difference a couple inches make.
Over at the 4th.
Pat Hurst for a par. This a moment ago to remain at even. Tee shot found the front left bunker.
Planning on the toe, Gary.
But we'll move right to left. That's way off the hole.
That's the trouble. When you play it out on the toe, you have more of a tendency to push it because you have to square up the club face quicker.
Well, Pat Hurst will drop at least a shot there at the 4th. Annika Sorenstam off to the torrid start. Birdies on the first 2. She's taken the 2-shot lead. We'll be back with more final round coverage of the 61st U.S. Women's Open Championship in just a moment.
Thank you, Lester. This championship feeling the effects of weather, which wiped out play earlier on Thursday. Fogged in here at Newport Country Club, but no delays since. But that has forced the 36 holes to decide this championship on this Sunday, after the first and second rounds are played on Friday and Saturday. And let's get you back out to the 5th, where you see John Jang. And this is her second.
And it's not been a good start to the afternoon round for Zhang. She made a 6 at the first hole downwind par 5. Got her going in the wrong direction. This putt will be back up the hill into the wind, so it'll be quite slow.
Jang with bogeys at the first and the third to fall to +7, and now a full 9 off the lead, as you can see her early card in the second to last group with Michelle Wie and Jane Park, the amateur. That one's going to sail way by. Well, John Jang, the subject of much discussion during the 3rd round, and you can see that just a little earlier, interrupted in her final round here, as you see Mike Davis out there of the United States Golf Association discussing what happened during her second shot on the 18th hole today in the 3rd round. This was the video that John Jang and USGA officials looked at, and it appeared that she did make a double hit on the ball. She looked at the video along with the USGA officials, as we talked about earlier in the day as we watched this coverage. But let's bring in Executive Director of the USGA, David B. Fay, to bring us an update on what is happening with John Jang.
Well, Dan, one of the luxuries of golf is that you have some time to make the correct decision. And this is a stroke play event, so you have to make a decision factoring in the fairness to the entire field. You're right. The officials who were with the group took a look at the video. We all looked at the video, made a judgment that there was no penalty based on what the player said. We have every belief. We believe that Zhang truly believe that she did not hit the ball more than once. However, in reviewing it again between rounds, we've made the decision that she indeed did violate 14-4. She struck the ball more than once. 1 stroke will be added to her score for the 18th hole, so she will make a 7. She is not disqualified for signing a wrong scorecard because the basis for that were 2 decisions that we have. There's not one specifically for that. For those out there who love to look at the decisions, 34-3/1 and 34-3/7. But we feel that sometimes you can get a television angle that may not give you the correct, may mislead you. In this case, we felt that the evidence was overpowering.
Okay, so the adjusted score to John Jang now at +7 with that penalty added on, and Michelle Wie looking for a birdie there.
And lastly, Mike Davis, our senior director of the competition, went out and explained it to Zhang and her caddy, and they were both very accepting of it. And he said, if you for some reason feel that there's an issue, you can discuss it again. But they both seemed, how would I put it, relieved. But Dottie, you know, and Johnny, you know that sometimes even in stroke play, you want to know what your status is immediately. And sometimes in stroke play, you have to put a second ball in play. You may not get the decision for a few holes, but we had to tell her as soon as we made the decision.
All right, so a case where you ultimately overruled the player who felt initially after watching the video that she didn't do it. I want to make that clear as well. So the USGA coming in and overriding the player's feeling on this particular instance. Let's get out to the action again at the par 4 6th. And Julie Inkster, who's reeled off 4 pars in a row since that opening birdie, and she is looming within a couple.
Well, she's hit a beautiful drive down here. Only has 165 to this hole. It's really playing awfully long today. It's dead into this wind that's gusting 25 to 30 miles an hour. It's got to hit something low and penetrating here.
She's going to have to be very careful of the false front that's on this green. False front of 5 paces, just 3 more to the hole location itself.
Good swing. Get all the way there. Go.
Good looking shot here, Dottie.
Very solid.
Almost too solid, huh?
Absolutely.
Good spot. It's coming back down into the center of the green, back center. She's saying, where is that?
She won't be too disappointed.
Inkster turned 46 last Saturday and could be marching her own way into history. And here's Annika at the 5th. Again, the par 3 down the hill.
Well, it's an indication of how briskly the wind is blowing. A 4-iron selected by Annika. Only 155 and slightly downhill.
This is the longest iron she carries in the bag.
It's probably a 3/4 4, I would think, for her. Just sort of control it, keep the face square.
See how far she's aiming out to the right. Planning on it swinging to the left.
But it's not swinging to the left. It's hanging on at the very right side.
It does move left, like Michelle's.
Last 6 majors for Annika. You see the couple of wins back there. 05 LPGA Championship, 05 Nabisco Championship. But no wins in the last 4 majors. That is her longest such streak since the last 3 majors of 2002 and the first of 2003. So with the kind of player Annika is, this is a major drought. Even more so when you're talking about the Women's Open, a title she's been chasing to try to win again for quite some time. Now at the 6th, Michelle Wie, 2 behind.
And Dan, if the viewers were not watching this morning, Michelle was bitten by an insect on the front side. Her forearm swelled up a little bit. She had to have some medical attention, but I just now spoke with her father, BJ, out here in the gallery, and he said she's feeling just fine.
This is an extremely important tee shot because this is a difficult hole back into the wind, and you don't want to miss it right, Mark.
Definitely not. That's some of the worst rough on the course. Once again, her misses have been left, mostly though, and this one is going left.
Transition looks really fast.
Yeah, she's just 1 for 4 in fairways this afternoon. You notice how she's letting go of the club coming out right after impact. She did hurt that hand, we think, Beautiful position here, but she comes down to releases it early, turns that club over, as you can see. It was a good swing. It was on plane, Dottie, but just flipped the club over a little early, huh?
Yeah, I don't think that's a wrist issue. I think she just knew it was a bad shot.
There's Pat Hurst off the tee at 5, coming off bogey at 4, Roger.
That's a 4-iron for Pat as well. And this ball going at the right side of the green, not drawing much at all. Okay.
Very safe shot, a very professional shot, money shot.
And up ahead to 6, Juli Inkster looking for a birdie, Jane.
Well, this is a big swinger from left to right and about 40 feet across the green. It's got some downhill in it as well.
You know it's a big swinger when you can see it on TV.
Exactly.
Inkster looking solid from tee to green. And Annika Sorenstam still holding on to the 2-shot lead over Julian Michelle Wie. Doesn't get much more classic than Newport Country Club hosting its 4th USGA championship. Original layout by Willie Davis, and then a couple of great ones in Donald Ross and A.W. Tillinghast touched it up. First U.S. Open, first U.S. Amateur back in 1895. Again, the same graduated rough that we saw used for the first time in the Men's Open at Winged Foot earlier this year. 65, 64, and plenty of length, and especially considering all the rain that this area has had, this has been quite a test. And with the wind whipping off, again, as we mentioned earlier, more of a links type of test the deeper we get into this Sunday.
This course can handle a lot of wind, just the way the fronts you can run the ball on, and the widths of the fairways are quite wide.
At the 5th, Pat Hurst for birdie.
Across the green here.
Now downhill.
Look at this.
Got it, Hurst. 37-year-old in her 12th year knows what it's like to win a major. Won the '98 Nabisco Championship as a part of her 4-win resume, but the U.S. Women's Open, the biggest prize of all, and she has already won a couple of USGA championships and trying to join this list. Golfers to win 3 different USGA titles. Pretty good list going there.
You throw in an NCAA championship, and Pat Hurst is one heck of a player.
Won the '86 Girls Junior Dottie and the 1990 Women's Amateur. Also a member of the '89 NCAA championship team and was the individual champion that year at San Jose State. Now here's Annika Sorenstam for her birdie.
Speed not all that different from that of Pat Hurst's putt.
It's a glider. Good pace.
Up ahead to the 6th at the par 4, Michelle Wie. What kind of lie did she have?
Well, the ball is sitting on some fairly bare ground. The problem is there's tall grass behind it. She gave it a pretty good rip.
Also shakes
that was about the best she could do.
Shakes that left wrist out a little bit, Mark, after that one was struck. Group in front of her, this is what Sairi Pak did with her 3rd shot.
Electing to putt it from off the green.
Pak picking up her win and first win in more than 2 years at the LPGA Championship earlier this year, and the ladies' 2nd major of the year. And Pak's got a couple of birdies in her first 6 holes to go along with a bogey. Moves +3. We move to 7.
The short 359-yard par 4 that is wreaking havoc this afternoon, Dan. That left hole location over by the water. Stacy Promiscu with a chance for a birdie, but Brittany Lincecum made double. Sophie Gustafson made a triple. One of the only holes on the golf course where water is certainly in play. Move back to the tee at 7.
It's a hole you got to hit the fairway off the tee, huh?
You certainly do, Johnny, and it's adequately wide, about 30 yards.
It's just that if you don't, you got to almost lay it up, huh?
Inkster going with something other than a driver.
That was her 3-wood.
Everyone seems to like it, and they should. It is safely in the fairway.
See how tall that fescue is, folks. That's about over 2.5 feet high right there on that little pom-pom.
Back to 5.
And this was a moment ago as Annika Sorenstam really took a long look at this par putt before rolling it in to stay at 2 under, the lead by 2. Over at the 6th, the amateur Jane Park, and her 3rd to this par 4.
It's from about 80 yards. She drove the ball in the right fairway bunker.
Beautiful shot by the sophomore to be at UCLA, who leads the contingent of amateurs. 4 made the cut of the 29 which started. And she was the 2004 U.S. Women's Amateur Champion. Beat Amanda McCurdy 2 up in the final there. Impressive young player who's in the second to last group here, playing with Michelle Wie.
64, one past it. Yeah, what kind of shot you talking about hitting?
Wie and her caddy Greg Johnston.
If you hit 60, you're going to have to run more than one pass. That's going to spin back on you into this wind.
If I had 64-yard shot, I should plan about like 70. If I'm going to hit this shot, then I'm going to hit 6, probably. But I'm going to hit it that much.
Okay. I like that. I mean, 60, I think you got to get that up in the air. That's going to check a little better for you. The 63's got to be playing, you know, just over 70 with the flag, don't you think?
Dottie, this is a distance that most players don't favor, but it's one that Michelle really likes. It's a shot she's developed over the last couple of years and is very good at it.
He says it's 63 yards, playing more like 70.
I think she's going to have to be, as you heard them discussing, wary of how much it spins.
These are the kind of up and ins that really can make you feel like you made birdie, even though it's a par.
Very abbreviated follow through. Hits down on it pretty hard.
That was low. Too low.
I think that was a little skinny, actually.
Yeah, that came out so low. Not her best shot.
Not going to be an easy putt when that does come to rest.
And again, that will be for par. Back on the tee is the leader by 2, Sorenstam.
Slided this ball a little lower than normal down the right side of the fairway. This is a very good tee shot.
And Dottie, she seems to have recaptured her rhythm this week. It was evident right from the start.
It was. She spent the 2 off weeks prior to this, her off weeks, working with her teacher in Orlando. They strengthened her left hand on the club a little bit so she's not sloppy at the top, sliding the club under and hitting those flares and pulls. It's much more solid.
Beautiful ocean in the background. The U.S. Women's Open is being brought to you by Ford Bold Moves, by MasterCard. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. By Lincoln Financial Group, providing powerful financial resources to help you say hello future. And by BP. Bit of an overcast feel to this Sunday, but apparently we've dodged a little perhaps weather disturbance that was on the radar this afternoon, so looks like we're going to be in pretty good weather shape for the rest of the day, we hope. And there's that water hazard which fronts the 7th, Gary.
And Julie Inkster back in the center of the fairway will be next to play her second shot.
And Gary, it'll be from 124, 115 to the front. All today just right over that water hazard. Really a dangerous hole location.
Yeah, just 3 paces from the left edge, and if you miss the green left, the slope is severe enough the ball will carry right down on into the water.
The wind is not your friend here, right?
No, it is not. It is pushing the ball toward that water hazard.
It's just a pitching wedge.
This ball needs to start at the rain shelter you see in the background.
Fly ball.
Starting well right.
Okay, good shot.
Smart play.
Yep. Veteran shot there. We go back to 6.
Long putt for par for Wee, Mark.
And a big bender to the right, as Dottie said.
Looking at about 5 feet.
That needs to settle.
Michelle Wie, second straight year tied for the 54-hole lead in this championship. Remember last year at Cherry Hill, she finished with an 82 and tied for 23rd. Back after this. Great yachting, sailing tradition here in Newport. In fact, back in 1930, the New York Yacht Club brought the America's Cup races to Newport for the first time. So quite a history in that event. And we go out to the 6th, and Michelle Wie wants to be careful here or she might lose 2. Mark, this for bogey.
Well, that's the key, Dan, really. You just can't be missing any of these short ones now. You drive the ball where she did. It was pretty likely she was going to make a bogey anyway.
This is the much talked about aspect of her game, which has cost her some victories, Dottie, in the past.
It's been the speed of these short putts that's been the problem.
Good stroke there, but loses a shot and falls to +1, 3 behind. As she tries to become the youngest, not only major champion, but youngest champion on either the LPGA or the PGA Tour. This is historic stuff for Wie. To 7.
Sayree Pak's second shot. Just 106 yards. This just a moment ago. Beautifully played. So Pak will have a chance to make back-to-back birdies. The close shot you saw there. Paula Creamer drove it in the weeds by the bunker, had to pitch out, and then played this shot. So Paula Creamer will have a chance to save par. Back to 6.
Annika Sorenstam. Roger.
182 to the hole. Yep. Hole cut right front.
What would this be, a little 5-wood?
This is that 5-wood she likes to use, yeah. This shot 182. We've got to be playing 200 or so, maybe even a little bit more.
Might be a 20-yard wind, huh?
Yeah.
Carry.
And this ball blowing out to the right, being held up by the wind. That's going to come up short.
Oh, that's going to be a tough pitch.
Well, that went absolutely nowhere. That went like 165 with a 5-wood. That'll give you an idea how hard the wind's blowing.
Yeah, you can see the wind really hit it.
Sorenstam didn't get her first look at this golf course until she showed up here Tuesday. Didn't play a practice round really till Wednesday.
Well, in fact, she did a press conference without ever having seen the golf course.
Kind of the anti-Phil Mickelson preparation. Now Hurst.
164.
Leave it
This is a 4-iron, and this is really a good-looking shot if it gets up.
Come on.
It's a good one, Raj. Going to drift closer off of that slope from right to left.
Easily one of the best we've seen.
Hurst is making quite an early run here. The opening birdies at 1 and 2, coming off 1 at 5, has another chance for 1 at 6 as we head to 7.
Putt for Julie Inkster. Slow here, going back up the hill. You can see the dark color of the grass, Johnny.
Yes.
Very slow.
And you should have been caddying for her.
Well, I've had the luxury of sitting here watching it for a while, too.
Well, tomorrow at 10 a.m. in all time zones, all 16 ladies and gentlemen take to the court in what is widely considered the best day in tennis. Maria Sharapova, Roger Federer, all the other stars of tennis in action. Championships, Wimbledon. Coverage continues again tomorrow at 10 a.m. in all time zones right here on NBC. Back to 7.
And Sayree Pak lining up this short putt and a chance for 2 birdies in a row.
And Gary, that was a beautiful little pitching wedge there from Sayree. Really hitting the ball very solidly. Putting has let her down a little bit so far this week. Really needs to start making a couple more of these.
She putts her best. Her lower body is almost motionless, locked right in.
That was better.
So Sayree Pak back to 2 over par and just 4 off the lead. We're going to move ahead to the 9th, and Brittany Lincecum a moment ago. This for a par here at the long, tough par 4 ninth. Well, nicely done, but the double at 7 and bogey at 8 has moved her to 4 over par now for the championship.
This 9th hole is playing so tough. Toughest hole in the course, 4.7 stroke average.
We go back to the 7th, and Jane, the par putt here, how long?
I would say 5 feet, Gary, and certainly not the length of putt she had in mind for her second putt if she had any left. This is quite a tricky little putt. I think it's going to break just slightly from right to left. Hole today is sitting up on a little knoll and very exposed to the breezes here.
Similar length putt, the one she made the 18th in the 3rd round, but going the opposite direction.
Yeah. 4th in the field in the putting stats through the first 3 rounds, so she is hanging tough. And back on the tee a moment ago, this was Michelle Wie, less than a driver here at the short par 4. It was here yesterday that she had the trouble hitting the ball well left, but seemed to like that one. And nicely positioned.
And did she ever give us a moment yesterday, Gary, on this very same hole, par 4 7th, after driving wildly to the left, took it unplayable, so took a drop, hitting her 3rd out of the sloppy stuff, an 8-iron, ends up a one-hander, and comes up onto the green, checks up, and in Michelle's words afterwards, described a par-saving 4 as absolutely ridiculous. It could have been a lot worse than it turned out.
That was the best shot by far in this championship off that slop. I mean, she could have hit that so fat.
You can see her laugh to herself about it. Gary, that was a little example of the kind of ability this young teenager has.
Well, very few in the field, I agree, Dan, would have been able to power the ball off the poor lie that she had there. Now positioned nicely, Mark Rolfing, for her second shot here.
She is, but still too early, I think, to get greedy here, Gary. So dangerous left to this hole. 123 yards.
With her spin, though, she could throw a little draw out there 15 feet right of the hole, and it could suck right down within 5 feet. Not much divot on that one.
There you go. Nicely played. Controlled the distance beautifully, and she likes it.
Well, ever since we got to know Michelle, it's been about all rewriting the record books. How about this? Youngest players to win a major. Young Tom Morris, 1868 British Open. Not younger than Michelle Wie. Sandra Post, 20 years, 19 days. Youngest winner of this championship was Sayri Pak as we go to the 6th. And Sorenstam with a nice, delicate touch.
I think that's why she's world #1. So many shots in her short game arsenal now.
A lot better than it used to be. She didn't really miss too many greens when she was younger, though. I think she hit more greens when she was younger than she does now, or darn near the same.
She's also become a very, very good bunker player. Her stats in that department over the last 6 weeks have gone straight through the roof. Really good.
The big problem she's had is driving the ball, right?
She has this year. She's maybe 5 or 6 yards longer than she was last year, but much more crooked.
And the critics have talked about Annika, Daddy, in a way we haven't heard them talk about her in quite some time. I mean, everybody wants to talk about the chinks in the armor. But as we've talked about all week, all of that can be erased with a win here today. And Hurst with a birdie try here to add another birdie to her total. She's already got 4 in, or 3 in, I should say.
It's going to slice to her right.
To get under par.
Hurst has already picked up 14 birdies in this championship, most by any player in the field.
She hits a lot of really good quality shots.
Over at the 8th, 440-yard par 4.
And Dan today playing the back tee this afternoon, played the forward tee this morning. It's going to play its full length, this very long par 4.
Was it downwind,
It
left
is
to right?
playing. It is playing downwind and a little bit from left to right, John, but more from right behind the players.
Players are starting to get some roll there. See, folks, you know, you look at Annika's driving figures, she's only averaged 238 yards off the tee, and that's because there's no roll.
Look who's joined Julie Inkster under the ropes. That is Meg Mallon, the 2-time Women's Open champion who had to don a armband to get out there at the 7th.
Jane Park's second shot. This just a moment ago for the 19-year-old amateur. Watching it intently, and that's why. Well played. She'll have a chance to get back to 3 over par. We go to 6.
Sheehyun on for par to stay at +4, Roger.
Well, another nasty little slider to the right.
She hit it firmly, though.
Wow, that was a good stroke there. Good putt.
She gave it a nice little hit there.
21-year-old from South Korea. South Koreans have won 8 of the 15 events on the LPGA Tour this year. Annika's won once. And a chance to save par here, Roger.
Well, it was a neat little pitch shot she played there. Not an easy shot at all. And this putt, I don't think it'll do a lot from here.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we're into summer, and Annika has not won in the U.S. Won in Mexico.
Won in Mexico, and it wasn't a dominating performance. She had a little spurt there late in the last round that really put her over the top, but it was not bulletproof.
Good save there. Stays at 2 under. 2 under on her final round. 2 clear of Inkster. Mother of 2. 2 clear of Hurst, mother of 2. And the teenager Michelle Wie lurking back there 3 behind. Coming to NBC this fall, the original series inspired by the classic sports movie Friday Night Lights. Tuesdays coming your way this fall on NBC. Back out to the 7th.
And the birdie putt for Zhong Zhang.
And ever since Mike Davis talked to her on that 5th tee, things have continued to go poorly for her. Not really hitting very many quality shots right now.
This is a very slow putt back up the hill. Well, she gave it a rep. Imagine, Johnny, got to be a little tough to maintain your composure after the conversation with Mike Davis from the USGA.
Well, you know, in some ways, I don't know what she knew and didn't know about the situation after viewing it, but it looked pretty clear to me that she had double hit it off the end of the toe of her club, even though it was a big wad of grass and she couldn't feel it. But from looking at it, and then she's probably feeling semi-guilty, and then in some ways it's good that she knows that that was the right thing to do by the USGA.
There's no question it was the right thing to do. You have to protect the field. You have to protect the integrity of the game.
All right, Wee's birdie putt, chance to get within 2. Oh.
That was a good putt.
That was really good. Looking for it to turn just a little left of the hole, and it wouldn't do it. Well, Annika Sorenstam, the 2-time winner of this championship, leads another 2-time winner, Julie Inkster by 2. Pat Hurst by 2 as well. Michelle Wie, she's chasing, she's giving it her all. She's just 3 back, and we'll be right back.
Hungry anyone for a little New England clam chowder? Some of the best you'll find here, just down the street from the water. Dottie, I hear you've been hanging out in those parts for much of championship week.
I think you were part of that party too, Dan.
Pretty good
place.
restaurant right over the top
of
those umbrellas. Great restaurants here. Really enjoyed our week. Out to the 8th, second for Julie Inkster for more than 200 yards.
Par would be almost a half birdie. I mean, how about a birdie? Would that be a half
terrific
eagle?
shot that is.
Look
Comes
at this.
in off that
Look
little
at
hop
this.
back.
Oh,
That's the best shot she's hit.
2 U.S. Women's Open championships for Juli Inkster. Maybe the most satisfying came at Prairie Dunes in Hutchinson, Kansas in 2002. She began the final round 2 back of Annika Sorenstam, took the lead with 3 birdies in her first 7 holes. That birdie at 16, her 5th of the day, put the championship away for Inkster, who needed just 25 putts in each of the last 2 rounds. Just ran by Sorenstam. Final round 66. She became the 2nd oldest champion ever at the age of 42. And there was that first title, which came pretty late in her career as well, Dottie, at the age of 38. And juggling being a mom and out here on tour, not easy, but Juli rededicated herself after a point in her career when she thought, you know what, I don't know if I need this. Wasn't playing well.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. She lost in a playoff in '92 and really had some hard decisions to make some guilt to deal with.
All right, let's go out to the 7th.
There, the leader, Annika Sorenstam, has found the fairway, Roger.
She has on the right side of the fairway. Good hang with this hole cut in the left. I don't know if I'd want to aim at this one, Gary. I might want to keep this one a little right of the hole.
Well, that certainly has been the shot by the veteran players, and even Michelle Wie, who you wouldn't call a veteran, but played a perfect shot about 15 feet right of the hole. That's where you'd love to see it end up.
She's looking pretty far right, guys. Looking like 40 feet right.
Oh, she pulled it and hooked it.
Uh-oh.
She knew right away.
She sure did. She said that's in the creek.
Door has just been opened.
That's very unusual.
That is an uncharacteristic miss there, Johnny.
I'll say, for the one player in the field you wouldn't think would hit a sort of a pull hook with trouble left would be Annika. And now what do you do? There's a drop area over there, Gary? David Beam?
Yes, there's a drop area. It's marked yellow, so there's, as you can see by the nature of that hazard, you might not be able to proceed under the rule if you just kept the spot where it last crossed between yourself and the hole. That's why we put in a drop area, and of course it's a 1-stroke penalty.
The ball was above her feet, right, Gary?
It was slightly, yes.
You see her cup her left wrist to the left, just swept it over there.
It also looked a little faster than her normal tempo. Quick sort of hit at the ball.
She's in shock right now, Gary.
I would agree, John. From that yardage, you certainly wouldn't expect that shot.
Of all the places to miss it, now she's going to have no green to work with, right?
She'll have a delicate little shot even from the ball drop, yes.
That's what I'm saying.
She had almost 60 feet of green to work with right at that hole.
Well, that's what we always tell ourselves after we dunk it, right?
Come back.
Look,
opening here for Pat Hurst.
111 yards.
Started at that rain shelter and don't get cute with it.
And she's kept us right of the hole into the center of the green.
Good distance control. Leaves a makeable birdie putt. Ahead at 8.
Michelle Wie, and with Annika in trouble at 7, everybody moves up a little closer, including the teenager here.
Going with a driver to take advantage of her length. She's hitting at 24 yards on average longer than Annika this week. Mainly because she gets most of her distance in the air, which is true distance. If you play hard fairways, it doesn't always show up in the stats, but when you got a lot of carry, you can carry the corners of dog legs.
Johnny, this was a moment ago. Morgan Pressel, one of the characters at Cherry Hills last year in that dramatic final round Sunday, making the cut at +8. Currently is at +13. And remember, she tied for second with another amateur at the time, Brittany Lang, who missed the cut this week. Birdie Kim, who made the dramatic 3 out of the bunker on the 72nd hole to beat her, also missed the cut this week. Morgan survived, but it's not turned into the kind of championship that she had hoped for. And she is now a professional.
She's a fireball, there's no doubt about that.
Back out to Annika at 7.
Well, Annika has walked around the water fronting the green and gone and checked to make sure that the ball was in the hazard and to see if there was any opportunity that she could play a shot or not. And of course, she determined she couldn't. So now to the drop circle. And not an easy shot from the drop circle.
Drop circle is in the fairway, though, huh?
Well, just off the edge of the fairway, John. No,
That
it's
first
not
cut?
in the fairway.
Oh, yeah. Is that what you're saying?
Ball drops there.
David, she has some other options other than using the ball drop, correct?
Oh, of course. What she's determining, and that's probably why she's where it last crossed the hazard. So now she's determined that point a little to the right, Johnny.
Yeah,
And then she can go
back.
as far back as she wants on that line, penalty 1 stroke. But as you can see by the configuration of the hazard, that if it had bounced up farther, up by where that woman is on the other side and rolled in, she would have been dropping. She'd have to drop in the woods, so to speak. That's why you put the ball drop in as an additional option.
Tough shot, huh, Roger?
Well, it is. I mean, it's one you don't want to chunk. I'll tell you that. There's not a lot of green to work with. She's going to have to get it up pretty quickly and try to land it solidly to keep it anywhere near the hole here. Flipped it pretty well, but that ball's going to get on by the hole a good 15 feet or so.
Almost one hopped in, huh, Gary?
It was close. Take another look at it. Right on the first bounce. Ooh,
Oh, man.
right beside it.
That would have made her day.
She is looking at losing at least a shot as we go ahead to 9, and Stacy Promenasud with her second shot up the hill at the long par 4.
And the toughest hole on the golf course through the first 3 rounds. Gary, it's almost like a easy par 5.
Well, yeah.
Okay, maybe not easy.
4.71 stroke average the first 3 rounds. That's long, and that'll be a tough shot coming back as we go to 8.
And Julie Inkster for a birdie.
Well, this putt of Julie's about 5 feet, and it will break from left to right. Hole is situated just on a little side slope, certainly not an easy putt by any means.
Who knows if this goes in and Annika loses 2 at the 7th, this could be your new leader by herself.
Moved her head.
She doesn't usually miss anything that's real important.
I know.
Missed that one at the 12th this morning, which was very uncharacteristic.
Right, that was a good birdie opportunity she had.
Should make that after making one for par at the previous hole. Just can't let those get away. They don't come that easy that often.
Especially a special shot like she hit here.
Let's go over to 7.
Pat Hurst will be putting for a birdie. Roger, she is rolling the ball nicely. 8 putts in the first 6 holes. That'll get it.
That'll get it done, won't it? And this putt, a putt you can be aggressive with, putting back uphill. Should move a little bit to the left. She hits her putts very solidly and really pretty aggressively, too. You don't see her kind of wishing it around the hole. She'll go ahead and give it a hit.
No, she doesn't often leave them short, Roger.
Sorenstam on the side of the green with her thoughts about, I'm sure, the second shot that went in the water.
So you're addressing that out on the toe. That's her normal deal.
How does that not go in? I don't blame her for throwing her arms to the heavens.
I think Pat felt like she might have made this one. Looking for it to turn left at the end. Come on. Oh, hey.
I think she was already leading the field in putting this week, wasn't she?
Yeah, I believe that's correct, John.
She is #1. Today's performance is just making it even more #1.
All right, Annika to drop just a shot and to maintain the lead.
A putt that's not dissimilar from that of Pat Hurst. We'll move a little bit to her left and uphill. Ooh.
close can you get on those two?
Just a fraction more speed there, and the ball holds its line. But it's a double bogey 6.
First one of the championship for her.
Brings her back to even par, and now 3 are tied atop the leaderboard. Michelle Wie just 1 shot behind.
She's taking it pretty darn good, though. Her countenance looks still strong, huh, Gary?
Well, there's still a lot of golf left. No doubt about that as we move ahead to 8.
And looking back from this whole location at the par 4, Michelle Wie looks to be positioned nicely, Mark.
Well, a 282-yard drive will give you just 167 to the hole today.
What a difference, huh?
And unlike the brief Sorenstam preparation for this championship, Michelle Wie, Dottie, has been staked out here at Newport for a while.
I arrived a week ago Tuesday night, saw the golf course for the first time on Wednesday. Better watch out, they're going to start asking her to pay Rhode Island state taxes.
Or membership dues.
Should be just a good 8-iron for Michelle, coming in low. Oh, that carries just another 4 or 5 feet. It skips on back toward the hole, but landed too far short.
Over to the difficult 9th.
Stacy Promenade only 2 back, but how about this putt from the back of the green, down 1 level, down another level, onto another flat, down another level. I tell you what, that is pretty nicely judged. Could have easily rolled that one right off the front of the green. We move back to the tee at 9. The beautiful new tee put in for this championship, some 40 or 50 feet above the level of the fairway. Julie Inkster on the tee.
And has to contend with a strong left to right wind, slightly helping.
And safely in the right side of the fairway, well positioned. So Annika Sorenstam's mistake at the 7th has created a 3-way tie at the top with Julie Inkster and Pat Hurst right there. Michelle Wie, the 16-year-old, she's just 1 back, and we'll be right back to the 61st U.S. Women's Open. Stacy Promenade for par at the 9th. Downhill, a little left to righter. Quick putt. Ooh. Oh, thank you.
How good is that 2-putt, Gary?
That is really good from back where she was, Dan. Nice solid front 9, 1 bogey, the rest pars. So we go back to 8.
This was a moment ago off the tee at the 8th. Sorenstam.
See how she responds to that double bogey. Doesn't seem to be, to me, really hitting it hard at the bottom. It's more just a glide through the ball.
Good drive there, though. Up ahead, Michelle Wie for birdie. Mark?
Dan, I do not believe she knows what Annika Sorenstam has done on that 7th hole. There is no leaderboard on this 8th hole. Not that it would really affect how she played this shot. This is going to be a tough enough putt to 2-putt anyway.
Is that little mound that goes out in the green going to affect this thing?
Just a little bit. The pace is the most important thing here. Was not a very good second shot.
It's an interesting putter grip. I think it might be a Hawaiian hula dancer on there. It's a double breaker, a little bit. Hooked in the middle and great putt.
Her pace on the longer putts has been really very, very good today.
Wie still looking for her first birdie since the 8th hole this morning. As you look over to the 9th, and Julie Inkster looking over her next shot. And Johnny, the last time you and I were here at Newport Country Club, the 95 U.S. Amateur. Look at the difference in the golf course. Hard and dry conditions. The 9th played as the 18th as Tiger Woods and George Buddy Marucci were going at it. Marucci cut the Woods lead to 1 up before Tiger on the 36th hole hit an 8-iron from 140 yards to 1.5 feet to help seal the deal.
Look at that. What determination.
Of course, he won the next year in Pumpkin Ridge, and his late father, Earl, in an emotional hug afterwards. Woods became the 9th player to win consecutive U.S. Amateurs, and then, of course, follow that up with an unprecedented 3rd straight at Pumpkin Ridge.
Somebody else in this fairway also had 3 in a row. Julie Inkster.
It would be Julie Inkster, right? But Paula Creamer is going to play first here. You saw the hole location just about 4 paces over the false front.
That's from 192. It's trying to put rescue woods. That does not hit very well. Right underneath that one.
So what is that, about a 20-foot bank, Gary?
Yeah, I would say, John, 15 to 20 feet. The green sits above the level of the fairway.
If you can't get a good drive or a good lie, you really probably should lay it back to about 90 yards or something.
Julie's found the fairway, and how about her shot, Jane?
Well, Gary, 187 yards. The wind is helping from the left.
The logo that says
You think that's got some helping wind in it, huh?
Just a little bit. Not a lot, but more from the left. But just a little bit of help.
It's good.
This is her 7-wood.
Landing it well left.
Should
The green
be good.
does
Kick right.
slope
Kick right.
left to right. Asking for it to kick right. But that green is firming up, and the balls are now chasing toward the back of the green, and that leaves the very tough 2-putt. So Julie Inkster safely on the green at the difficult par 4 ninth. She's tied for the lead with Sorenstam and Hurst. We'll be right back.
We're back at Newport Country Club for Annika Sorenstam's second at the 8th.
197 to the hole. Pat Hurst has already played her second and gone just through the green. This ball right on line.
Club and half short, Roger.
Wow. Surprised at that.
Ahead of the tee at the 9th.
And Michelle Wie with driver. The bunker you see down the left-hand side, about 255 yards to get it past that little corner of that bunker.
This is the one tee shot she has been missing to the right. Hit it over in the right rough this morning, the 3rd round.
Well, she can carry it 260 if she wants to.
Boy, this is an absolute bullet. Oh.
And just doesn't quite make it.
Missed it by a foot, and it is now in that tall grass. It skipped out of the bunker.
Well, it looks like a perfect swing. I think it's right on the line that she's trying to hit it, Johnny. I mean,
Look at that wind up.
Isn't that something?
Look at the lag and the hit. It's just a perfect shot. It just.
I don't think it was high enough, Johnny, is the problem. It didn't use the wind at all.
Just probably should have aimed a little right, obviously, Gary.
Yeah, she kind of gave her caddy a little look there like, you know, I thought I could carry that thing. All right, up ahead, Creamer with her 3rd.
Well, she's got a pretty thick lie in this first cut of rough. Pin is certainly way above her.
Oh, got to get up, got to get up. That's going to catch the false front. Look out. Look out. Okay, got hung up there. What a green this 9th green is. 41 yards deep, about 3 different levels.
Well, 4.7 average is really just a normal par 5 average, right?
Well, for the men, yes, I would agree with that, yeah. And it has played tough, Johnny. It's played a little bit easier, I think, than it did in the early rounds when it was so soft in the landing area. Sayre Pak will be first to putt, and Jane, I think a huge break for Julie Inkster to get to watch this putt from this upper level.
No, absolutely, Gary. This is a great opportunity for her to learn something. This green is so difficult. It's like putting down a staircase from back here. Just goes down one level and down another level. And I think this green is one of the reasons why this hole is playing so difficult.
Been pretty sneaky, just 2 shots of the lead, huh? Sayre Pak.
She is really
under the radar.
Very much so. Just a very contented young lady right now, enjoying her golf and is enjoying this experience. It's refreshing to see. And this putt is at 60 feet. And as I said, it's got that big ridge to go down and then another little ridge to go down. So Julie will be paying very close attention here.
would imagine Julie Inkster will be moving in pretty quickly after Sayree Pak hits this putt. Here comes Julie walking in to get a good look at it. Down over the ridge. Now it'll start picking up speed. Okay. Back to 8.
And Annika short of the green with her third.
Straightforward pitch shot. Gets away just enough to be a little concerned.
Yep, she's in danger of losing another after the double at the 7th. Again, was the leader by 2 before that double. And Gary, I guess Julie was on the march for that line.
Well, you take advantage of anything that might help you. You see Sayree Pak hit the putt, and look who happens to just sneak in there and say, okay.
Why not, huh? It's like free pie and chips, as the gecko lizard said.
That's exactly right.
Well, Sayree's putt was perfect for pace, so it really gave Julie a good idea of what the putt was going to do. Just needs to be started out about a yard further left than Sayree's line. And so you can see she and Worth Blackwell are discussing this. And Julie, right now, she looks very focused. She's very fit. She runs 3 miles about 3 or 4 times a week, and lifts weights. For 46 years old, she's in the best shape of her life.
Jane, they asked her yesterday about the 36-hole final, and she said, well, the physical shouldn't be a problem. That's why I work out. The challenge will be the mental side of it.
And she drops the kids off at school in the morning, runs the mom shuttle, and then runs to the gym. Got the whole thing all worked out.
This one's got a little more speed to it. This needs to slow down. Look out, look out, look out.
Adios.
Oh.
Oh, I'm speechless. I can't believe she did that. She normally has such a wonderful touch.
Well, while she was putting, this is Michelle Wie's predicament after the ball skipped out of the bunker.
Curving down to the metal, you could whiff this if you don't watch out.
That ball didn't go very far, Johnny.
It was not a good shot. I don't think she knew to play it to the right. You always pull that one, don't you, Gary?
Back at 8.
Behind the green, Pat Hurst at even par, tied for the lead.
This is all playing right into Pat Hurst's hands.
Look at this.
And how about dropping that one in for 3 and a birdie in the outright lead. Birdie number 4 for Hurst.
She leads in birdies this week.
Again, the birdie leader, Johnny. This was just absolutely perfect.
It sure was. She has that little cut across motion. Just feeding in there.
Gritty type of player, has volunteered for tough spots and big moments in the Solheim Cup play in the past, and she is right in the thick of it here. Back over to 9.
Inkster's 4th, back up this false front. Good shot, but it's going to be at best a bogey. Back at 8.
And Annika trying not to lose one here at 8.
No.
3 strokes, last 2 holes for the former leader by 2. And she's got that tough par 4 ninth right ahead. But it's Pat Hurst who gets into red numbers, and Sorenstam falls 2 behind. And Inkster is going to drop one at the 9th. So Pat Hurst all of a sudden has the lead in the 61st U.S. Women's Open Championship. She'll lead by at least 2. Right back to Newport in a moment.
Welcome back to the U.S. Women's Open. Pretty cool, calm, collected customer there. Leader Pat Hurst waiting at the 9th tee. Up to the green. Sayuri Pak taps in for her par. Remains at 2 over for the championship. Now Inkster for her bogey 5. And Dottie, I would think, has to be very careful. This could be a real momentum breaker when you played 2 pretty good shots to the green and end up with having to make something like this for bogey.
Well, and remember the short putt she missed at the 8th for birdie as well. This could have easily been a 3-shot swing for Julie here in the other direction.
All right, safely in, but she drops to 1 over par for the championship as well. Pat Hurst, leader by 2.
It was a good up and down to save the 5.
It was a very good up and down. That false front, very steep there in the front portion of the green. And we go to 10.
Check in with Stacy Pramanasood. This for birdie, and this would get her to +1 within 2 and into a tie for 2nd.
Standing over that ball, you'd never know she had a long putter.
No, she made the same putt at 9. Real soft hit. Didn't feed this one in there.
All pars and a lone bogey at the 3rd for the former Tulsa product in her 3rd year, who won once last year in Nashville. And we'll remind you that behind every great comedy, there's drama. Coming to NBC this fall, Matthew Perry and Bradley Whitford star in the new original series from Aaron Sorkin. It's Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip, Mondays this fall on NBC. That's a good spot to pull up a chair and take in the view of that beautiful clubhouse, and it'd be even more beautiful by the end of the day if you're the Women's Open champion. Pat Hurst, the lead by 2.
All right, Mark Rolfing, what's the situation here for Michelle Wie's 3rd shot?
Well, it's not a good one. The ball is sitting up slightly, but it's well below her feet and also a downhill lie. So getting it up to this elevated green is not going to be easy. She's got 153 to the hole. Well, she got a lot of club on it. That needs to bite, I think.
Ooh, got a flyer on Mark.
Well, I think, Johnny, if anything, she was just a little too nonchalant on that 2nd shot. Didn't give it quite enough respect, because she did play when she was not away from the hole.
All right. Back up the hill to the tee.
It's been a long day for these ladies, huh, Gary?
Well,
what time do you think they got up this morning?
Well, these last ladies teed off the morning round at 8:30, so you would think probably, what, 6 o'clock, something like that?
Yeah.
This one going to the right.
But, yeah, it's fine. Right center of the fairway. No problem. Ahead to 10.
And Inkster coming off that bogey to close the front 9. Chance to get one back here on this par 5 10th.
A lot of balls in the rough on this hole. Have you noticed that, Dottie? It just seems like a ton of players miss this fairway.
Back to the tee at 9.
Shi Yun An's tee shot. Right in the center of the fairway, but as is usually the case in this group, not quite as long as the other 2 players. There's the hill, the new tee put in for this championship. So 40, 50 feet above the level of the fairway. Last to play will be Annika. Double at 7, bogey at 8. Needs to get things turned around. Ooh, that's got to be going right, Roger.
And it looks it's headed out that way. See if we can hang on to the right side.
Oh, it just does. Just stays in the fairway. Not a good swing. You could tell by her reaction. Well, Sorenstam struggling. Pat Hurst is not. She's got the 2-shot lead. We'll be right back.
Monday, 9/8 Central. Viewers have discovered treasure hunters. And with millions at stake, tension will rise.
We're not making it personal. We never ganged up on you guys.
All new Treasure Hunters, Monday, 9/8 Central. And to win your own treasure, play the Genworth Financial Treasure Challenge at NBC.com.
At the 9th, Michelle Wie's 4th shot. Unable to go right at the hole location. Afraid that she won't be able to keep it on the green. Gonna play way to the right. Try to utilize the slope in the green. That is really about as good as she could hope for. Ahead to 10.
And Inkster's second. What's this lie look like, Jane?
Well, Dan, it's not that bad, actually. She's pretty fortunate. She just avoided the really long fescue by just a short distance. She's able to use her 7-wood to lay up to this par 5. Just kind of gouge it out of there, and that's coming out left. I don't know if it's going to keep on the fairway.
No more deep stuff over there. And Inkster battling that point in this championship where she's trying to keep it together and not let it all slip away in a couple of holes.
She's short-sighted herself on that layup now with the wind going into the right, and she's in the left rough of the left hole location. It makes it almost a no-go from there.
Beautiful ribbon of fairway down the hill from this clubhouse. It's par 5. And now Sairi Pak.
Well, she had 223 to the front of the green, but just too far with this wind whipping in her face. Has opted to use her 4 hybrid just to lay up a comfortable yardage.
Strongest pair of legs in this championship. I can tell you that a shot putter, just 28 years old. You know, we have a tendency to think she's mid-30s.
Just got an early start.
I mean,
no, it's in good shape.
Did martial arts this winter, trying to get her mind and herself back into golf slowly.
Over to the 9th.
Michelle Wie with a very tricky putt for a bogey 5.
She's got about 9 or 10 feet, Gary, and clearly here you have to match the pace with the amount of break you're going to play. We'll turn to her right.
Speed will be crucial.
Oh, nice pace and a good save, a good bogey if there is such a thing from where she was.
That borders on great save
yeah,
right there.
Does. I mean, up and down out of the bunker, Dan, was really something special.
when you look at the 4.7 average, that's just basically sort of a par to the field. She really hasn't lost much.
So she now finds herself at 2 over par, 3 off the lead.
And that just had double written all over it when she got into that bunker. This U.S. Women's Open being brought to you by The Villages, Florida's friendliest hometown, by John Hancock Investments and Insurance, and by ADT, America's residential and commercial security leader. Back down to the 10th, third to last group. Julie Inkster, Sairi Pak, and Paula Creamer. Creamer drifting further and further behind with a couple of bogeys. Jane at +7 now, but here is Inkster, who's got herself more problems with her third.
Another one of those super exposed areas, just like by the clubhouse. So the wind will really wreak havoc with this, especially when you're coming out of the rough and you have no idea the spin rate. Anything inside 20 feet here would be real good.
directly on line with the hole from her angle. She also has a false front of just about 20 feet she's going to have to contend with, so it's going to be hard to even try to chase it up there.
Well, this is a shot of 83 yards and some really thick rough here. The rough here at Newport Country Club graded. It's short, about 6 yards, and then it gets thicker as you get further away from the fairway.
Just like they did with the men at Winged Foot for the very first time.
Exactly, but this is all she needs right here. This is very thick lie.
Sit down.
Popped out.
Down.
Asking it to get down.
That was a mental error, I thought. She was going right at it. She was saying this is a birdie opportunity, and she aimed right at it. She should have just been sort of sticking in the middle of the green. She hit 2 bad shots to there, and you can't save it when it's not savable.
That is the first green she's missed this afternoon. 9 of 9 on the front, and trying to join that small group of 40 and overs who have won this championship. There's just been 4 in the history, and Inkster, at the age of 46, would be the oldest Women's Open champion by 3 years. Babe Zaharias, the great legend at age 43, in 1954, the oldest. Back over to 9.
Annika Sorenstam getting ready for her second shot. Roger.
181. Little bit of mud on the ball, not much.
It's playing pretty long, isn't it? Uphill into that wind. What's it playing? 2 something?
Yeah, I would say Johnny's probably playing just over 2. The wind from the left, I don't know how much it's hurting, but certainly it does come substantially from the left, and of course it plays uphill, so it'll play longer than the yardage.
Really in need of a solid shot. It's been since the 5th hole since she hit a solid approach shot.
Hard swing there, Gary.
Ball started left. Is he going to come back right? No.
I don't think that was solidly struck.
Up to 10.
Sari Pak's third of the par 5.
This is a sand wedge from 65 yards. Wind is really strong. It's going to be playing more like 80. The wind did not touch that one at all.
Well, it's got enough
trying
spin.
to come back.
It's a good one.
It's turning out beautifully.
What a story Sari Pak has been with that win, dramatic win in the LPGA Championship. Kari Webb won the first major of the year for the ladies. Another kind of comeback story. Kari Webb just made the cut here and is at plus 15 playing the front 9, but Sari Pak looking to put another major title together. As you look at We on the Tee at 10.
Once again, a fairway medal off the turf.
That little stinger with the same club this morning.
I want to say reasons, Mark. Why wouldn't a driver here?
Well, she probably feels like she would be questionable whether she could reach it anyway, and she's had trouble hitting this fairway. Missed it left in the first 2 rounds.
Had her second shot at 9, 162 yards up the hill. Asking for it to stay left. Well, will it stay there? It does. Not too bad. So Pat Hurst continues to roll along with the 2-shot lead over Annika Sorenstam, who's certainly struggling. Julie Inkster has her work cut out for her at the 10th. We'll be back with more final round coverage of the 61st U.S. Women's Open.
This was Julie Inkster a moment ago from a thick lie, 4th shot, par 5, 10th.
Probably about as good as she can do from there.
Yeah, without getting too tricky, that was a very nice shot.
Yeah, chipping downwind.
Back over to 9.
Third shot for Sorenstam from the front bunker. Not an easy one. You see the hole cut up on that ridge.
How about that?
Oh, that's good.
She has made herself into a really good bunker player.
In the top 10 in the stats this year in that position. We go to the 10th.
Sari Pak trying to push it to +1 and get within a couple. All right, so Pak remains at +2. We go back to the 9th.
Pat Hurst getting ready with her third from just short of the green, Roger.
And going with the putter here up over that ridge. Slow putt, should be moving to her left.
It's a good leave, isn't it, on that second shot?
Well, you got to leave it underneath the hole here. That's for sure.
Gotta go.
Oh, that took a couple of jumps, it looked like.
She probably was saying, let's not knock this past the hole, huh, Gary?
Yeah, I guess, Johnny, but couldn't tell whether it was a solid strike or not, but the ball certainly hopped quite a bit. This 9th hole is really creating some problems. We'll move ahead to the par 3 17th. That's the amateur Amanda Blumenhurst, who had the fine opening round of 70. And birdie there at 17 puts her at 9 over, and she's happy. We go to 18.
A moment ago, this was Karen Stupples, who played in the final group last year on Sunday at Cherry Hills. A moment ago for birdie. And that was a beautiful 3 for what we think is the only birdie right now at 18 in this final round. Shot 78 last year, finishing 10th after playing in that final group. Promenade suit at 11 for her par.
Came up short at 10 and 11. Got to hit them firmer than that.
2 bogeys for her. All pars, falls to +3, and now Inkster grinding out another par save here.
You can't live with 6s on par 5s when you got a chance to win the Open.
Boy, Johnny, she really needs this one. Paula Creamer had a putt not from a dissimilar line. It really didn't break left to right as much as Paula thought, so Julie was watching that.
Well, it didn't help her last year, last hole to watch anything, so.
You're exactly right.
That is big for Inkster. Avoids back-to-back bogeys. Still in the groove. And that was a little bit of that, well, I guess those dancing talents that she's displayed through the years. Kind of a groove she probably learned from one of her daughters. 9.
They take no credit.
First for par.
That was a little poppy there.
Yeah, that was an unforced error there. Unforced error, so no one under par for the championship.
And it moves everybody up a notch.
It was this stage of the LPGA Championship, halfway to go on Sunday, when Pat Hurst really started to struggle.
Well,
and it was mostly with the putter, or?
It was with the putter. She had 2 4-putts in the last 28 holes of that championship.
And Dottie, it's hard to keep that out of your mind, isn't it?
Well, it is, and it's certainly not very far removed. That was just 3 weeks ago.
Next week, we head to another USGA championship. This is US Senior Open at Prairie Dunes. Tom Kite part of the field. Hal Irwin, of course. Fred Funk makes his senior debut there with all the greats of the senior set. US Senior Open Championship. Our coverage begins next Saturday, 3 o'clock Eastern Time, right here on NBC. 13.
Brittany Lincecum second here at the 187-yard par 3, has played as the most difficult par 3 of the 4 here at Newport Country Club throughout the championship. Good shot there. She should have a reasonable chance to stay at +4.
What a brutal hole location there, Kerry.
Yeah, that back left. We've seen just no birdies here all day, and I can tell why. All right, back at 9, Sorenstam for a par to stay now within 1 of the lead. Roger?
Yeah, a little breaker to the right here. What a lovely bunker shot she played. Really a good shot. This would be a nice save.
That's to the right.
That was a bad stroke there.
It looks like Dottie, the last couple of putts, 8 and 9, she got in there very quickly and just seemed to rush her whole procedure.
She did it. She seemed to rush her backstroke as well and then die into it.
That was the decel if you've ever seen one.
So Double bogey at 7, bogey at 8, bogey at 9. 4 over par, the closing 3 holes of the front 9. She finds herself 2 behind.
Well, the hole does shrink about this point in the championship every year at the Opens.
Buoyed by our nice par save at 10. Inkster off the tee at 11.
That looked like a good swing there. That was the best looking swing all day, I thought.
Good swing, wide fairway, right in the middle.
Yeah. Just 363 yards this 11th hole, and this is the 10th hole at 480.
Par 5, and we ready for a third, Mark.
Well, she laid it up beautifully, right to the yardage she likes.
Yeah, I'd say at least that. 7 plays up a couple. Might close to 75 anyway. Okay.
Similar yardage to the third shot she had at 6.
That's correct, Addie. It's almost the same exact yardage.
She's only made 1 birdie on the par 5s this week, which with her distance is not good, but this would be a good time to get the second one. Well, it's makeable. Not her best, but
We given a special exemption to get in this championship along with Kelly Robbins, the only 2 afforded. And once again, Wee's hanging in there in a major championship. At the moment, 2 behind the leader, Pat Hurst. This was Pat Hurst off the tee, the par 5 10th just a moment ago. Her lead whittled to 1 after her bogey at the 9th.
Back into the wind here, and a little bit in the rough, but not bad at all. Just a layup hole on Dottie.
She's certainly strong enough to carve it out of just about anywhere.
Up ahead on the green. This is the birdie try for Michelle Wie, Mark.
It will be quick. It will also turn to her right. The slope goes to the right, and also the wind will push it to the right. So one she definitely can't be too aggressive with.
She's got to be feeling good about her putter, Mark, with that nice putt she made on number 9 for the 5.
Well, if she were to go on and win this championship, that would be, I think, the shot that she would look back that probably kept her in it.
Almost. Wie was out in plus 237. Pars the first hole of her back 9. And now Inkster at 11. Chance to kind of get back on track here, Jane.
Well, after a good drive, has 145 to this back right hole location. Wind is in her face and from the right. A tough hole location with this wind direction.
Tough with her little draw, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. She'll have to start it out outside the green.
Left. Hard
Wind
left.
needs to hit it. Not a good shot.
Again, she went for a flag stick. I thought that maybe wasn't her flag stick. That's 2 holes in a row.
Yeah,
Huh?
got ahead a little bit. Now she's short-sided herself. That will test her.
Not much green to work with there.
Sari Pak now again just 2 back.
She could just waltz right in here if she finishes strongly and the leaders falter.
She was 6 back at one point earlier this morning.
Hit a booming drive here, only 129 yards. And you're right, the smart play would be take it out the flag stick and just let the wind take it a little bit left.
I think her attitude of saying that this is doesn't have to be perfect has really freed her up.
Yeah, she's hitting good, solid golf shots right now, and this is left of the flag.
Good shot.
Very smart.
Sari Pak, a classic example of burnout in this sport. So many good storylines, some demons that everybody seems to be fighting here to win this greatest championship the women play, Johnny and Dottie. And let's talk a little bit about what's going on with Annika Sorenstam, because she has been perplexed through the years on trying to win this title for the 3rd time, and we're seeing her fall back a little bit. Dottie, you think it's one of those championships that she just wants too much at times?
Well, I think the first two in her mind came a little easier than maybe they should have. Came right out 95 and 96 in one. And I think one bad swing has set this whole thing going in the wrong direction today.
Well,
the second shot at 7.
Yep. At the 7th hole, the par 4, and this is what, you know, you had that little bit of the ball above her feet, Johnny, from 132, but still, this was just way off the mark.
At tons of green right of the hole, the wind was working that way, and for her to hit that sort of pull hook, that was big. But she hit the first 5 greens in regulation. She was making it look easy. She was smiling a lot, had even few little, you know, in mannerisms, which you didn't see in the past. But in the last 4 holes, hasn't hit any greens. So she needs to right the ship. She's still in good shape. I mean, if somebody would have offered her this position on Thursday morning, she'd probably say, yeah, I'll take that.
All right, what about the moms of this championship and Hurst and Inkster? Speaking of her, she's out here in the rough. Her second shot at the 10th.
Well, the tee shots of Pat Hurst and Annika Sorenstam came to rest about 4 inches from each other, so Annika's had to mark her ball and move the mark. This now a decent lie, just trying to advance it down the fairway.
Gouged out. Another example of her showing her strength.
She has a very strong gathered hit at the bottom. It's not a hands hit or an arm hit. She puts everything into the strike at the bottom and gets through the one side of the ball and through the other without breaking down.
Let's go to 11. Tee shot back out toward the ocean. 363-yard par 4.
And she's got the driver here.
Doesn't really need it at 363, Mark, but she must like it. Good news is she can probably hit it in some pretty good rough and still muscle it out at 363. Back into the wind.
Her misses have been to the left. Can't miss there.
Well, it might be.
This one's
right.
headed down the right side, but it's turning just a little. Oh, and that will be about a foot into the primary rough.
Which is a bad angle. Got a hook lie, a hook wind, and a fade pin.
Up ahead, Inkster climbing down into the green side bunker.
Dan, not good. Very, very difficult bunker shot here. It's got downslope that she has to land the ball just on the edge of the green.
She is on a little upslope though, right?
She is, but the bad news is it's downwind.
She does not pick the club up normally real quick on the way back.
Good shot. 7.
Just a bad error off the fairway.
Big breaking putt there too.
Back at the par 5, 10th. Second for Annika from the first primary.
Choke down 5 wood.
A little extra control that way.
Just a little punch down there and let her trundle down the hill to hitting down on the downslope and running. Good angle. Throw it to the right of the pin and let it come back.
Sorenstam began the day, or this final round, I should say, with 2 straight birdies, struggling down the end of the front 9 with a double and 2 bogeys at 12. Stacy Promenade for birdie. Just keeps hanging around and hanging around.
Had much better pace on it than her putts at 10 and 11.
And that moves her to +2. Couple of American flags at the top. Michelle Wie down there as well, just 2 back. South Korea's Seri Pak as well, the champion in '98 at Black Wolf Run. Trying to put another major title away to cap off a great comeback. 61st U.S. Women's Open continues. Just a moment ago, Pat Hurst third at the par 5 10th, hanging on to a 1-shot lead.
Looks like she's giving herself a little room out to the right, trying to work it back in.
It was tracking.
So now we're live with Annika's third, Raj.
83 yards into this wind, a little uphill. Should get a pretty big spinner here, I would think.
She's due for a good one.
Get in there.
They like it, and it's a good one. She's dropped 4 shots in the last 3 holes. And you have to wonder if this ends up in another big, huge disappointment like we've documented in these championships. You gotta wonder if she was ever destined to win it again. But she is not gonna give up. Continues to forge ahead while Annika was hitting that 3rd. This was Inkster for par at 11. And Inkster is going to drop to +2, and now Pak for birdie. But that's okay. Pak's kind of having these stress-free holes, and the rest of the field's kind of scrambling.
Continuation of yesterday. She hit the ball very, very well yesterday. Same thing.
Just 1 bogey on Pak's card. It came at the 4th. 3 birdies, and she is 2 under in this final round. In the meantime, back over to the 10th. We've talked about how Sorenstam has wanted to get back in the winner's circle in this championship. Most years between Women's Open titles. Meg Mallon, when she won at the Orchards a few years ago, 13 years after winning for the first time. It's been 10 years since Annika's 2nd of back-to-back titles in '95 and '96. And all the close calls. Julie Inkster running her down at Prairie Dunes. Meg Mallon 65 at that Orchards when Annika was looking good to perhaps win title number 3, but that slide there on the card there to end the first 9 for Sorenstam has sent her in scramble mode, 2 behind.
And at the 13th, Stacey Pamanasu has hit just 4 of 12 greens in regulation and 1 over par for the round. 16 putts through 12 holes.
Remember what a tough time she had here yesterday. Hit the ball way right.
Yeah, led to a double bogey 5. Starting it right, trying to draw it back. Looking for it to go. That's going to come up short. Tough pitch today with this back left hole location. Back to 10.
And Pat Hurst trying to add more cushion to her lead, Raj.
And this putt with not much break in it, and uphill one she can be aggressive with, certainly. Will need to be aggressive with, and I'm sure Annika will have an eye on this on similar lines.
There is a 5-way tie for 2nd right now at +2. Hurst can up the lead to 3 here.
She's going to be aggressive with this putt. Should be thinking nothing but 4 right now, Raj.
There's that popping putt style. The lead will stay 2 for now at 11. 2nd for Michelle Wie. It's actually got some good club on it.
A little too much.
Not bad.
Yeah, not a bad leave at all.
She at least picked the correct line.
14.
Long birdie putt for Brittany Lincecum. Just 1 birdie recorded here all day. Front hole location downwind. Players having a very hard time getting the ball anywhere near the hole.
It's right near that Hogsback, huh?
Yeah, just short of it, John. Back to 10.
And a big putt here for Sorenstam.
Well, certainly a putt that would do a lot for her spirits.
She seemed to have a little more get up in her step there coming up to that green, Roger.
Pretty simple putt here.
And she's back within 1. So maybe the 2-time champion has completed her tough stretch. How one putt, how one moment can totally turn around your championship in your mind. Look at Annika Sorenstam. Didn't even look at that putt until it fell in the hole finally. Her first birdie since opening up with ones at 1 and 2. And then shortly afterward, the smile is back. It's a totally different golfer.
Just listened for the roar.
She's within 1. And now on the tee at the par 4 11th. And the shot shape here, Dottie?
It's a perfect little draw up the right side. 230 and change, covers everything on the left. Players playing back into a little bit of an upslope.
Bunkers are in play for her.
Oh, that's a beauty.
Turning down the left-hand side, this should be pretty good.
That is a confident, machine-like rhythm that when Annika gets it going, has cleared out leaderboards in the past. We'll see if she can hang on and keep mistake-free down the stretch. Now Inkster up ahead at 12.
120 yards. Just a little knockdown 8-iron. She took her 9-iron out of the bag today to put in her 3-iron. We've been trying to avoid that yardage all day.
She had a good birdie look at 12 earlier today and couldn't get it down. And now Michelle Wie at 11 mark.
She's got a good lie behind this green. Actually a pretty flat little chip shot, so it's not that hard a shot, other than the fact that it's Sunday at the U.S. Open.
I don't ever remember her chipping one in, have you?
No, and I don't ever remember her chipping with a straight-faced iron. Almost always goes to the lofted clubs. Probably shut this one down a little bit.
Very wise to get this on the ground. There's not a whole lot of activity on the screen. It's basically pretty flat.
Well, she sort of hooded it and kept her hands forward and turned it into like a 8-iron.
Good technique, just needed a little more.
She's got some work left to get it down to remain at +2 and 2 behind. Over at the 12th, Seri Pak's second. She's 2 back, Jane.
And this is from 100 yards, Dan, into the breeze. It's just a strong pitching wedge. The wind is going to make it play at least 115, 120 yards. It's getting cool out here as well.
Down.
Checks up for her.
Making it look pretty easy, like you said, Dan.
Just of all the golfers, I mean, even with Sorenstam, just seems to be in the most control right now. 13.
Stacy Promenade second here at the par 3. Pitching directly into the wind, a little bit uphill. So her short game magic is going to have to continue if she's to remain at 2 over. We go to 11.
And we talked about it all championship week long. If you're just joining us for this final round, putting has been an issue with 16-year-old Michelle Wie.
This one is just a left edge putt for her.
Can she make the clutch ones when she needs them? There was one right there.
I think she's putted quite well this week. I don't think she's played as good as she can tee to green. So, I mean, her putter has not been a weak link right now. She's 6th in putting, and so probably should be talking more about her approach shots than her putter right now.
Yeah, the putter has been the weak link previous to these.
Yes, exactly.
To this championship as far as putting it away. This was Hurst, the leader by 1 a moment ago off the tee at 11.
Again, a little draw would be perfect.
Is that a good shot or a little pull? Yeah, that was a pull draw. That's down. It's a very wet spot down there. I've been down there with my cart and I decided to go the other way.
There's the mark by the marshal. There are patches of heavy grass, long grass.
Wet, thick grass, not in the long fescue stuff, and I don't know if she can hack it back to the fairway. You can barely see the ball. It is terrible.
Well, she looks that over. We go to 13.
Stacy Promenade for par to remain at 2 over. Man, she getting the ball up and down. Again, has hit just 4 greens in 13 holes and just 1 over par for the round. Back to 12.
Sairi Pak for a birdie. 2 under today in this final round.
And this putt about 18 feet downhill. Winded her back.
Again, another
well, she's
4.
She's number 1 in greens and hit and regulation. So you spotted somebody that's playing really purely tee to green. It's hit 47 greens so far, which is quite a good number out of 66 tries.
In stark contrast, you've got Hurst with this second, Raj.
Well, we've talked about her strength from the rough, and she's going to need it here. She's going to have to power this ball to get it out of this rough. This one could squib left in a heartbeat. Or just squib, period.
Oh, you called it, Raj. Wow, was that thick?
She took a hard smack at it, too. Moved a lot of grass. Take a look at how much grass she cut here. And watch this. She just down on. Look at that wad of grass coming off her club head. That's power. That takes a lot of strength to be able to cut that much grass. Look at that.
Long, tangly rough that has had plenty of moisture here in these parts for the past month and a half or so. Now Sorenstam.
133 to the hole.
We haven't seen anybody close yet, Roger.
Well, this is a pretty good looking shot. A little right of the hole, maybe, if it'll get back to it. And that comes in well short.
Sorenstam 1 back. Hurst the leader. Could have another tie for the lead by the time Hurst is done with this hole. And that is a look at her lie right now.
Sitting up all right, Roger.
Well, not too bad, Jen. I didn't get a good look at it because of the proximity of the players and whatnot, so I couldn't get right to this one. But,
problem with this
is
is
130 the hole.
Problem with this is she's got the ball above her feet with a hook wind and, like I said, a sliced pin. So she can cut it, though.
Well, this is the time you put the ball in the middle of the green. If you make it fine, you got 4. No disasters.
This has come out flat and going left.
Right, Dottie. Get it down at 2 from there. Take your 5. Move on. Inkster 12 for birdie.
As you said, Dan missed a short one here this morning on the same hole. Needs some pace.
The hole.
Inkster looking for that spark.
A little gun shy after knocking that ball off the green at the 9th.
Again, a long, grueling day of golf for Inkster. Her 48th hole played in the last 28 hours or so. Pat Hurst in trouble at the 11th. Who's going to win the U.S. Women's Open? Back at the U.S. Women's Open 61st edition. Great day to sail along the coast of Rhode Island today on this championship Sunday, Marathon Sunday. 36 holes to decide it. And the coast looking a little more rugged today with these winds that are whipping up the water out there. In fact, some folks in the crowd out here have donned light jackets as the temperature has cooled down quite a bit in the late afternoon here, just about 5:15 Eastern time. And Pat Hurst has the lead for now, but she's got some problems here at 11 trying to get this down in 2 for a bogey.
About 35 feet uphill, and this probably moved to her right.
A little slow, Roger.
Yeah, a little on the slow side there. It is uphill.
All right, so a chance to lose just 1 there for Hurst. We go to 12, and Michelle Wie, who has donned a little bit of a cover up there, it looks like. We mentioned the weather beginning to cool down here a little bit. This is her second.
107 yards. This is one she can go at. She's got a good angle.
Wee has not made a birdie in 21 holes. Over at 11. Sorenstam for birdie. Help dig herself out of that disastrous close to the front 9.
Another slow putt.
Should be a par to stay one back. 13 tee.
Sayri Pak with her tee shot. Come on.
Lady likes it.
Yeah, she started it left, trying to cut it. Look at this. What a beautiful golf shot.
She's playing like a champion, Gary. Definitely the best ball striker.
Yeah.
Well, plenty of support in the gallery for Julie Inkster, but look at the great support there by Julie's daughters, Haley and Corey, flanking their friend Juliet. They traveled to, what, about half the tournaments that Mom plays? That's what Julie was telling us earlier this week, Dottie?
When they're not in school, yeah, they spend their summers on the road, and Julie usually lets them each bring a friend along for part of those road trips. Travel in a van. Vacation.
The wind is really strong out here right now.
Left.
Ooh, that is not a good miss in that bunker. Got that hogs back in the middle of the green to deal with.
Got all that mud over there too in that bunker, right? And it's like coming out of glue.
Not going to be easy.
I'm not sure if she's in the mud, but she's near it.
Most USGA championships won. Inkster climbing up on this list among the legends with 5. Of course, she had the 3 amateur championship wins, and then the 2 women's open titles. Creamer's next.
And the wind really strong in the player's face. Not much left to right now. Pretty much straight at them.
Plus 8,
solid
in case you
contact
want to
here,
know.
just fading off to the right.
Yeah, the hole playing extremely difficult, Jane. Stroke average of over 3.5. Now rated as the 4th most difficult hole in the final round. As we move up to 14, Stacy Promenade was in the right rough and forced to lay up to this position. Now playing her 3rd, and Dottie, with this front hole location, going to be tough to get this ball close.
Greens and regulation stats certainly not improving with a situation like that.
Kind of doing it with smoke and mirrors at this point.
Just promenading her way around is what she's been doing. Usually catches up at some point. A pretty good distance.
Yeah, that was very well done. Had to land the ball short of the green, so she'll have a chance to save par and remain at 2 over.
Dad replaces the divot.
Yeah, Father Lou, her regular caddy. Back to 11.
And Hurst for her bogey. Hurst, Dottie, really has, even though she's garnered just 4 wins in her career, one of them is a major, and she really has been a winner pretty much every step of the way. Individual NCAA champion, team champion.
With her talent, though, Dan, I think you could safely say she should have won more. Yeah. Took time off to have 2 kids, but she is so talented and has hit some bad shots at some bad times. Last year at Wendy's, hit a shot off the planet at the 18th hole there and lost, but did come back to win the following week at State Farm.
Like Inkster, has a couple of children, a little younger. Jackson, age 7, Riley, age 4. And now for her par at 11, Sorenstam to stay tied with Hurst. So now we've got a tie at the top. Par good enough for Annika to reclaim that top spot after the Hurst bogey. We just won back. Pak won back. Inkster, Promenade Sud. To 13.
And Julie Inkster surveying the shot. Jane, she's walking right about to that hog's back that she's got to come over right there.
Exactly, Gary. She's actually drawn a pretty decent lie. It's fairly dry where Julie's ball is. The ball's going to be slightly above her feet. The wind is going to be into her and from the right. Needs to carry it just up on top of that hog's back.
Struggled from the bunkers, just 1 of 4 in sand saves for the week.
Well, this is definitely a hard bunker shot, especially under these circumstances.
Her shallow takeaway may help her a little bit in this situation. Or the ball out flat, maybe not run or, bite as much.
She's flying it all the way to the hog's back.
Oh, what a shot.
Super shot.
Back to 12.
Michelle Wie trying to join Sorenstam and Hurst at the top.
There is not much break here. Might want to go a little right at first.
And Michelle Wie has a share of the lead. Wow. Waited a long time for that birdie to come. First in 22 holes. Over to the tee at 12. Sorenstam. 340-yard par 4. Back into the ocean breezes.
I bet you could hear that roar of Wie's.
Oh, there's no question she heard the roar, Johnny. Perfect drive.
That had to be the loudest yell of the day, wouldn't you think?
Without a question.
3 tied from just, you couldn't, there's more varying backgrounds.
Needs to get back to hitting good drives. Can't be hitting in the rough all the time like she did at 10.
It's hooking to the left a little.
She's shaking her head.
And
It's going to be in the primary rough.
She's got that thing going left to left.
That is not her shot pattern. Her eye wouldn't even look down there to see the ball finish. She likes to move the ball the opposite direction.
She has a come over with that flying right elbow, but she has to keep the face open, otherwise she'll just hit a left, you know. She hits squeeze fades most of the time.
Over to 14.
Stacy Promenasud looking at this putt for par to remain at 2 over.
You gotta admire her.
It takes a lot of guts to hit the ball the way she has today and still hang in there like she has.
It's funny, she missed 2 pretty easy ones. What, a 10 and 11, wasn't it?
Yeah, she did. 17 putts now for 13 holes. 1 win we see there. That was in Nashville last year. But another one that had a winning record and career in college. 4 times a first-team All-America at the University of Tulsa. In fact, won 10 times in college. 1 shy of the record number of wins at Tulsa that was set by the great Nancy Lopez. Putt will turn ever so slightly to the left. Is it firm enough? Yes, another par save. Wow.
That's a heck of a save there with that whole location.
That was a wonderful up and down from about 65 yards.
Dad, she got to be
remains
impressed.
Within 1, yeah, I guess so. Dad saying, way to go. Back at 13. Sayuri Pak for a birdie. Share of the lead. This would be the first birdie of the day here at 13.
How many tee shots do you think were past that hole today?
That's maybe the first one that I can recall. I think Lorena Ochoa got it back there as well. Michelle Wie standing back on the tee, taking it all in.
Do you think she knows how she stands right now?
I would have to think so, John. I believe there's a big scoreboard out there at the 13th.
About 6 feet 2.
Mark, is Michelle aware of what's going on?
She is not. The leaderboard here at 13 still has Hurst only through 10 holes.
All right, Paula Creamer with a nice putt for par, but a tough day for her as she remains at 8 over.
All in all, Gary, you would think, looking at how windy it's been today, pretty darn good scoring, don't you think so?
Well, I think you touched on it early, Johnny. The golf course is really designed to be played in the wind. I mean, there are very, very few holes where you can't, chase the ball or run the ball up onto the green. Number 9 comes to mind. Number 7, where you got the water hazard. But other than that,
yeah, you can play your way around here with pretty good shots.
All right. All right, important putt for Inkster to stay within one. Ooh, okay.
See those knees wiggle a little?
Oh, yeah. Pick it out of there and run.
Go.
Good up and down, though, for Julie from the right bunker.
Scoring average is right now 76.0 this afternoon, so the course is playing tough. The leaders are playing well.
Back on the tee, tied for the lead, Michelle Wie.
This is not a shot, Gary, that she's been particularly comfortable with that I've seen. I've seen her play it 3 times.
Well, she's contemplating. We're going to go back to 12.
And Annika Sorenstam in her second.
114.
Had a trouble pulling the club this morning here. Misjudged the wind. Not that time.
Within birdie range again as we go back over to 13.
And there appears to be a little indecision here, Mark.
Well, I think what she's going to try and do is probably saw off her 5-wood, although she's going to have to hit it pretty good if she does. Like I said, she hasn't had much luck here. She hit 4-iron this morning, short and right, in the bunker.
That actually led to a bogey.
Crowd now reacting to the leaderboard that just changed, showing her bogey. Very low, but she may have overcut it a little bit.
That finds the bunker in a very similar position to where we just saw Julie Inkster play from.
And that's probably within a foot of where she was this morning. Different hole location, obviously.
Yeah, much more difficult. Back at 12.
Second for Hurst again from the rough, 100 yards.
Third hole in a row she's played from the rough.
No one's working harder.
She's wearing me out.
Look at this. Muscling that one up to the green.
That is a terrific shot. All strength.
Takes all kinds of strength. Physical, mental, especially on a day like today. 2 tied for the lead. Actually 3 with Hurst in there at +1. So you got Zeri Pak, Julie Inkster, and Pramanatsu just 1 back. While we were away, Pat Hurst trying to break into a 3-way tie for the lead.
Heading back down the hill.
All things considered, a 4 here is going to be a really good one coming out of the rough. And now live with Annika. Is that enough? She stays at +1. 6 holes left to see if Annika Sorenstam can get that U.S. Women's Open title back. Broadmoor and then Pine Needles. Seems like a long time ago. It was.
Ask Annika.
And all the close calls.
Well, she has had 67 wins, which in the
Kimberly Kim finishing up for bogey, the youngest player in the field at 14 in a round of 83, but pretty nice week for her. Experience here, one of the amateurs that made the cut. 4 Hawaiians in this field, and Michelle Wie is the oldest of the quartet to play in this championship. Speaking of Michelle, from the bunker.
Pretty close to Julie Inkster.
Yeah, very close. I mean, within a few feet. I think you can see the rake mark there.
Well, maybe she can do it as well as Julie did. Gotta be careful not to hit it a little thin over the green, huh?
Yeah, that certainly would not be good, but
I would think flying it back to that level would be very difficult, Gary. Julie must have hit a great shot because, as Johnny said, if you put it over the green in that back bunker, it's no good.
Well, she looks it over. We're going to move ahead to 14. Inkster getting ready for her second shot.
From 193, 187 to the front, helping win.
Only way to get it close is to land it short and have it bounce up.
Well, there you go.
Uh-huh.
It's the first time the players have played truly downwind in a long time, huh, Gary?
Yes, it is. Since the 8th hole.
It's a long time. You lean into the wind, knocking it down, and all of a sudden you got to go the other way with your swing. It's not easy to make that adjustment.
All right, over at 13, Wee's second.
Michelle with 2 new wedges this week. A little less bounce than normal, but the same loft.
And unfortunately, that shot, you needed some bounce.
Man, she scraped some sand all the way into the green.
She was not happy.
Yeah.
So a lengthy putt left for par. We go ahead to 14. Se-Ri Pak, second shot, 178 yards to the hole. 172 to the front.
It's like she's trying to bring it in from left to right, Gary.
Well, unfortunately, got a very poor bounce, but a good leave. Not bad at all.
This U.S. Women's Open is being brought to you by Ford Bold Moves, by Titleist, the #1 ball in golf, also by MetLife, guarantees for the if in life, and by MasterCard. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Just a couple of days away from the 4th of July and the U.S. Women's Open's future sites. Speaking of pine needles, Veronica won. Back there again next year. Interlaken, a beautiful course, Minneapolis area. Saucon Valley after that, Pennsylvania, and Oakmont in 2010. So those are some sweet sights in the future for this championship. And if you're interested in the 07 version, you can log on to that website right there or call the number on your screen.
Got to get this Women's Open out west a little more.
As you look over David Fay's way.
Johnny the homebody.
There's Annika. Donnie, it's hard to put in words what this so far futile chase has been for Annika to get this trophy back, but why don't you give it a shot here?
Well, I think it's important to keep in perspective that she has won at least one major championship in each of the last 5 years. It's been her quest to get this one back in her trophy case that has come up short. And I think those two came a little too, maybe a little too easy. They certainly came early in her career.
She's having a tough career. We got to feel sorry for her.
Yeah, just 67 wins. It's been a tough go.
This is the biggest title you win in this game, in the women's game. And Michelle Wie is on the threshold, Gary, of making some huge history today.
Well, it is something we've all talked about. You know it's going to happen at some point in time. She's way too talented not to win. Can it be today? Now, Johnny, you were talking about how well she's putted. She was saying earlier in the week she felt like these greens were a lot easier to read than the greens she played on in the LPGA Championship a few weeks ago. She thought those greens were much more subtle. These greens were, the breaks were much more obvious.
She had great speed this week. You know, we've talked about her having speed problems, but you look at most of her putts, they've been good.
Well, she needs to have great speed here, definitely. She needs to not think about winning it here because she can't win it here. She's hit 2 relatively poor shots, and I think 2 putts and a bogey would be fine.
One great putt always makes up for the rest of the stuff that's mediocre.
Stay up, needs to stay up.
Nice, very nice.
Good pace. Ahead at 14, Pak's third at the par 4.
And just about 2 paces off the edge of the green, just a little chip and run for Se-Ri.
Oh, got stuck.
Yeah, did not land that far enough. Club got stuck into the ground.
Little scooper there.
Yeah, interesting. Didn't even need to play a wedge there. Could have actually putted the ball very easily.
She had a putter out initially and then decided not to.
Up at 15.
There she is, Stacy P. And her second at the par 4 15th.
Played back into the wind and a little probably from the right. hole is not as far back as it was this morning in the third round.
This is the last of the holes into the wind, and then 16, 17, 18, you're riding in or crosswind and riding, and that was not a good shot. But
total mishit.
There's worse spots to be.
Let's go to 14.
And the lengthy birdie putt for Paula Creamer.
Indeed it is, Dan. Some 35, Gary, some 35 feet downhill. Going to break right to left.
Influenced a little bit by that hogback right about there. That is a total misread.
Wow.
Misread and misspeed.
Yeah, not the first player to miss that putt that badly. Julie Inkster will be next, and Jane, what, 25 feet, maybe something like that?
Yep, I think so, Gary. 25 feet. Tell you what, these greens are tough to read. I don't see a whole lot in this. The wind is coming from her left. I think will influence it. Wind really plays a factor on these greens as far as reading putts. Definitely something to keep in mind.
Very makeable, isn't it, Gary?
Oh, absolutely. Speed should not be an issue. Might turn just a little to her left, but not much. Firm enough. So Inkster safely in with par at 14. She remains at 2 over, 1 off the lead. Just keep waiting, Johnny, for somebody to hit the unbelievable shot or make a long putt. We haven't seen much of it here the last hour or so.
Pretty bunched up at +1 and +2. There's how many guys? The gals 6 within 1 shot.
And it drops all the way back to +6. So
there it is, right there. Those are the contenders. Those are the 6 that you'd think it's gonna.
Goes from 2
title's
to 6.
gonna go to one of them.
It's amazing. The next after the +2, folks, is +6. So it's really that one page is the script, so to speak.
And here is a 26-year-old who is playing in her 6th Open. Tied for 22nd in 02. Only cut made in 5 previous starts. So there seems to be always that wild card player thrown in there in these Open Championships.
I haven't seen too many people walk up and take the flagstick out from that far off the green to check out the break. That, I guess she means business, Dottie.
this would be a good time to start meaning business. I think this is a great golf course to post and wait for other people to struggle coming in.
Maybe she's tired of just getting it up and in. She just wants to get it in.
Other than we at Promenade Suit, in that those 6 players we just showed you, the only one to not have a major championship, and certainly the most under-publicized by far of those 6 when you're talking about Michelle Wie, Sorenstam, Hurst, Sayre, Pak, and Inkster.
She got off to such a good start last year and then really fell off the map the second half of the season.
Got that heavy. Did you see that? She hit behind that ball.
Gonna have to rely on that long putter again. Can she do it again? Annika 13.
With a 4-wood, 187 yards, right back against the wind.
Well, it was a good looking swing.
Yeah, it sounded like a very solid strike, Johnny.
Yes, that was just really beautiful balance and kept her posture perfect.
On the wrong side of the Hawks back, but still a very well played shot. A moment ago at 14, Sayre Pak to stay within 1 of the lead. Oh yeah. Oh, watch out for her.
She just 1 birdie away from maybe taking this championship if she can get in with that +1, Gary.
All right, back at 13, Pat Hurst on the tee.
Just muscling it up there.
Well, a solid strike. This ball going at the center of the green.
Right, wind kind of ate it up a little bit, but safely aboard. But a long way from the hole. 14th tee, Michelle Wie going with the 3-wood. Players can't see the landing area. Drive slightly uphill, but the fairway's 50 yards wide.
A little surprised at that play, Gary.
Yeah, well, got it in the fairway. That's the good news. So Annika Sorenstam, looking for her first Women's Open title in 10 years, is tied with Pat Hurst. Stay with us.
Pramod to stay at +2, 1 back. This has been some remarkable performance with that long putter. A little like the magical run Hillary Lunke made at Pumpkin Ridge on her way to the championship. You can putt your way to this championship. It's been proven. And Pramod is hanging there, 1 behind some of the biggest names in the game.
Yeah.
At 14, Michelle Wie readying for her second shot.
Well, as you said, Gary played the fairway metal to a very wide fairway and is now well back. She has 202 yards.
Downwind left to right, Mark?
Downwind and left to right. She certainly doesn't want to carry it that far with this front hole location, though.
Really needs to land this as much as 10 yards short.
Yeah, that's fine. The ball still should get to the green if it lands 10 yards short. Lost her balance a little bit, going a little right.
Just don't know about that play off the tee. That is a huge fairway to leave yourself that far back.
Back at 13, Pat Hurst with the lengthy putt for birdie. The hole cut some 19 yards back into the green. She's about a yard on, so Arjamalby 50+ feet.
And it will have to come across just the edge of that Hog's back, Gary, that runs into the green. Turn to her left. Say all left to her caddy, who agreed.
Her caddy with a lot of major championship experience. I had a win with Dan my last major. Worked with Amy Ellicott for a long time.
Must strike this putt solidly. It is slow. Beautifully done.
Great speed.
Beautifully done. Will finish out.
Well, I'm a little surprised at Pat Hurst finishing here, considering the through line and the putt that Annika has coming across that hog back.
Safely in for her par. Annika's putt up and over that hog's back we've talked about.
Yes, it is, and it's a substantial hog back, that's for sure. I mean, it's pretty abruptly up, or immediately in front of her, and then it should be moving left, and when it cuts across that, starting downhill.
What do you figure, 18 inches on the hog's back, something like that, right?
Something like that, yeah. It's all about getting the right speed on this one.
That's got to go. It's got to go. It's got to go. Okay. Quickly to 15.
And Inkster looking at that flag just on the horizon.
164.
Leave it alone, Wynn. Leave it alone.
She'll need a chip in like she had there this morning to make 3.
That was a great chip in by Inkster. Gave her the lead in this championship at the time. It seems so long ago, again, in this 36-hole marathon. 6 golfers separated by a single shot. More USGA championship drama coming your way next week. Hutchinson, Kansas, Prairie Dunes Country Club, where Inkster won her last Women's Open title. It's the U.S. Senior Open beginning at Saturday, 3 Eastern time, right here on NBC for the third and final rounds. As we ponder that great clubhouse, ponder that leaderboard. Any gut feelings you got here, Johnny or Dottie? Tough one to figure out.
Well, Annika's in a very nice spot. That's all I can tell you. And Michelle Wie has got another chance. She just keeps lipping out these majors.
Over at 15, Saeed Pak has another chance at another major, at her 6th major title.
And another beautiful drive here. Left herself with 143 to the front, 154 to this whole location. A stiff breeze from the right and into the player's face.
Looks like a 5-iron. Is that possible?
Well, it's possible. There's a lot of wind out here.
Especially on that upslope, huh?
Yeah, it's going to shoot it right up into the air, Johnny.
Come on, get it.
Come on, win!
Get it.
Man.
That went nowhere. That's probably the shortest 5-iron she's ever hit. That went about 125 yards with a 5-iron, Dottie.
Wind pounding on you all day. The pressure of this championship pounding on you all day.
Annika at 13 for her par. All right, good 2-putt. She and Hurst remain tied at +1. We'll move over to the tee at the 14th, the longest par 4 on the golf course. We move up to the green there. Michelle Wie's 3rd. Drive it through the fringe and up toward the hole. Okay, another one of those tough length putts for par. Just see it so many times in a Women's Open. Just a beautiful golf course here. Opened back in the late 1890s. Just a great piece of property for championship golf. Links style, hard against the ocean. Fescue grasses. Really a pleasure to see, Johnny.
A little piece of Great Britain here, you know, it's the bottom line.
Had one player this week said, it feels like we skipped a major and went right to the British.
Especially on Thursday in that fog out.
Oh my.
But no irrigation system in here at Newport Country Club, although just on the greens and tees, they let the fairways be conditioned by Mother Nature.
That Tiger Woods USAM, it's just all yellow we just saw a little while ago.
One of those holes similar to 11 and 12 where you need a draw. Annika going with driver, plenty of room out there for it.
Just cannot make a mistake and miss the fairway here, though. You're not going to get it on. Swinging very smoothly, just sort of doesn't seem like putting much effort into it.
Well, that's up the right side and will just stay in the fairway. I mentioned the fairway 50 yards wide. Players are hitting it 86% of the time.
Let's take a look at this. Watch your eyes. Watch what she does here. Watch your eyes. Not sure what she was checking out there.
All right, Pat Hurst leaning like it might be going to the right.
It is going down the right.
But it'll be fine. Just into the intermediate cut.
She can deal with that rough.
Oh yeah, that's going to look like a great lie for her.
Nothing.
As we move up to 15.
Pak with this delicate little third.
Well, this delicate little third is about 30 paces from the flag, and about half of that is fairway and not green. Boy, this was a really poor iron shot, Johnny.
You think she just came out of it? Couldn't have struck it real solid.
I would agree. Just scooped it up and the wind just ate it up.
Is this like a pitching wedge or 9-iron?
Now, it looks to me like a little pitching wedge from the angle I have, kind of playing back in her stance.
She's got to be careful not to hit this long of the hole, Jane, just a couple of of yards before it runs into that valley in the back.
Exactly. It's up on that little plateau, and she's really hit this very firmly. Hold it, Dottie. That was not a good effort.
Man, that's 2 real poor shots in a row by her. It's a laugher.
So the first time we see Se Ri Pak join the scrambling here in this final round. 14.
As Wee scrambles for par and makes it. Nice up and down for Michelle.
You can't blame it on the putting, that's for sure.
No, absolutely not. She's holed plenty of those short ones this week. Back at 15.
Third for Inkster.
Little chip and run, fairly straight back uphill into the breeze.
There'll be no hole out here. Now she's just hoping for the par to remain at +2, 1 back. We go to 16. Stacy Pramanatsud laying up with her second. Again, a par 5 here, back toward away from the ocean, and she's in good shape. Maybe she can have a putt at a birdie rather than to save par.
Gotta hand it to her. Not many people can make that many putts in the U.S. Open. Just 4 out of 15 greens and 19 putts.
Plenty of American flags on there. Swedish flag of Annika on top there with Pat Hurst. Annika, by the way, became a U.S. citizen on June 14th.
Really?
Still has her Swedish citizenship as well.
Interesting. First thing she said, though, was that I'm not playing for the U.S. in the Solheim Cup.
Did she say that to you? Or just as
She
her
wouldn't
statement
dare.
in general? I was going to say, I couldn't look Dottie Pepper in the eye and say that. Or maybe I could. I don't know. Again, just a half dozen left contending here. This for par for Se Ri Pak at 15, a long way away, Jane.
Yeah, about 30 feet, Dan, from the little bit of a valley back up to this plateau where the hole's located. And this would be a unforced error if she makes bogey here after that poor iron shot. Got to hit it harder than that.
So Pak loses one for the first time since the 4th hole. It's going to fall to +3, just 2 behind though, with 3 holes left for her. Let's go to Annika at 14.
Getting ready for her second shot. Roger?
194 left, Gary. Went down from the left. Land this ball short, chase it on if you're going to get it near the hole, don't you?
Absolutely. No way to carry the ball to the hole and get it to stop.
Just right of the hole.
All right.
Okay.
Very nicely done. The ball you see close there. She and on. Landed it about 10 yards short of the green. Chased it on. Great look back down the 14th. The Atlantic Ocean in the background. White caps for all the breeze we've had today. As we go to 15T.
And Michelle Wie
with the driver. Back into the wind.
Finally got that ponytail out of her way, pulled it up. She's fought with that more than she has anything else today.
Might be good. Might be a little left, but I think left center.
Should be just fine.
Yeah, that's a good drive. That'd take advantage of her length here, especially this hole. And the next hole, she could make a good birdie on 16 downwind. She can get there or get close.
Let's go to the co-leader Hurst.
Second shot at 14.
174 to the hole.
Good shot shape for her, isn't it, Gary?
Yeah, started a little left, let it move right.
Oh, scooter.
Oh, yeah, nice
That
bounce.
was a very fortunate bounce there.
Okay.
Little members bounce there.
Hits right on the downslope of the bunker, it appeared. Let's take another look. Just carries and not only kicks forward, but kicks left. Well, Annika Sorenstam and Pat Hurst tied atop the leaderboard at +1 in the 61st U.S. Women's Open Championship. They both have putts for birdie at 14. Stay with us. We'll return.
Big putt for Julie Inkster for par at 15. Got it. stays one back. She's got the par 5 16th left. We go there with Promenade Sud in her third.
Can she hit a green? Great look at it.
Oh,
no way.
That's really in a bad spot. That's gone in, I think, maybe an old divot, sort of underground.
On a very steep face. 14.
Sorenstam will be putting first for birdie. And a very makeable putt here, Roger. A little long, but shouldn't be a tremendous amount of break in it.
Nobody should come some to the left, I would believe, and it's a little bit uphill, so one she can take a run at.
Not her best.
Well, even though she doesn't have any wins in the last 4 majors, still 9 total for Annika, the most among active players. Trying to move up the list, tie the great Babe Zaharias. Those are best names to ever play the game. You got Inkster back there with 7.
It was interesting, Dan. Earlier in the week, she was asked in the press room if she knew who had the most majors by the women, and she said Mickey Wright instead of Patty Bird. But I'm sure she keeps track of that. All right, Pat Hurst. Chance to take the outright lead.
Well, really, the only birdie putt we've seen, Gary, of any note was Michelle Wie's on 12, right? No one's been able to. We've seen par putts made, but except for that one by Wie, have we seen anything else?
Not that I can recall, Johnny.
Of any note, I mean, you know.
Had to learn a little something from Sorenstam's, would you think, Roger?
Certainly, a similar putt. Be nice to take advantage of that good bounce you got.
That's got some speed. That's got some speed. There we go. Pat Hurst takes the outright lead.
Bulleted it. Ball in there, huh?
Hey.
Why not?
That's right.
That's her 16th birdie this week, Gary. Number 1 in the field.
That'll do it. Up to 16.
And Inkster now 2 behind. These holes are getting precious right now. Par 5, chance to pick one up. And Inkster's just on the edge. Up ahead, there is that steep face that Promenade Sud found, her 4th.
Swing really hard to get it there, I would think.
She could leave this in here.
Yep.
Pops it straight up. Thing of beauty.
Phenomenal.
That lie must not have been as tough as it looked on TV, because she just took a small little swing and popped it up there.
She has been an escape artist as far as bogeys are concerned today. Now Michelle Wie, you can see her position, 2 behind now. Sorenstam 1 back of Hurst after Hurst's latest birdie mark.
Well, now is definitely the time for Michelle Wie to attack. She hit a huge drive, 260 yards into the wind.
Still got to aim a little bit, right?
Mark, can she actually see the hole from there?
She can see about half of the flag. She knows she's got to land it right a little short.
She must know Annika or Pat Hurst birdied that last hole from the roar, huh?
She didn't turn around, but she heard a roar.
You got your target?
Now's the time, like you said, Mark.
This is a Johnny Miller Green Light Special, 127 yards.
Get on the ground.
Going left.
Well, it's not as bad as I thought at first, but she needs, on those little punch shots, she needs to move it back in her stance just a little bit, which would eliminate going left.
While we have a moment, we're going to take a short break from the golf here. We're going to return in just a moment, but first we go to the Lincoln Financial NBC Sports Report and Melissa Stark. Now it's looking like the winner will come from one of those 5, with Sairi Pak drifting back to +3. Pat Hurst getting out in front by 1 over Sorenstam on the tee at 15.
little bit anxiously. I don't know why. It's dead center.
That swing, Johnny and Dottie, about as far away from an Annika Sorenstam or Michelle Wie swing as you could possibly get.
Yeah, like Dottie said, it's grooved.
Up at 16, second for Inkster, laying up on this par 5.
Get up and go.
Sounded heavy.
Oh, just climbs out of the thick stuff.
A little skankster there.
That's a little cross bunker that juts out in front.
Yeah, she hit it heavy though. It was like head cover shot.
Safe in the fairway now. 15 on the tee. Sorenstam a moment ago.
Another good one. She seems to have found her groove a little bit.
Yeah, very effortless with her driver. Just turn and turn.
While we were away, this was Pramana Sood for the par. And once again, escapes a bogey. Stays at +2 within 2. 2 holes left for her. And back over to Wie at 15.
It's a downhill putt from just off the putting surface, but it will not be that quick actually because it's straight back into the wind. She's looking like she thinks it might go a little bit left.
Big hop, and I think it killed a little of that speed. Still a good putt. She's got a par 5 coming up that she came very close to hitting yesterday. Squeezed it right in the front of the green. That's only, gosh, 30 feet wide at the most.
Yeah, it was a great shot. Made her only birdie on a par 5 this week.
So many close calls in the majors for Wie.
Yeah, she's due to make one of these 16-year-old type putts, you know, down the stretch. You know, like, don't even know what you're doing, and make it.
Look at the card today.
Great bogey at 9, though, wasn't it?
It was. Out of that bunker back right. Got it up and down after she had found trouble off the tee.
All in all, after the 82 finishing round last year, Cherry Hills, she's having a good last round.
Flirting with more history, and she would knock this one off the charts. Se-Ri Pak, the youngest to put away this championship at Black Wolf Run back in '98 on a very difficult golf course. The age of 16 would be the youngest major champion, period. And youngest on the LPGA and PGA tours. Will she finally break through that history, what she's been threatening for seems like a few years now?
16 years old, though. That's amazing.
Yep.
Most 16-year-olds can't even get the bowl of cereal out in the morning.
30 years her senior is this lady, Julie Inkster.
Well, this wasn't the layup that she had in mind. She was looking more for 100 yards and now has 159 yards. Downwind and from the left. Hole located 23 paces on and 4 from the right in the back right corner.
She may have missed it, but she left herself an okay angle.
It's good.
She does have a good angle, Dottie.
Inkster has a daughter that's as old as Michelle Wie.
She has made mention of that before.
Stay in the air.
There's an 8-iron. Needs to go.
Release. All right.
Solid shot.
Have a crack at birdie. We go to 17.
Stacy Pramana Sood, 179-yard par 3, 175 to the front. Hole cut just 4 paces. Front center of the green.
Needs to land it short, Gary.
Absolutely, very similar to the 14th hole. Dottie, no way to carry the ball to the hole and have it stop. Trying to get it close. Back at the 15th, Michelle Wie tapped in for her par to remain at 2 over. Asking for this one to go. Did it get the bounce? I think it turned out better than she expected.
What do you call that, Johnny? Playing ugly?
Yeah, you gotta hand it to her. Not many people can keep making those putts under this pressure. If she could somehow knock that in par 18, who knows? You know, at this stage in the day, it's not a bad move by Pat Hurst just to
get off your feet.
Yeah.
Been on them all day long. Up to 16.
All right, here's the par 5 where we can take advantage of her length. Back downwind, away from the ocean. Got to drill one here. Give yourself a chance.
Caddy said, just get it in the fairway and we can get home in 2.
She did not get it in the fairway in the 3rd round this morning. Pulled it badly to the left.
Now let's see if her length will pay off.
Oh, this one is pummeled.
See if it gets a bounce. Yeah, it did, Mark. Got a little roll, and that's a good lie for a fairway wood. That might be a better lie than being in the fairway. Sitting up, nice, well, pretty good. Get a little goer there.
It's the flagstick that Annika Sorenstam is looking at. One back, Roger.
154 to the hole. Wind coming from the right here against some. Needs to start going hole hunting here, John.
Yeah. These are not easy shots, though, when it's blowing 20 miles an hour.
That's
24.
true.
More. Everybody's been leaving it short.
Shot here.
Not Annika. She's up there.
Looking for her first birdie there at the 15th all week long.
She's been very calm this whole championship. The kind of calmness that a lot of times comes out first.
Hurst looking pretty cool with a 1-shot lead.
Well, can she continue to hit quality shots? We'll see.
134.
It's got the power.
Be a ticket.
This is pretty good, too.
Yeah, it is. Both Sorenstam and Hurst with chances birdie at 15. Par 5, 16th. Third for Sairi Pak. Coming off her bogey at 15. Remember to slip to +3. This was a moment ago from 77 yards.
She's going to have to birdie this. Got to birdie it if she wants to have a chance.
Just might. Brittany Lincecum finishing up for par. Remember, she had a share of the 3rd round lead. And she drops it in. Had that 69 in the 3rd round, the best of the 3rd round, and matches the round of the championship.
They're just happy it's over.
20-year-old fires a 78 in this final round to finish it +7, well back. Hurst, Sorenstam, Wee, Inkster, Promenade suited Pak, all in it. Inkster for birdie at the par 5, 16th, 2 back.
Giving it plenty of room out to the right.
Really took it out there wide, Dottie.
Killed it too.
Yeah, that second shot really hurt her. Should have had it down there just for an easy little wedge.
Sairi played from 90 yards closer.
And now she's got a shaky one for par to stay 2 back. Promenade suit with her father on the bag. A native of Thailand who worked as an oil field machinist. Her father goes by the name Lou. And Stacy, really a different kind of golfer, Dottie, has talked about how she doesn't know how long she's going to play this game.
Well, she married, wants to start a family. This is not the only part of her life that really matters for her.
She hit it.
Is it firm enough?
Almost.
Gary, how do you become 7-time Oklahoma Junior champion?
I guess
at
you
11?
start winning them when you're about 10. That is.
You won about
amazing.
as many Florida Junior championships,
not
didn't you,
quite
Gary?
that many. Not quite.
I mean, that's starting at 11 every year. That's some.
Annika Sorenstam now at 15, Roger.
Well, the putt now up over a slight little ridge in the green. Last half of the putt starts to run away just slightly.
Got it there, yes! That was a confident early walk.
I like the fist to the heart. Never seen that one before.
Kind of wheeled in that putter out there, a la Jack Nicklaus. And Hurst has company, and here it was.
Watch the fist afterwards too.
Yep,
that's
it. Showing a lot of heart down the stretch.
That is cool.
Birdie number 4 for Sorenstam, tied for the lead. 3 holes left for her. We'll keep it right here for Pat Hurst. Can she go on top of that one?
Well, not a dissimilar putt. May have a little different angle, so this putt might break a little bit to her left. But still up over a little ridge and then starts to run away just slightly.
This would be quite the double birdie on 14-15, huh, Rod?
Quite the counter punch. So it's Hurst and Sorenstam tied for the lead with 3 holes left. They are now 2 clear of Wee, Inkster, and Promenade Sud. So many things can happen at the par 5 16th, the tough 17th, and the difficult 18th. At 16, Pak for birdie. Gotta have it, and she gets it. So Pak stays in there at +2, back on that group of 6. And now Michelle Wie going for it. Back out on the intermediate cut.
Great angle with the right side of the fairway. Not a very big opening.
Looks like she might be losing it to the right.
Oh, well, got through that long stuff. That's not bad at all. If that would have hung up in that downslope, that's a good shot, actually.
Inkster for par at 16.
Boy, that really moved right.
Look how far away it's gotten, too.
That second shot just killed her. That just about takes her out of it.
She has seen it slip away right here.
You know, she just couldn't afford to go to +3. Especially with Pak, who was 3. Now he's 2. She's 2.
Mm-hmm. So back on the tee after the birdie at 15 is Sorenstam with loads of confidence right now. She has played this back 9 at 2 under. After that double at 7 and the bogey culmination to the front 9. This has been impressive.
This tee shot looking a little right. Finds the primary rough.
It's going to prevent her from going for it. Maybe. We'll get a closer look at the lie coming up at the green. Inkster for bogey. Costly one at this par 5. Back on the tee is Hurst.
This ball moving to the right as well.
Just stops right there and stays in the fairway. And one more look at Annika's birdie at 15 and the confidence she exuded when she knew it was headed down. And Annika has been hearing the cheers all week, says this is one of the largest groups of supporters she can remember in her career. They kind of feel her pain in this championship.
I won't tell you.
At the par 5 16th, Michelle Wie getting a look at where her second shot landed. Mark?
Well, it's in the flat of the bunker. It's a very long bunker shot, which is the real issue here. Hole location's all the way in the back of the green, so it'll be tough once again, just like it was at 13, to carry it all the way back there.
Could she just pick it off like a lot of amateurs do? Just chip it off that sand?
Well, I don't know. There's a pretty good lip in front of her, Johnny. She's taking a full swing, full practice swing, so apparently that's not what she's going to do.
Mark, which one is longer, the one here or at the 13th?
This one is much longer than the one at 13.
Tough shot. What would be a really good shot from there, like 12 feet, 15 feet?
Yeah, I think that would be a good shot. It'd have to be inside 10 to be what I'd call excellent.
Going with a pretty square stance to get a little more power.
Reasonably square club face. Almost.
Yeah, it gives herself a chance. The ball's rolling away though, but got a big hooking putt from there.
Up ahead to 17.
Sairi Pak on the tee with a 6-iron. Actually with a 4-iron.
Well, it said 6 on the iron there.
Yeah, it did, Johnny. That's why I thought it was a 6. Thought that was the information we received.
It was nearly a 1.
And it was a beautiful shot. We've only seen 2 birdies here all day. She's going to have a great chance at one. We go to 18.
Here she comes. Stacy Pramanatsu, 2 behind.
That's a Cinderella story here, no doubt about that. Good
Carries
drive.
the bunker. Yeah, good look at the hole in the back left.
It was a perfect line.
Back to 17.
Julie Inkster on the tee. Has to be thinking birdie, birdie finish.
Looks like a draw follow through.
Now hangs it right. Oh.
Missed that green both times today. One left, one right.
Back to 16.
What about Annika, Roger?
Well, has drawn a pretty decent line in the intermediate cut of rough, so we'll play a 5 wood here.
I'm sure all that workout will pay off on Roger if you can do it. It's a little bit of a gamble.
Yeah.
Easy on that side.
We'll find the primary rough again on the right.
Hurst, Roger.
287 to the hole. Not going to be able to reach it, obviously, but I'm trying to get it down there where she can get a good angle for her third.
Pretty good cut there, Roger.
She's leaning like it's headed a little right and catching the primary rough.
Yeah, she looked like she cut across that pretty good. That is not a good spot.
We've got the co-leader Sorenstam and the primary rough at the 16th. There was a roar at 18 just a little while ago. Sophie Gustafson's 4th. Dropping it in. She began this final round just a couple of shots behind at +2, but a +7 round of 78. That'll help give her a smile as she leaves this championship. And back over to 16, Michelle Wie. Is this the time, Johnny, for one of those 16-year-old putts to roll in?
Well, it's got a big break on it, I think.
It definitely does. It's certainly not right edge.
No.
Pretty similar to the one we saw Julie bomb by just a little while ago.
Remember how much that putt broke coming back she missed?
Board right behind her knows exactly where she stands.
If you're looking at the face on a clock, this ball needs to enter the hole at about 3 o'clock.
Yeah, it's way out to the right. Let's see.
Never had the speed.
Looking to get away, Dottie.
That was a very difficult putt. It just wants to chase away from that hole. Doesn't want to stay near the hole, does it?
It makes Sairi Pak's birdie there even more impressive.
Yeah, you're right. Well,
Wee's got to have it. I mean, this is not the time to do what she's done in past majors and have one wriggle out at a crucial time.
it's hard to know what the leader's going to do. They're both in trouble, though. Sorenstam and Hurst are both not in a good spot with the right hole location, especially with the way that green shoots it to the left. It doesn't look like they're going to make birdie, that's for sure.
Close calls in majors this year. Close calls dating back to major championships as far back as '04 at the Nabisco. A couple back after 3 rounds. Ended up finishing 4 behind Grace Park. What is in store for Wee today? What is in store for Promenade Suit here at 18? 2 behind in the fairway coming up the hill.
She could not have a better look at this whole location. She can chase it up there.
Yeah. Well, the way the day has gone, she'll probably knock it up there inside 5 feet and make birdie. I mean, it's been crazy.
It's been a crazy ride for her father in his late 60s out here.
I mean, she's only hit 4 greens in regulation, folks. And I mean, that is just amazing. 21 putts. That's something, isn't it, Dottie? 21 putts.
That's some nerves. Little draw would work its way all the way back there.
She's 1 over par for the day. +2 for the championship. Sounded a little thin, but maybe it's a chaser. It is a chaser.
Thin to win.
Chasing back.
Look at this. I'm telling you, it's like magic right now.
Is there another magic putt left for Stacy Promenade to post +1 in weight? Even a 2-putt par might get it done. Who knows?
She's wearing out her guardian angel, I can tell you that.
Wee for her par at 16. That just got in. So 2 holes left for Wee. And she is 2 back. 17.
Just a moment ago, Dan Inkster really needs to hold this and then birdie 18.
Spin. Spin.
Asking for it to spin. It does. Oh. What an effort.
She's just a little competitive.
Just a little bit like you.
Sorenstam finally getting off the bag here as the green clears ahead of her, Roger.
And Shi Yuan will be first to play. Wind kind of dying down a little bit later in the day here. Just has kind of taken a bit of a lull in this area.
Back to that in a moment. We go to 17 and Pak.
Chance to get it to 1 over par. Tough putt to read here, Jane.
Yeah, it looks to me like it's going to go to the right, Gary. Makeable putt distance-wise, but can she read enough break in it?
She hit it firm enough? No.
Back uphill and into the breeze. Just didn't hit it hard enough.
All right, safely in with a 3. So Pak remains at 2 over. Nice round for her at 2 under par in the final round. Go back to 16.
Next couple of moments here, Gary, going to determine a lot of this championship. Is it going to be a duel between Sorenstam and Hurst, or are they going to bring the rest into it here, Roger?
Well, not a very good lie. The rough sitting down a little bit. It'll be very difficult getting spin on this ball and not a good angle. This is not going to be easy to get it near the hole. She's got to play it left of the hole.
She's looking left. Gotta muscle it out of there. That's a very smart shot, Roger.
Yes, and well executed.
How about that distance control? She actually has a makeable birdie putt, which that's hard to do from there.
Your move, Pat Hurst.
Now, who's going to blink first, huh?
I like 53 out of her ball. Yeah.
Well, she's made a living out of the rough today.
Literally, since they started play this morning.
She has a gathered heavy hit, though, Roger, that is able to muscle through that rough maybe better than any leader on the leaderboard. And the fact she comes down so steeply on it, you know, there's no grass between the club face and the ball.
You could hear Katie say, yeah, play it out left. Trying to carry it 90 yards with a 53 degree wedge.
Oh man, just right on top of it.
Kick it right, ball. Sit.
Another good play.
Right.
Okay, good shot, man.
We go to the tee at 17.
Michelle Wie getting ready for her tee shot. She's struggled on the par threes this week, +4.
Gary, she'd like to hit it right where she did in the third round this morning, I think. That would be a real good one now.
Remember the trouble she had earlier this week, made a double here from the right bunker.
Lost her balance again a little bit.
Just a little bit left.
Yeah, but it carries too far, Mark. I'll land that ball short of the hole, short of the green.
Would have been about a foot from the hole this morning.
Yeah, she can't believe it.
A little pumped up, maybe. Think so?
Wouldn't be surprised, Johnny. Back to 16.
A couple of big birdie putts coming up. Hurst will putt hers before Annika, Roger.
And this from the back fringe. Moves a little bit to her right. And toward the end of the putt, it starts going back uphill. So it would be an easy putt, I would think, to leave short. Thinking it's quicker than it is.
Talked about the winning ways for Hurst. She did win last year, but that was her first victory in more than 5 years.
And at that award ceremony, she was just overwhelmed. She never realized how much it meant to win, and she openly said, I don't know if I ever believed I really would win again.
And that was in the throes of motherhood. Her and her husband Jeff Height with a couple of young kids. You kind of readjust like Julie Inkster did and learn how to put it all together again.
You learn that time on the golf course is there just for that.
You called it, Raj. Just a little short, not much though. It really moves right at the hole though. That's a pretty good lead. I don't know if she'd want to hit it over. Do you think so, Raj?
Well, no, I think she's going to be pleased with that really from there.
She's in a position, if she can go par, 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 she's got a great chance to at least get in a playoff. So pars are good.
Hey, is +1 going to be good enough for Promenade Suit? If this falls, she'll have it. Maybe +2, but that's asking a lot. So this is big.
She's going to have to make this if she wants to have a chance for playoff.
She's going to have to wait on +2.
She looked up pretty early there and pulled it. That one might have been like, oh my goodness, I got a chance for the Women's U.S. Open.
Back to 16. Sorenstam focusing in on another birdie here to take the lead by herself.
Just about 15 feet. Move a little bit to her right.
Another confident stroke and another birdie for Sorenstam.
Hello.
2 in a row. Two holes left.
We're seeing a little greatness come out right now.
It's been bottled up for a while. But you can see the confidence oozing all over her face. The birdie at 15, birdie at 16. And the #1 player in the world has a message for the rest of the field here. I may haven't won this championship in 10 years. Doesn't mean I've forgotten how to get it done. Great champions figure out a way to rise to the occasion, and Annika Sorenstam with back-to-back birdies now has made this her championship to win or lose, but the crowd, we mentioned the support here, Dottie, and Annika remarked on it earlier this week. She has sensed that they, especially this week, are rooting for her in her corner.
Never been here before and feels like she's at home.
Scorecard for her, there was that stumble down the closing 3 holes of the front 9. After 6, led by 2. After 9, trailed by 2. And then finally got into the lead position.
Well, she's hit every green on the back 9. You know, she had that one stumble on holes 6 through 9 where she went 0 for 4 in greens and regulation, and in the water at 7. But boy, she's settled right in now.
Inkster at +3 now, a full 4 behind now, Jane.
Yeah, desperately needs a miracle here. This is a 7-wood from 218, downwind.
Soft, 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 soft.
That was a huge bounce.
Yeah, that came in really hot.
She's had her battles with this hole. Bogey, bogey, bogey. First 3 rounds, Inkster. Back to Weed, 17.
And a lengthy putt for birdie. Good news is, Mark, Jane Park just putted in front of her in kind of similar line, gave her an idea what she needs to do.
Absolutely, and I think Michelle knows she has to make this one. She was walking up and the crowd was acknowledging her. She was smiling, but it was sort of a sad smile after Annika's putt, sort of a basset hound kind of a smile.
Moves right early and then kind of straightens out at the end. Great effort. Great effort. She knows she hit a good one there. Up to 18.
Sari Pak, desperate time. +2, 3 behind.
188, 6 iron.
Such a draining day. You can hear it, see it on their faces.
Yeah, they're tired.
Again, 36 holes. First tee times today were at 6:30 this morning. They had about half hour or so before they turned around and played the second 18 today.
And you can see from Pak's face, she knows there's been too much cheering behind her to give her much chance.
And most of it coming from the play of this woman, Sorenstam, the only player under par right now, and at the age of 35 has a chance to put this title away again. Waiting for Park up ahead of the green, Gary.
And this for her par. Put her tee shot all the way to the back of the green and putted the ball almost off the front of the green. Still a nice performance by the young amateur. Disappointing 3-putt bogey. We'll move her to 9 over.
5 over to this afternoon.
5 over in the final round, Johnny, but
not that bad.
No, she was saying earlier in the week how she is now tied with Amanda Blumenhurst for low amateur, saying it was not a good year for her in college golf. She was a little disappointed with her play, so this has got to be a real pick-me-up. So we go up to 18.
And Inkster getting a little pick-me-up as she trudges up the fairway. Had designs on becoming the oldest champion in this event. And I know she's playing well, Dottie, but at the age of 46, you do wonder, are you ever going to get in this position?
Well, she's talking about paring her schedule back a little bit after this year.
I think we've heard that before, though.
You're right. She is addicted to being competitive, to being in the hunt.
You really have to go all the way back to Pat Bradley to find a woman golfer who's played this well this late into her 40s.
She's got all her priorities right, and when she comes out here to mean it.
Back to 17.
And the long wait for Annika Sorenstam continues as Zhang Jiang is having some trouble up on the green.
No.
A little bit of nail biting going on. Pat Hurst. Zhang now for a bogey. Drops her to plus 12 for the championship. Sorenstam with the momentum, and Roger, I guess perhaps you got to be a little careful. You're not too jacked up here, not too pumped up.
Well, I would think, if anything, if you could miss it just in front of the green, that would be the spot to be. This is 6-iron now.
Hit every green in regulation, this 9, as I said earlier, and that's all she needs is 2 more of them, and she's got that, probably that trophy, huh? Here.
Good chance of it. Not exactly birdie holes. There's only been 2 here at 17 in the 4th round.
And only 1 at 18, Gary.
Beautiful tempo. Look at her hold that 6-iron.
Ooh, it got the big bounce. Ooh, that's going to run all the way through the green, down the hill.
That was not a good bounce.
No, it landed just on the downslope by the bunker.
It's almost the same spot she chipped from this morning when the whole location was all the way in the back.
Yeah,
see how shocked she looks?
Yeah. Up at 18.
With Sorenstam a long way away at 17. Maybe a +1, Johnny.
+1 definitely has game with the open pressure.
Again, there's only been 1 birdie at 18 by Karen Stupples, the most difficult hole in this final round, averaging more than a half stroke over par.
It's a tough hole location on the left today.
She has been dialed in on this tee shot, though, Johnny. She's been able to hit a nice high fade well down the fairway all 3 times.
She has.
It's solid. The bunker's not in play for her at all.
This one is very low.
That's a very flat tee shot, and that will scoot over in the heavy rough, and that's a bad angle with the. Well, it's sitting up though. Yes, sitting up a little bit.
17.
Pat Hurst.
Got the 6-iron, Gary.
Way back in her stance.
This ball just a little right of the hole.
Well, it gets a big bounce as well, but certainly better than Sorenstam's.
Her bounce popped up where Sorenstam's popped forward.
18.
Sari Pak trying to get it to +1.
Well, can she hit it all the way from one side of the green to the other?
70 feet.
Man, it was right at it.
So Promenade Suit in at +2. Looks like Pak will get in at +2. What will Annika do at 17? Julie Inkster finishing up her championship.
Yeah.
Nice way to finish for par. Her 27th U.S. Women's Open. Put a scare into the youngsters today. But +3 most likely is just not going to be enough. +2 is the lead in the clubhouse. So Inkster officially out of it. And now back at 17, Gary.
Well, Annika's going to have to call on all this new creative imagination that she says she has with her short game. This is an awkward shot. A lot of green to work with, but Roger, there's a lot of slope in here that she's going to have to deal with.
That's just the phrase I was thinking of, Gary. As in pool, a lot of green. This is not going to be an easy one to get close. It's got a lot of slope coming in from the left-hand side. It's this has got to be every bit of 80 feet.
She's got sand wedge. She's going to play it back in her stance.
A little bit into the grain, which could make her come up short if she doesn't watch out.
Needs to slow down. Well, not bad, but certainly not in.
It's never easy, is it, Gary?
No. Up at 18.
All right, to join Pramanatsu with a lead in the clubhouse at +2, Sairi Pak continues to play well after reaching rock bottom in this sport.
What a fourth round.
That's a low round this afternoon.
69 for Pak. And Hurst having a good round today as well. 2 under, over at 17.
Chance to get to 3 under and importantly get to 1 under for the championship. She is second in the field in the putts and greens hit in regulation stat.
That's a good combo.
I guess.
Pretty amazing when she came in here ranked 100th on the overall putting stats on the LPGA for the season. What a turnaround.
Well, she's made a few bombs the last few days this length.
Well, will it reach? Will it reach?
That looked good for a long time, Gary.
It did. It had the line, Danny. There's no doubt about that.
She's pretty fearless. That was popped up there.
Well, she's doing her part, Gary, to win the
certainly
Open.
is.
Is she going to go to 18? 1 back? Or are they going to be tied?
Can Annika make 3 in a row? That's the big question. This one, of course, for a par, but almost in a match play situation.
Roger, this front portion of the green here at 17, pretty tough to read.
It looks as though the ball wants to come a little bit to the left, but I don't think it will it?
Well, it was interesting. Right at the very end of her chip shot as it was rolling out, it curved a little left, which would give you the feeling it would want to move a little right early. But certainly have seen some putts missed on the left-hand side from this location.
Real similar in length putt that she made for par this morning at the same hole.
Yeah, just like that. Very tough putt to read. She hit it where she wanted to. Sorenstam bogey 17, drops back to even par. She at first will go to the final hole of the Women's Open, tied for the lead. She's really been focusing on keeping her head down. She's listening, she's listening. She didn't hear anything.
That takes discipline.
That's that's commitment.
That is scary discipline.
Up to 18.
All right, we from this live 191 back up the hill. Had to kind of go down and reach after it. Skirts that little knob of the bunker.
Got to slow down.
Who was that?
That was a really good shot. She should have gotten more out of that.
All right.
Yeah, she could chip that in.
That would be a +1 number, which might be good enough to get involved here with the difficult 18th, the most difficult hole to get in the final round. Sorenstam and Hurst will play it tied for the lead. We lies 3 at 18. Pak, Pramanatsu in at +2 as the leaders. And the rest of the contenders in this championship. Amanda Blumenhurst with a good outing here. And here comes Michelle Wie, you know. So experienced, scary with all the tournaments and major championships she's already played in at the age of 16. At her age, Tiger Woods had played in only 1 PGA Tour event. Remember that when he missed the cut at LA back in '92 at the age of 16? This is her 29th LPGA Tour start. And she's already had 3 runner-up finishes, 8 top 5s, including top 5s in 5 of her last 6 starts. The roar you heard was they just posted the bogey by Sorenstam at 17.
Well, the course is going to peak.
So the crowd knows it's game on between Sorenstam and Hurst.
And we.
And we, perhaps, pulling up.
Yeah, you never know. She can
You
chip it
figure
in.
they're not, both going to make double.
No, but she's got.
So we here in kind of a desperate mode, but again, 18 has played so difficult, and with the pressure of this championship on the line for both Hurst and Sorenstam, anything can happen.
A little surprising there on Annika's shot there. She did not get the greatest break in the world, but chip shot was so-so. The putt was good, just a misread, but it's right now it's up to first one in the fairway could be the winner here.
Everybody hold still, please.
Both with major championship wins to their credit. You have to draw on that.
The big thing is just to get this ball in play, because you're probably going to bogey it if you miss the fairway. Good chance of it anyway, to get a bad lie.
This is going to the right. This is going to be in the rough right.
And it's just whether or not she draw.
Close to that hazard, which juts out.
Perfect lie. What is the odds of that? I mean, that just almost went in the hazard, and now she's sitting on the best lie I've seen all week in the primary.
Yeah, she's gotten out of a lot tougher stuff than that this week, today.
And a perfect angle back to that back left hole location.
Yeah.
Big break.
Shot on it, go.
Right down the slot. Beautiful drive.
Yeah, that's out there. That got a lot of little extra chase on it.
Looks like it might even be on a little bit of an upslope. Good break.
Well, her ball is way over to the right.
One more time, the fortunate path it took as it went by this hazard.
I believe this ball was actually within the confines of the hazard at one point.
Well, he's lucky it didn't hit that guy in the back and ricochet right in it.
Between him.
Real lucky.
Look at that sit up.
And it's just amazing the lie. But she might have some of those famous little dingle-dangle fescue stems, which I'm not sure if she's clear of those or not, and that could wrap around her hosel, and we'll see that in a minute with Roger Maltby.
Up ahead, Michelle Wie. Mark?
She has absolutely everything going for her if she's trying to hold this chip, which she definitely is. The ball is on the upslope. It's a nice, clean lie. It's a little bit down the hill, but back into the wind, so the speed won't be a real issue.
Well, I asked you earlier, can you remember Michelle ever making a chip shot?
Well, I've seen her hold some chip shots, but never in a situation like this, obviously. She saw the board, obviously, as it changed, with the big 0 going behind Sorenstam's name at 17.
Got to think if she misses, it doesn't matter.
I believe you're right.
3 nice little practice swings.
Just never online. So we with that putt left to join Pak and Promenade suited +2. Hurst and Sorenstam dueling it out for the Open Championship. 37-year-old Pat Hurst in her 12th year in the LPGA Tour, wondering if it's time for her to win her second major championship. Annika Sorenstam, 35 years old, 9 times a major champion, but looking for this U.S. Women's Open title for the first time in 10 years. They're back down the hill, up on the green at 18. John Jang for bogey. Jang has just kind of lost it in this final round after a tough finish to the 3rd round.
That's an 80.
When she was called on a double hit. Again, she viewed the tape, didn't see it that way, but USGA officials made the ruling. And here's Jane Park finishing up. +9, +5 for the day. And this is a par attempt.
She has played nicely, really, Dan, today. Long 36 holes. She really hasn't putted very well. Not as well as Michelle, that's for sure.
Needs to make this to tie for low amateur in this championship. Amanda Blumenhurst and Jane Park tie for that honor. And tie for 10th right now. So that's going to earn them a trip back to this championship in 07.
Nice. Real nice.
Well, Michelle Wie is going to be close, but not quite there again.
How about the 3 major championships? What, the first one, in Nabisco, she loses out by 1 shot, and 2 shots at the your last
both
major
playoffs.
Yeah.
1 shot out,
yeah.
2 shots out.
Yeah.
In contention, all 3 majors, and lost the second event on the schedule by 1.
Hit only 8 greens out of 18 today, which is not hard to do with the heavy wind, though. We have to keep factoring that in, because a lot of these little short iron shots into the wind are no bargains.
She does have to feel good about her putting, though.
Yeah, I thought she was really, really strong with the putting.
Big improvement on the speed.
There you go.
So a smile for Wie, another good showing, but another near miss.
4 times she's been in the top 3 in major championships at 16. That's fantastic.
Dottie, do you ever get frustrated, though? You're not winning? I mean, that's what this game is all about. I mean, I know she's only 16, but you wonder when you pile up all these near misses.
I think we saw the frustration level and some of her emotions this week starting to build up. You couldn't help but get frustrated.
She's a phenom. I mean, we got to be careful because she's 16. I mean, come on.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
I mean, what, 4 times in the top 3 in majors at 16? Never been done in history. I mean, this is uncharted stuff.
All right, back out down the fairway. Got Sheehyun on to play first. You've got Annika's ball ahead of hers, and then Hurst, who just missed out of the hazard.
That's from 190 yards and going a little bit right.
It's a good leave, though.
On. Began the day, or the final round, I should say, 3 back, and now here we go. Pat Hurst from 185.
Really a good line of green of the grass going with her 185 to the hole. Problem will be trying to stop it.
See if she can handle the pressure, Roger.
Yeah, she's hit a low and trying to chase it up, and I don't think it's going to have enough, is it?
It's chasing like crazy, but that's a tough up and in under open pressure. If Annika makes par, she's probably going to win this thing.
And Annika's dealing from the fairway.
Annika just needs to play it out to the right, maybe 15 feet on Roger, and just, if she has to make it, make it. If not, make par and say thanks.
It's from 180.
Downwind.
This ball, center of the green.
Did exactly what she needed to do.
So here comes Sorenstam, wondering if this time it's gonna be enough. 2002, led by 2, got passed by Inkster 66 at Prairie Dunes. Very next year, Pumpkin Ridge bogeyed the last hole to finish out of a playoff, 3-way playoff by 1. Hillary Lunke hoisted the trophy. Very next year, final round 67. Usually good enough to get it done on the final round of this championship, but Meg Mallon just putted lights out and beat her at the Orchards with a 65. Is the wait over?
Boy, she's just walking like she's just starting off the first hole, and, you know.
Pat Hurst.
Gutsy performance.
Out of the rough, spending most of the day chopping out of the thick stuff. Rolled in some long birdies to keep herself in it.
actually considered giving up the game at one point. Taught the game out in the Palm Springs desert area, and I don't know if I want to play competitive golf anymore.
Played the mini tours, eventually earning her card at the '94 Q School. And right now in a head-to-head battle with one of the all-time greats, many think is the best to ever play the women's game. And right now Sorenstam's got her on the green, but
well, Pat Hurst taught at the La Quinta Club in California for a year. That'll make you appreciate the going back on tour, Roger. I don't know if you can hear me with all the noise, but
Sorry, John, I didn't hear you.
I was just saying, when you teach at La Quinta Club for a year, that'll make you want to go back on tour, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, giving lessons is a tough way to make a living, that's for sure.
what does this third look like for Hurst, Raj?
Well, it's a shot that plays uphill slightly and will move from right to left. As pitch and runs go, this is not a hard one, but for the U.S. Open, that's a little different matter now, isn't it?
Made mention of what a good chipper she is. Chipped one in yesterday.
Pretty well done with a championship on the line. But Annika Sorenstam is going to have a putt to win her third U.S. Women's Open.
Under pressure, Roger, you know, that was a pretty darn good chip to come up with the right strike and get the right distance, because most guys will scoop that or drive it by or something.
First, there's Shi Yunan off to the right.
Pretty good stretch of golf for her also these last 3 weeks.
This one downhill and moving to the left. That one hit a little too firm.
That's sort of what you'd almost expect Pat Hurst to do, you know, under the pressure. Something like that you would think would go off in your hands, but she just was wonderful.
Those were great nerves by Hurst.
I mean, really, that's a hard shot.
Annika lining up what could be the winning putt. For the first time in her career, heard the words slump, chinks in the armor. She's lost it. She's not near the player she used to be.
I firmly believe she's made everybody else better. She may have reached a little bit of a plateau, but I think she's elevated everyone else's play.
Roger?
Well, this one will move from right to left. It's a smooth running putt from here. It's not anything that she's going to have to work at to get to the hole. But she certainly played like her old self this backside. Struck the ball beautifully back here.
Some birdie to win this championship has been only one at 18, as we mentioned earlier in this final round.
Get in the hole!
How'd it miss?
She thought she had it, Roger.
How did it miss?
She hit pure putts at 15, 16, 17, and 18. Just 2 of them went in, though. Well, it was looking good.
Look at this.
It wiggled right that one time, and that's what cost her.
Caught the edge.
5 feet from the hole, it wiggled right. Did you see that? Just a little wiggle.
What a beautiful putt.
You thought you had a pressure third shot you saw by Hurst earlier. What about this next putt coming up that she has?
She is.
Knowing that Annika's close in there for her par.
Pat Hurst won the '98 Kraft Nabisco Championship. She made a putt of almost this exact same length to win.
Well, we got a moment. Let's get a quick word with Mark Rolfing.
Michelle, you fought hard all day, 11 hours worth. I know you're disappointed with the outcome, but you can't be disappointed with the way you played.
Yeah, I mean, you know, just a shot here and there. I mean, I felt like I played very solidly all day today. You know, a couple of missed shots, you know, in the second 18, but I still felt like I played awesome, you know. It's just, I'm just getting closer and closer.
Do you think it's going to be real soon?
Yeah, I think it's going to be very soon. I mean, you know, the way I'm playing, it's just going to happen sometime. I mean, it just didn't happen this week, but I felt like, you know, my speed and my putts were the best this week. I felt like my putting was really good. Felt like my shots were very consistent, and I'm just, you know, just have to work on a couple of things, and I feel like I'm right there.
Congratulations on a great performance.
Thank you.
Dan?
Thank you, Mark. All right, Pat Hurst, who you've documented, Dottie, this week at this championship, has had some tough moments with a putter at times. This is a moment to bear down and perhaps get yourself into a playoff tomorrow.
What is it, Roger?
I don't think it'll do much at all, John. Inside the hole on the left.
Pat Hurst bears down and gets the 4. And Annika has just a little left to make it an 18-hole playoff here at Newport tomorrow.
That was one gutsy finish.
Sure was. She got a great break on the drive and a great break on the lie, and then she just took over from there.
That finishes off a 69, and Annika, okay,
well,
got to make this little one. Before that, the South Korean Shi Yunan finishing up. Drifts outside Annika's mark. That far away for Annika for a 9 a.m. playoff tomorrow morning, beginning on ESPN. For the 10th playoff in Women's Open history. First since 2003 when Hillary Lunke beat Angela Stanford at Pumpkin Ridge. We talked about it. That was another Open disappointment for Annika. So here we go. Not through at Newport Country Club to decide the 61st champion. Beautiful up and down by Pat Hurst to force Sorenstam to wait one more day, perhaps. .71 for Sorenstam. Trying to become the last wire-to-wire champion since Amy Alcott in 1980. Has had at least a share of the lead through all of the rounds here. Take another look at the clutch par saver for Pat Hurst with her husband Jeff Hyde there, and Jackson, age 7, Riley, age 4, in his arms. Family's going to do a little overtime stay here in Newport. Mom's got a chance to win the U.S. Open trophy. One that went in the hole for Hurst and one that barely got out of the hole for birdie that would have put it away for Sorenstam. One more look at the putt, which would have won her the 3rd title. That close. But 18 holes away now. Hurst to match the even par round through 72 holes. Even through 72 holes of this championship. 69 for Hurst. Again, an 18-hole playoff tomorrow to decide the champion. 9 a.m. on ESPN. keep it right here. We're going to effort to talk with Pat Hurst and Annika Sorenstam. Michelle Wie back, along with Sairi Pak and Stacy Pramanatsud, who gave it everything she had, scrambling all over Newport today. Julie Inkster 3 back. Stay with us. We'll hear from the participants in the playoff when we return to Newport. Couple of big supporters for Pat Hurst up there, Dottie.
Meg Mallon, Dana Dorman. Dana, good friends with Pat from the San Jose area. Got her 2 boys with her also this week.
All right, so there's the playoff. 9 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow, right here from Newport Country Club on ESPN. And while we wait for the interviews, we're going to show you highlights of their final rounds. And this was Pat Hurst's birdie at the 5th.
Putt right down the hill. This has got some pace to it.
So when that dropped in, it got Hurst back to even par. She was trailing Annika by 2. This birdie at 14 after 2 bogeys at 9 and 11 when it looked like Hurst was going the other way, back to even par, and she led by 1 there. Okay, so then Annika Sorenstam, after getting it together after struggling down the last stretch of holes on the front 9, birdie 10 and then dropped this one in at 15.
And the look on her face when this went in was total confidence.
Tied for the lead at that time with Hurst. And then at 16, this is when Annika grabbed a hold of this championship. Found the thick rough in 2, hit it to there, and then made the 4 and led by 1. But then had this for par at 17. After getting a big bounce toward the back of this hole, wasn't able to get it up and down, and then had this to put away the championship. After Hurst had played her 3rd to the mark you see on the right. That caught an edge on the right side. Annika thought she had it. And then Hurst had this nerve-wracking par, which would match Annika's 4 at the closing hole. Most difficult here at Newport. So they're locked at even par, and Gary Koch is with Pat Hurst.
I certainly am, Dan. And Pat, eyeball to eyeball with the #1 women's player in the world. How'd you do it?
You know, I don't know how I did it. I just went out and played, you know, try to take it 1 shot at a time and not think about anybody else's score. And I know that there's a lot of birdies out there. Well, not a lot of birdies, a lot of bogeys, very little birdies. And I know that if, you know, I just try to play it 1 shot at a time.
All right, your putting this week seemed to be so much better than it's been when you look at the stats all year long on the LPGA Tour. What was the difference?
You know, I had a lesson on Friday before I left, before Rochester, and still didn't feel very comfortable last week, but it sure came around this week, and you know, I feel really comfortable over the ball.
Well, congratulations on that last putt. It was a big one. Let's go over to Roger Maltby.
Thank you, Gary. Annika, you struggled a little bit, 7, 8, and 9. Played those holes in 4 over. What did you tell yourself in the 10th tee to play that back 9 the way you did?
Well, I just kept telling myself it's a long ways to go. Just be patient. It's the Open, and you know the back 9 is tough, and especially with this wind, and especially playing 36 holes in 1 day. I mean, you cannot give up, and I just kept on grinding and grinding. I mean, I'm very happy the way I played. It's been a long week and a really tough golf course, so I'm very happy.
Now, you said prior to the event you were going to kind of pretend like this was just another tournament. Do you still feel that way?
Well, I think I did pretty good. Actually, I mean, I enjoyed myself a lot out there. I mean, I was nervous early on, but after that kind of went away, and I felt great. I mean, I was just enjoying the course, enjoying the crowd, and enjoy when you make some birdies as well.
Well, congratulations. Best of luck to you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Danny?
Thank you, Roger. Still seems relaxed. Near miss at 18 that would have put it away. So at even par at Sorenstam and Hurst in the 18-hole playoff tomorrow. Wie, Pak, Pramanatsud at +2. Coverage of this final round, or this playoff, we should say, the 18-hole playoff, continues tomorrow on ESPN. The U.S. Senior Open Championship comes your way next Saturday at 3 o'clock Eastern Time. And coming up next, it's an all-new Dateline NBC, followed by Law & Order, Criminal Intent, and Crossing Jordan. So after 72 holes, we still don't have a champion. Annika Sorenstam and Pat Hurst to decide the champion tomorrow in an 18-hole playoff. We'll see you at 9 a.m. on ESPN. Welcome once again to Newport Country Club. Slightly overcast skies and those winds that swept this golf course yesterday virtually non-existent as we get set for the 10th 18-hole playoff in U.S. Women's Open history. The final two combatants left on the tee at the par 5 first, ready to begin the final quest for this 61st U.S. Women's Open title.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2006 United States Women's Open Championship, conducted by the United States Golf Association. Today is the 18-hole playoff. Please welcome from Sweden, Annika Sorenstam.
I'm Dan Hicks with Dottie Pepper and our entire golf crew here, welcoming you on this Monday morning. And Annika Sorenstam, 35 years old, in search of her 10th major championship, getting ready to start down the hill at this par 5 first after ending 72 holes of regulation at even par.
This one is headed down the right side of the fairway, a little bit of a fade.
And from Scottsdale, Arizona, Pat Hurst.
Pat Hurst, the underdog, obviously, for the top-ranked player in the world, but earning her spot here by playing 72 holes and even par as well in her 12th year, 4 wins, 1 major championship.
A good one here by Pat also.
So this 18-hole playoff underway to decide the latest U.S. Women's Open champion. ESPN and the United States Golf Association are proud to present a national championship. Today, live 18-hole playoff coverage of the 61st U.S. Women's Open. And the sun trying to break through here on storied Newport Country Club, 4th USGA Championship. And we welcome you once again on this Monday morning. Dan Hicks along with Dottie Pepper. And let's talk about this matchup. Annika Sorenstam with 67 wins in her storied career. At first look, Dottie, this may seem like a mismatch.
Well, it may seem just a little bit like David and Goliath, but I can tell you it's not. Pat Hurst and Annika Sorenstam have the same number of USGA championships on their list of credentials, and Pat Hurst is one fighter. She will say, give me the ball, I want to play.
I saw her earlier this morning and asked her about this chance, and she was full well knows what a big opportunity this is. She said, I want it badly.
Well, she said it's why you come out here and practice and why you work so hard and why you commit so much of your life to pursuing a dream. And Pat Hurst has it all in perspective, but she wants this badly.
All right, what about Annika Sorenstam here in this championship that has eluded her over the years?
That's eluded her, and I think she's almost tried a little too hard.
All right, out to the action. Second for Hurst to this par 5.
266 to the front with a 3-wood. No wind at all to speak of right now. It's going down the right side of the fairway.
All right, so there's the layup for Hurst in good shape to get an opening birdie here. And Mark Rolfing is with Annika Sorenstam this morning. Mark?
Well, Dan, this is a completely different golf course today than the one we've seen all week at Newport. Not a breath of wind right now. Ball well above Annika's feet on this second shot.
All right, so both in good shape. They're out in 2 at the par 5 first. How did they get to this position? We take you back to yesterday's final round. Pat Hurst at +1. There were about 6 players in the mix here before Hurst and Sorenstam began to separate themselves. That birdie got Hurst to even par. Annika trying to match that even par number with this birdie try at 15.
Well, and look at the confidence when this ball finds the hole, even before it found the hole.
So that tied Annika for the lead at even par. And then after getting to the par 5 16, just short of the green in the rough in 2, hit her third to this point. So Sorenstam back-to-back birdies here to take the lead at 1 under. So she seemed to be in great control until this tee shot got away from her, Dottie, at the par 317.
She said she was a little bit in between clubs, but she gets a really flat, hard kick right there. It goes all the way through the green.
All the way through the green and off the back. She was unable to get it up and down from there, so she had a bogey there. And then they came to 18, and this was Hurst's tee shot, which really flirted with a hazard out there. This was a good break.
Easily cleared the bunker, but this little lateral hazard out here and almost hit an observer as well.
So the advantage was in Annika Sorenstam's camp. But look what this little pitch here up the hill. So delicate for Hurst here to try to stay in the championship. That was clutch.
It was clutch, is right. Got the ball on the ground, let it roll out just like it was a putt.
Well, Annika still had a chance to close out the title with this birdie try. And as we said at the top, looked so good for such a long time. Caught the right edge. So it meant that Pat Hurst would be faced with this par putt to force this 18-hole playoff.
Right in the center.
So Hurst and Sorenstam with clutch play at 18, knotted at even par. As Hurst goes after another USGA championship and Annika goes after her third Open title. As we get you back out to the par 5 first and the upcoming thirds for both. Hurst first.
From a perfect angle, 69 yards, just a 3/4 sand wedge. Hole today tucked behind this ridge that bisects the green on the left side. Needs to get up. Needed about 3 more yards of carry.
All the way back off the green. It knows there was just a little too much spin on it. Comes all the way back. So an opening here for Annika, Mark.
She played the hole twice yesterday, Dan, and birdied it both times. Looking right down the throat of the green from 68 yards, carries it past the hole.
And here it comes. Great start for the top player in the world. Dottie, how important is it to get off to a great start?
Well, this golf course can be had in the first 3 or 4 holes. A little less wind today, obviously conditions soft. There's quite a bit of humidity. I think you're going to see these players get off to decent starts, but I think it might be even more crucial for Pat Hurst.
All right, the rest of our announce crew here also working overtime. Gary Koch will be handling the even holes for us in this 18-hole playoff. Mark Rolfing, as you heard, with Annika Sorenstam. Jane Crafter with Pat Hurst. And also with us, proud Newport Country Club member David B. Fay, Executive Director of the USGA. Good to have the blimp back up in the air today after those stiff breezes caused the blimp to not be a part of our coverage. Well, this was Pat Hurst yesterday on Sunday in the final round coming out of the bunker. Started at +2 and then went birdie. So it was a great start for Hurst in the final round yesterday. We'll see what's in store here with this long birdie look, Jane.
Well, important for Pat to get this one up and down. It's about 2 feet off the front of the green. Difficult long part. The pin is located 18 paces on today, so a long part. Got to negotiate that ridge that bisects the green. Should work a little bit to her right once it gets over that ridge. It's very, very close to that ridge, Dottie.
Yeah, only about 5 feet above that ridge to the hole location.
Uphill all the way. Going to be a pretty slow putt. We'll see how Pat's nerves are on this first hole. Always a good indication.
The ridge she putts over will be right here.
It's got to go.
She, in fact, may still be away.
Pat Hurst turned pro back in 1995, but Not before being a member of the NCAA championship team at San Jose State. She was the individual champion that year. You can see a look at her 4 wins, won a major back at the Nabisco in '98. But this is a woman, Dottie, who has won 2 previous USGA championships, the US Junior in '86, the Amateur in '90, and that individual title in '89. So Pat Hurst is a winner and has been so on every level of the game.
She is, and in fact, when she won her junior in '86, she won in a playoff, although it was sudden death.
15th on the money list this year. Tied for 5th at the LPGA Championship. The 2nd major of the year, tied for the lead going into that final round before finishing 2 out of a playoff.
And this is what kept her from winning that championship. She really struggled. About 28 holes to go, things started to get really tough for her with the putter.
You would have never known that yesterday when she nailed that clutch par putt at 18 to force this playoff. And that par putt is off the mark, so an opening bogey for Hurst at the par 5.
Tentative start for someone who normally hits the putts really, really firm.
So an early chance for Annika to take a 2-shot lead.
Dottie, this first green here at Newport Country Club is one of the oldest in America, and unlike many of the other ones here, this does not pitch from the back to the middle of the green. So this putt normally you would think would go left for Annika, but I don't think so. I think it's pretty straight.
In fact, the portion of the green to Annika's right actually falls away into a little valley.
I think it's straight, and she needs to be firm with it.
That's taking charge at the outset. That's kind of a shocker to Hurst to be down 2 after 1 hole, a par 5.
Down 2 with less than 70 yards for your 3rd shot. She's going to need to rally quickly.
Well, let's set up the 2nd hole, Dottie. A short par 4, just 298 yards. Long hitters like Michelle Wie we've seen this week give it a go.
They have. Some players have chosen to lay up with 5 wood because the area around the green can be a little suspect, some longish fescue rough, but at 298 yards, Pat Hurst yesterday put the ball in the greenside bunker, got up and down for birdie. Today, the hole location in the front right, 11 paces on and just 4 from the right. You can see the mound that will come into play.
Dottie, not only the shortest par 4 on the golf course, but played as the easiest hole throughout the championship and the only hole that played under par. Stroke average was 3.91. See where Annika played the hole in pars the first 3 rounds and a birdie in yesterday's final round.
This looks like fairway wood.
It is, Dottie. And she has pulled this one a little bit left. Oh, nice friendly bounce.
Stays just in the left edge of the fairway, and that will give her a wonderful angle at the hole cut just 4 paces from the right edge of the green.
Pat Hurst also going with a fairway medal.
It's 223 yards to the bunker on the left where Annika is just short.
That one looks good, Dottie.
Right in the heart of the fairway for Pat Hurst at the short par 4 second, but quite a start to this 18-hole playoff. Annika Sorenstam with a quick bogey. Pat Hurst makes bogey. 2 shots separate the two. And back at the short par 4 second, Pat Hurst will be first to play to the green.
And this will be from 99 yards, Gary. She's got to throw this ball past the flag. There's a backstop there. Just a gap wedge.
Backstop some 3 yards or so behind the hole.
That's a better shot.
There we go. Utilizing the slope in the green, and Pat Hurst will have a short putt for a birdie. She made 16 birdies throughout the first 4 days of the competition. By far the best in the field. Now Annika Sorenstam ready with her second.
She's got 96 yards, and from the left side of the fairway doesn't have to deal with that front right mound. This is going to be a little deep, I think.
Ooh, that hits up on top and does not come back, so Annika will have a tricky putt off the top level down into the little bowl where the hole is cut.
So kind of an up and down start here for Pat Hurst so far. And earlier this morning, Gary, I asked Annika, how will her play affect the way you play your game today?
I got to play my own game today. It's stroke play. 18 holes, anything can happen. But I'll be really looking at Pat and see how she's playing, especially down the stretch. You know, if I do have to play aggressive, then I will. Can I play conservative? Then obviously I will. So it's a little bit of both, but I think especially in the beginning, you just got to play the golf course and try and do the best you can.
Well, I think Annika really nailed it right there. It is stroke play. You're out there what feels like a little bit of a match play situation, but it's the total number of strokes at the end of the day.
And right now, she is too clear of Hurst, but as she knows, and Gary, we all know it could change in a hurry. A birdie here and a par or a bogey, and all of a sudden it's right back to all square, I guess, to use a match play term.
Well, I would think for Pat Hurst, a very good sign to see her hit such a quality second shot. And if she can make this putt, even if she only picks up one, that's got to be a huge boost to her confidence. Kind of settle the nerves a little bit. And Mark, this birdie putt for Annika is it's no bargain to even two putt.
No, it's not. You know, there's a dampness in the air, Gary, and you have to forget about yesterday if you're Annika and Pat, because I'm saying that greens right now probably are rolling about a foot slower on the Stimpmeter than they were yesterday afternoon.
See the graphic there. Annika made 11 birdies throughout the course of the 72 holes. That ranked her 4th in the field.
Well, this one is pretty much downhill all the way. It's going to break a little bit right in the beginning of the putt and then tend to straighten out. The mistake here, I think, would be to leave it short, Dottie. You don't want to leave it up on that hill with the second putt still going back down.
No, you certainly don't, Mark. And she's got a little bit beyond the hole. If she decides to be a little aggressive, I don't think that's a bad play.
There's the right-hand turn. The speed looks pretty good. How about this? Ooh. Good effort. She's watching it. It's got a chance. She made those clutch putts at 15 and 16 yesterday, but she made a lot of other putts that looked like they could go in, Dottie.
Well, she was funny. You know, she said yesterday at the 18th hole, Gary, she finally felt like she got the speed right, and it looked like she had it right a little earlier than that to us.
All right, big putt, I would say, for Pat Hurst to get settled down and into the round.
Absolutely, Gary. And she was watching intently as Annika's ball went past the hole, and she could see Annika's ball broke a little bit more to Annika's right than I think I expected. So Pat can see that this is going to have just a little bit of right to left initially, just about 3.5 feet.
Ooh. Dottie, that looked a little bit like the stroke that plagued her at the LPGA Championship.
It did. She normally has that little bit of a pop stroke, Gary, but that was the faster of the two pop speeds.
Take a look here at the stroke. Got the hands separated. It may have come up just a little bit, but that to me is when you play the ball out on the toe like that, you sometimes bring the putter from the inside and catch it in the heel. Catch the ball in the heel, and it wants to dart left a little quicker than you expect. All right, Annika now for her par and a chance to remain 2 shots ahead.
That would really, at this stage, Gary, be an escape, I think.
Yeah, keeping that head rock solid down, listening for it to go in. 2 good putts from Annika Sorenstam, 2 poor putts from Pat Hurst.
And you wonder who's feeling the pressure most here, Gary, and ask Pat Hurst if there's less pressure on her because she is playing the #1 player in the world, Annika Sorenstam.
You know, I wouldn't say there's less pressure. I would have to say there's, you know, there is definitely pressure on both of us, but, you know, she's been there, done it. You know, the pressure's there, you know, and I think we both want it so bad that, that no matter who it is, the pressure is still definitely there.
Well, that pressure seems to be having a bigger impact on Pat Hurst right now than it does on Annika Sorenstam.
Here's Pat with a long-time caddy for about 5 years now. Danny Wilson, who's caddied for some of the all-time greats through the years, including you in a major championship.
Well, I don't think I'm in the neighborhood with Amy Alcott, but regardless, thank you very much. Third hole. Hard hole throughout the championship. Second most difficult hole location today. Cut in the front, almost in the center, but that false front of 6 will definitely come into play just 4 yards before it gets flat at the hole. Bunkers in play. Hazard left if you should hit a quick hook.
Dottie, with the absence of the wind today, this hole's going to play much easier than it has the last couple of days. But even when it was playing tough, Annika Sorenstam played it extremely well. 1 under par for the championship.
This is the 3rd straight women's major to be decided in a playoff. So it's a major playoff year for the women. Kari Webb beat Lorena Ochoa at the Nabisco earlier this year and then lost to Sairi Pak at the LPGA Championship. Both concluded on the first hole of sudden death, but as is the USGA custom here, an 18-hole playoff in this championship.
Well, so far the storyline of those major championships has been resurgency, and I think you can
and
almost say
shots.
that too. Absolutely. I think given Annika's performance not up to her standard this year, you might be able to continue that storyline a little bit if she were to come out winning this afternoon.
And it would be fun to see a great shot thrown in there perhaps to decide this title, like Kari Webb's hole out on the final hole of regulation, and then Sairi Pak on the playoff hole hitting a 4-iron hybrid to a couple of inches to put that one away.
Yeah, from just about 200 yards, nearly hold it. Now Annika.
This one is turning down the left-hand side.
Good bounces there.
Well, Dottie, Pat Hurst, on the other hand, has played this hole 1 over par. No wind at all, as Mark said. 251 yards to that left-hand bunker. Must stay right at that. Well, this one started down the middle. Good looking drive.
It's not a textbook swing, Dottie, but it gets it done.
It repeats.
And it's out there in the fairway. Annika Sorenstam has the 2-shot advantage over Pat Hurst. 18-hole playoff is at the par 4 third. What a different kind of weather day today. You see that flag absolutely limp at the 3rd hole here, the par 4, which is where this 18-hole playoff is right now. Original architect here at Newport Country Club, Willie Davis. And then Donald Ross and A.W. Tillinghast touched things up a bit. Tillinghast really has had the biggest impact here, as the course of the day really represents his touches here, Dottie. It's just a magnificent venue. Of course, the first U.S. Amateur and the first U.S. Opens played here back in 1895, and then Tiger's U.S. Amateur Championship back in 95 before this championship's arrival 11 years later. Back out there, we've got Pat Hurst to play first from the fairway, Jane.
Yeah, beautiful position on a slight upslope, 156 yards to this whole location. As Dottie said, must carry it over that false front, 152 minimum. Started right at the flag.
Annika from the intermediate mark.
It is the intermediate rough, but the ball is sitting down slightly in it. She's got 145 yards.
Mark, chance for it to come out heavy or more like a flyer?
I think more like a flyer. This one looks good.
Right there.
Tremendous.
Annika coming out looking sharp. Today we talked about the first two major championships of the year, producing some exciting highlights and playoffs. Well, how about this U.S. Open back in '98? A playoff. As Jenny Shasiraporn, the Duke Amateur, with that expression, which is still one of the greatest in all of sports history. The unlikely putt that got her into a playoff with Sairi Pak, who then closed it out. They played 18 more holes and still hadn't decided it. So on the second hole of sudden death, Pak secured it with her second straight major to become the youngest champion ever in this event at age 20. And then there was Pumpkin Ridge. Remember this from '03? Angela Stanford on the 72nd hole. That was a putt to get into what was a three-person playoff. Hillary Lunke, Kelly Robbins, but this was Stanford again with a birdie putt on the 18th hole of the playoff, which forced Lunke, the Cinderella story of that year, to make her birdie putt to put away the championship. And then it was tears of joy which flowed. Stanford with two dramatic putts on that 18th green. But Hillary Lunke lifted the trophy. And so those the last two playoffs in this championship's history. Lunke the winner in '03, Pak the winner at Black Wolf Run in '98, and then on down the list. Again, the 10th playoff in this championship's history.
I think that '87 playoff was held on a Tuesday because of weather interruptions, not unlike we had here earlier this week.
Yeah, again, Thursday's play completely wiped out, which forced the 36-hole marathon yesterday. And saw Pat this morning and said, how good a night's sleep did you get? She said, all right, I'm pretty tired. And it's been a grueling week. Playoff records, all sudden death here between these two players. Pat Hurst 0-3, 0-2 versus Sorenstam. 97 Tour Championship and at Tucson in 2000. So Hurst with three playoff, two of the three losses to Annika, who's 14-5 through her storied career. Her playoff record.
Just the fact that she's been in now 20 is totally amazing.
Okay, Jane.
Well, this part of Pat Hurst, some 30 feet across the front plateau of this green, is definitely going to have some right to left break here.
Pretty good speed. But another chance for Annika to pick up another stroke.
Dottie, Annika's iron play this week has been just outstanding, really controlling the irons very well. In fact, she was only in 3 bunkers in 72 holes, and there are plenty of them out here to get in.
Well, as we made mention, 125 total on the property. And the inconsistencies of these bunkers really gave the field a very hard time this week. Some players resorting to putting different wedges in with less bounce. But I think they were terrific. They're not supposed to be perfect and totally predictable.
She's got about 6 feet here now. Ball is going to turn to her left, so she will have to get the proper pace. I think if she's dying it in the hole, she'll need to start it outside the right edge, but if she chooses to hit it firm, she can hit it on the edge.
Going about as good as it could possibly go for Sorenstam, who's going to build a 3-shot lead here through the first 3 holes. Hurst still with a par putt to negotiate here, but tell you what, it has the look of a Swedish steamrolling machine right now.
Both putts have gone in with some serious steam on them as well.
So if you're Hurst, you just got to stay patient, not get flustered. You're 3 shots behind already.
Remember, Annika made a real uncharacteristic mistake yesterday at the 7th, made a double, made a couple of bogeys to follow. Anything can happen in this format so quickly.
Good crowds out here again today. They have been all over this course all week long and providing us the beautiful shots high above. Good to see MetLife Blimp back up there today. A little blue sky behind Snoopy 1 there, as this early morning overcast skies starting to burn off here a little bit. And a great shot of the harbor here in Newport. All those boats. Holiday weekend, July 4th tomorrow, as this country celebrates its 230th birthday. And this is just one of the great spots in America to celebrate it. On the tip of Aquidneck Island here in Rhode Island. Let's set up this little fourth hole here, Dottie, back up to the clubhouse.
It is. It's a green surface that the players cannot see from this lower tee. Pretty reasonable hole location here today, though.
It is, Dottie. Cut back into the green some 19 paces, just past the center. Certainly one where you can use the ridge to the left of the hole to work the ball in toward the where the hole is placed.
You saw a decent amount of birdies here this week, didn't you, Gary?
Well, we did. It played as the easiest par 3, certainly the shortest, and the easiest par 3 of the 4 here at Newport Country Club. So, and I would think playing right now as easy as it has all week. Earlier in the week, we had quite a bit of wind into the players, and it was hard to feel from this lower tee, some 15 or 20 feet below the level of the green.
This is just a 9-iron, Gary. 137 yards. This is the shortest it's played all week. Took a big bounce.
Stay up on that upper level, so downhill putt. Well, it's trying to trickle back a little bit as we keep an eye on it here. All right, finally comes to rest.
Gary Pathurst has an 8-iron in hand, going down the handle on it just a little bit.
Good hole location for her natural shot, a little left to right. See if she can pull it off.
Yeah, there's no wind at all to speak of. This is starting left of the hole, trying to work back. It's staying on its line.
All right, so Hurst and Sorenstam both with birdie putts at the short par 3 fourth. But right now it's Annika Sorenstam with the putt at the third. She's got a 3-shot lead. We'll be right back. And back at the fourth green, Annika Sorenstam will be first to putt for birdie.
She's got about 35 feet back down the hill here. Putt is definitely going to turn to her right, particularly pretty hard right at the hole. I wouldn't be surprised to see her take it up on that left-hand side and try and bring it in from the left there.
Pretty well judged.
Well, so much charming history here, David Fay. Story tell kind of history here. Out there is a look at Hammersmith Farm.
That's right. That was the summer home for Jacqueline Bouvier Kennedy, her stepfather, Hugh Auchincloss. And a feeling among the members when you're playing what we're considering Championship 18, the perfect line, you can't see it because of all the tents, is to aim to Jackie's bedroom window.
That's where Jackie spent her summers growing up, and of course married John F. Kennedy back here in Newport on September 12th, 1953 at St. Mary's Church here in Newport.
All right, back to the golf. Hurst for birdie.
Yeah, downhill slider from left to right, some 25 feet. A lot of break here. Oh, just ran out of steam. Good line, though. If a little more speed, it would have been in.
Hurst in with her par at the fourth. She'll remain at +1.
Hold up, please.
And Annika's putt mark just, what, a couple feet?
I'd call it 2.5, Gary. It's one you have to pay attention to.
Dottie, I love the discipline she shows. How she just keeps that head down forever and listens for the ball to go in the hole.
It's kind of the way Annika goes just about everything, from her workouts to every bit of preparation to playing.
Okay, through the fourth hole, Annika Sorenstam, 2 under par, holds a 3-shot advantage over Pat Hurst. We'll be back to the Newport Country Club after this.
Well, we don't have much turnaround time here to head to the next USGA Championship this summer. U.S. Senior Open at Prairie Dunes Country Club in Hutchinson, Kansas. You can see the schedule there on ESPN for the first and second rounds. And then we join you on NBC for the weekend as Fred Funk makes his senior debut. Alan Doyle defending out there. Back-to-back par 3s. This one coming down the hill, the par 3/5 at 192 yards today, Dottie.
They've moved the teeing ground back today, some 30 yards. I think the toughest of the hole occasions we've seen all week. This green moves hard right to left, and it's more toward the right than it has been all week.
No problem for David Fay, who picked up one of his career aces here on this hole.
Annika with a 5-iron here. This one has started well right. Needs a friendly kick off that hill. Here it comes.
Does have that right to left tilt. So that ends up in great shape.
I think the only way you can keep it close is if you manage to put it into the fringe first.
Annika is hitting on all cylinders. 5 of 5 in greens and regulation so far in this 18-hole playoff. And look at how Hurst has played this par 3 for the week.
She's got a 5-iron also. Started it right on the same line as Annika's.
That's going to filter all the way down.
It's going to take the full tour.
Pat Hurst may have the easier of the 2 cuts, despite being further away.
Well, let's get to know the Hurst family a little better. Let's go down to Jane Crafter.
Well, thanks, Dan. I'm here with Pat's husband, Jeff Haidt. And Jeff, how's it feel for you? A little nerve-wracking out here watching your wife play in this final 18-hole playoff?
Absolutely. But she's a fighter. She's got off to, like you said, to a little rough start, but she's a fighter. She'll be all right.
Now, she woke up this morning and I heard you say she wanted to know where the wind was coming from.
Well, yeah, yesterday, it blew all day, and that's really kind of the teeth of the golf course is when it's blowing. I mean, 3, they just played 3, and they were hitting, really long irons, and some players even woods the first 4 rounds, and today they had middle to short irons in, not short irons, but middle irons in. So it's an equalizer. She likes the wind. She's kind of a grinder, so the wind would have been nice.
Now, how was your evening last night? The excitement, the adrenaline sort of wind down a little bit. Did she get good rest?
I think she got good rest. Yeah, there was a lot of voicemails, which we'll get to all those people eventually. Just so you know that out there. But it was very hectic. I'm just trying to get settled down, and it was tough because they got done at 8:30 or so. Or by the time we left, it was 8:30. So, and you got to do dinner and that sort of stuff. So it was hectic.
And will the kids be out here later on?
I hope so. They should be, towards the back side. They're both kind of young still, so they can only handle so many holes.
Well, thanks for stopping by, and let's go see how she does.
All right, thanks.
Back to you, Dan.
Thanks, Jane. And Jeff, 2 children, Jackson, age 7, Riley, age 4, and Pat Hurst and her husband Jeff do that juggling act that so many people do with kids, and he's a representative for manufacturer there on his hat there, what you saw. So he's out to the tournaments early in the week, heads home once the tournament starts up. Pat starts playing golf. He takes care of the kids when he's home, and it's they've gotten into the groove.
They've gotten it figured out. Early on, they got some help from her mom that came out when the kids were really, really little. LPGA daycare, fantastic, and it's helped so many of these moms be out here and be able to juggle it all.
Well, Jackson and Riley, the kids, and husband Jeff would like to celebrate a little comeback after Mom got down by 3 in a hurry here to the #1 player in the world. So Hurst faced with this putt for birdie.
Two completely different putts for these players here at the 5th green. Pat's is up the hill and going to fade. Annika's is fairly flat, but she's got a big hook in her putt.
Pace of play today has been fantastic. Annika made the remark last night that she was really looking forward today because Pat does play quickly. It's just should be played that way.
I mean, they could get done with this 18-hole playoff, barring it's settled after 18 holes in less than 4 hours, right?
No reason not to.
Yeah.
Got terrific scoring conditions, players who are ready to play.
Yeah, no wind to kind of confuse the club selection.
A little bit of overcast too, I think, really helps the depth perception. It's from about 16 feet.
Chance to increase the lead. Good looking putt here. Oh.
Literally every putt she has hit had a chance, was looking in.
How tough is it, Dottie, to stay in the present? I mean, that's what sports is all about. That's what this game certainly is all about. Not get ahead of yourself. When you get a 3-shot lead, I mean, you're just envisioning yourself with that trophy. It's tough.
Don't make that speech too quickly. We saw the stumbles that can happen on this golf course. Hardly a player in the field this week went through without some sort of a big number. Annika said it's what happens at 18, not short stretches.
In safely to the par, so Annika remains 2 under in the early going here and maintains that 3-shot lead over Hurst as we move ahead to the par 4 6th, 426-yard hole. Dogleg to the right, Dottie.
Gary, it's a tough one. Tough driving hole, tough second.
Well, it is, Dottie. It played as the 4th hardest hole throughout the championship, stroke average of 4.47, and there were as many double bogeys as there were birdies made. So should play a little easier today. This hole has been into the wind throughout the entire championship, and of course, as we've documented, very little wind today. But still a very good hole. Must put the ball in play off the tee. Get it in the rough here. That cross bunker you see some 50 yards short of the green can really be an issue.
Saw the players struggle with that false front that's on here as well earlier this week. Hole location today much further back, and it shouldn't be a problem.
And we see Annika has, like a lot of players have, kind of struggled here. Made a couple of bogeys.
She did make a great up and down yesterday in the final round, though, Gary. From short of the green and right. A lot of balls end up in the left rough off this tee.
It's just a tough eye line in general.
Oh, no.
Good look there. You could see that stronger left-hand grip that she worked so hard on earlier in the week with her teacher, Henry Rice, trying to firm the club up at the top. Dottie, it looks a lot better.
Well, you can almost see 3 knuckles, 2 for sure.
Club much more pointing down the target line at the top. She had gotten into a habit really at the LPGA Championship where the club was laid off and well behind her.
This ball headed down the right-hand side.
Well, it doesn't look particularly good. We'll have to wait and see. Dottie, definitely some differences in the 2 golf swings. How about Pat's?
There are. Well, you see Pat is set up very strong at address. Takes it back nice and low, but it is inside. Dumps it across the line. Long. A little Daly-esque. But fast at the bottom. It's where she generates an awful lot of club head speed.
2 very diverse-looking swings, but they've both produced some great results. Right now, Pat Hurst is looking for a way to come back. Annika up by 3.
Tonight on ESPN, an AL-NL showdown presented by State Farm. It's the Atlanta Braves taking on the Bronx Bombers at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 p.m. Pacific. Great sports holiday weekend, including the culmination of this championship week in the U.S. Women's Open, third major of the year for the ladies. Pat Hurst makes her home in Scottsdale, Arizona, taking on Annika Sorenstam, native of Sweden, who still lives in Orlando. And Hurst trying to make this list. Golfers win 3 different USGA championships. Girls junior title already with Hurst, along with a women's amateur. Only one player has won the Women's Open, Women's Amateur, and Girls Junior, and that's Joanne Carner. And we talked about it yesterday that Tiger Woods is the only player to do the male equivalent of that. So this is pretty heady stuff for Hurst to have a chance at.
Pretty heady stuff. Also, Carner was here earlier this week. Great Champions Clinic they had on Tuesday.
Well, there's her ball in the bunker, and obviously the big lip and the high fescue grass will both be issues.
80 to the end.
And it appears that Sorenstam will be first to play her second.
She's got some issues also, though. Not a particularly good lie over here at the ball. Just in the first cut of primary rough.
Here, caddy Terry McNamara say keep it right of the bunker. You got plenty of club to land it short and let it run up.
Looks like her feet are pretty darn far above the golf ball as well.
Squirted way right.
That will not be good up there.
So that has found the green side bunker, but it is a long way from the hole.
Well, now, Gary, Pat Hurst's ball is about 1 pace from the lip of the bunker. This lip has a lot of fescue in it. She's going to have to get this ball up very quickly.
No, you want to go at the left.
Best she can do with the sand is knock it out with the sand wedge.
Yeah, she's looking way left. Just
absolutely.
Make sure you don't make a huge mistake here.
Just get the ball back in play. It's got to sit down.
Boy, there's a situation where I know it's stroke play, but you have to pay attention to where Annika's hit it. She is probably not going to make a par. In fact, if Hurst had just put it back in the fairway, Dottie, she probably would have had the advantage.
Absolutely, and now she will be lucky to have a good lie and maybe be able to play at the center of the green.
Well, let's take a look at these are some of the problems that the players encounter here at Newport Country Club. Annika trying to gouge it out of this primary cut of rough.
Just thick.
And Hurst playing from the bunker. A lot of these bunkers, steep faces, and of course the fescue adds to the problem. And I think an example of just trying to get a little too much out of it.
Or maybe it just came out a little better than she thought.
Well, that's true too.
But definitely a error that she can't afford to make at this point.
Not when you're 3 strokes behind after the first 5 holes. Primary cut of rough cut at 3 1/4 inches, and it has had some opportunity to grow as well this week with all the moisture that we have seen around here the early part of the week.
And Gary, not a horrible lie, certainly not the worst I've seen, but not the best. You can see Pat kind of shaking her head there. I really think that one just came out a little bit faster than she thought.
Okay. Yeah.
She has 76 yards now to this back left hole location.
19 to 80. Yeah.
A similar sort of shot she had yesterday, Gary, at 16, and managed to get it on the green with a chance.
Well,
sorry, Gary.
Yeah, well, she certainly can muscle the ball out of the rough. We saw numerous examples of that yesterday, Jane. She has a very strong hit through the ball.
She does, and she comes down on it very sharply, Gary, and I think that really helps. It's just a sand wedge here, and a caddy, Dan Wilson, saying just aim it out to the right. Let the slope bring it back to the hole. It came out of there pretty well.
Be good, Will it gather and come back?
Come on.
Oh, it's trying. It's trying, but there's just a little more moisture in the greens than we saw yesterday afternoon. And Annika with surveying her third.
It's a bunker shot of about 35, maybe almost 40 yards, so a long one. Anything 10 feet or so would be pretty good from here.
That was a little chunky, Mark. Quite a bit behind the ball. And
I mentioned earlier, Gary, that she'd only been in 3 bunkers in the 72 holes, so she hadn't had a lot of work out of them.
Well, we'll see her, Dottie, kind of get the club up, playing from a square stance, square club face, which is what you want to do on a lengthy bunker shot, but just hit too far behind it.
Well, certainly made more difficult by the fact that it was a little bit on that upslope.
13th U.S. Women's Open for Annika Sorenstam, and we have updated this lowest scoring averages graphic you're seeing there. Kari Webb had it before this championship, and Annika Sorenstam has taken over the lead. 48 rounds, less than 72. By the way, Kari Webb tied for 37th at plus 15 in this championship after winning at Nabisco earlier this year in the first major of the year.
Sairi Pak also with a top 5 here.
Sairi Pak had her chances yesterday. She was in it down to the end. There was about 6 golfers, including Stacy Promenade-Sud, who was there with a chance. Julie Inkster had her chances yesterday. And remember, if you think this might be getting a little out of hand, remember that yesterday in the final round, Annika led Hurst by 2 after 6 holes. 3 holes later, it was Hurst who led Annika by 2. So, as you've talked about, Dottie, it can turn around in a hurry.
And this is the stage of the golf course that Annika has struggled on. She's played the 6th hole 2 over, the 7th hole 1 over, the 8th hole 2 over, and the 9th hole 1 over. So a tough stretch of holes coming up, and holes that she has not done particularly well on.
Well, she said she made one bad swing yesterday, that at the 7th, and look what happened.
She'd like to play this hole 1 over right now, which would mean 2 putts.
Very well done.
So Pat Hurst will have a chance to cut into the lead. And Jane, I would think this putt with the greens, with them being a little moist and a little slower, considerably easier than it would have been late yesterday afternoon.
Well, absolutely, and also with no wind, because the wind would have been helping this putt speed up downhill. The general lay of this green is, as Pat's standing there toward the hole, from her left to right. There's a little bit of a knoll to the right that may cause us to straighten up a little bit. Don't look for this to do a whole heck of a lot.
She led the field in total putts throughout the championship, just 110 putts for 72 holes.
And Gary, she can be a really streaky putter, sometimes really good and sometimes really bad, so anything can happen with Pat Hurst.
Good call on the read, Jane. The ball definitely going back to the left at the end, and I'm not sure she saw that.
You're right, though, Jane. Pat Hurst can get it rolling and get hot. Leader in this championship, statistically total putts first, total birdies with 16. We saw her pour some in yesterday, Gary.
We did, and you know, I talked to her after she finished regulation play, and she was talking about a putting lesson that she received from Doug Brook, a teaching pro back in the Scottsdale area, a couple of weeks ago. So it kind of got her thinking more about making putts, less about the mechanics.
Well, that's the stuff we saw at the LPGA Championship.
Well, let's take a look again at the head. Like it's moving out of there a little quickly, and Dottie, that's the putt she hits in the heel, and it just darts to the left. She has a tendency to line the ball up on the toe, which makes you want to come from the inside out as you go through the putt.
Her head almost moved down and to the left, right where the ball went.
So a double bogey 6 for Hurst. Annika with a chance now to pick up another stroke. All right.
You just can't open the door for a player like Annika that wide, Gary, and expect to get away with it. I mean,
I agree, Dan. I mean, we saw her make a very rare mistake yesterday here at the 7th hole, but they don't happen often.
That's right. This is where Annika seemingly set up for a good chance at birdie. Hit a shot that went awry here, Dottie, and there's that water that fronts the green here at the 7th.
Front and where Annika found the ball. The water yesterday was left. Today the hole is actually 6 on off the front edge, same distance as it was from the front edge yesterday, but significantly further to the right. There's a lateral water hazard all the way down the left-hand side. Bunkers both sides. 235 yards would be a perfect tee shot and leave just a short iron in.
So today, Annika plays this 7th with a 4-shot lead, picking one up with a bogey on the previous hole.
Aggressive play here going with driver.
It was aggressive, Dottie, but it was also very good.
Very straight.
But, you know, recent early big leads in these Women's Open playoffs, Dottie, haven't necessarily held up. Remember, Hillary Lunke led by 4 after 6 holes. Had to make that long birdie at 18 that we showed you earlier to win it. And then the Duke Amateur back in '98 in the other playoff we showed you, Jenny Shasiraporn led by 4 after 5, eventually lost an extra hole. So I think we've made the point.
Pat Hurst also going with driver. She's played this hole 1 under par so far this week, so she obviously has a good feeling on this hole.
Needs to sit down. Stays in that 1.5-inch long rough.
So Hurst looking for a comeback against the top player in the world. Finds herself down by 4 through the first 6 holes of the 18-hole playoff. There's that dangerous water hazard, which is in front of the green at the 7th, and which bit Annika Sorenstam yesterday. Had a 2-shot lead when she had this 9-iron, 132-yard shot, Dottie, which got away.
She knew it right away, too.
Ended up double bogeying the hole to go back to even par. This was the tough stretch yesterday when she went double bogey here, bogey at 8, and then another bogey at 9. And that is when Hurst ended up with a 2-shot lead at the turn. So this is where Hurst gained it all on Sorenstam yesterday in this stretch, and where Sorenstam led everybody back into it.
I think it's pushing it to hit a gap wedge that far at this angle. Unless you want to go out a little right of it. But,
going further though.
yeah, let's just hit a 110 shot, a little wedge.
Well, Pat has drawn a good lie. A little bit fluffy, but nothing major. 100 yards to the hole. Dan Wilson said it's going to play a little bit longer than that. Just a pitching wedge.
You certainly can't make the mistake short, Jane.
That's a good looking shot.
Dug that right out of there, right over the top of the flagstick. And a very reasonable chance to make birdie.
With this lead now, Dottie, I would think Annika's target ought to be Pat Hurst's ball. It's got 86 yards.
She's lined up right at it, Mark. Good call.
So good grouping there around the 7th hole. No problem for Annika today. And yesterday, a part of that skirmish for the lead down the stretch was the 16-year-old Michelle Wie. Much criticized for her putting in big moments in major championships, Dottie. But yesterday, Wie proved that she can get it done in the big moments. That was a bogey putt at 9 earlier, and this was her par putt at 12.
That was a huge putt. By the week's end, she was near the top of the statistical leaders in putting.
Had some problems hitting some fairways, though. Second to last in fairways hit. This was her drive on 18, which got away.
This is what kept her from being further in contention, further in the championship. It took away her length factor.
And some of the irons were a little loose, like this one at the 12th.
And these short irons, she doesn't seem to really release it through with her body. It's like she hit stops and her hands continue.
Nevertheless, we with a final round 73 after beginning the day, tied after the 3rd round. Again, there were 2 rounds yesterday, so we was again in position in this championship. A look at her numbers: 3rd ranking in putts, number 1 in driving distance, driving accuracy a little better than half.
At an Open, that will not get it done with driving accuracy, and birdied only 1 par 5 throughout the week. That will not get it done for Michelle either. She's too strong, too long to have numbers like that.
So yet another close call for Michelle Wie, who was given a special exemption to play in this championship along with Kelly Robbins, but in it right to the end yesterday.
And she'll be in it next year based upon her finish. There will be no qualifying necessary, no exemption necessary.
Yeah, she floated beyond the top finish last year at Cherry Hills when she shot that 82, so she was given a special exemption but won't need it as the championship heads back to Pine Needles next year. Okay, so here we are with a couple of birdie putts. First, Hurst to go.
And definitely a makeable putt, Dan, downhill. Going to break just slightly from left to right. Need something good to happen here.
A few more rolls and it would have been good.
Her speed is just not precise today. The last one long, this one short, a few short.
So Sorenstein with a chance to up the lead to 5.
Pretty interesting, Dottie. Even with a fairly big lead, Annika has been much more aggressive with the putter than Pat. You would think Pat would really start thinking she needs to hole some and be more aggressive.
Mark, do you think just because they're a little bit slower today, they're just maybe a little more comfortable for Annika?
Oh, well, that could be. Certainly Pat has not adjusted, starting right at that first green.
No wins in the last 4 majors for Annika, her longest streak since the last 3 majors of 2002 and the first of 2003. Hasn't won in the last 8 tournaments.
That was the first putt I've seen her hit today where her head actually didn't stay in the entire time.
So, as they say, no blood there. Look at her head here, Dottie.
Remember yesterday she actually hit putts completely without her head moving or following the ball at all.
Yeah, she would not move that head. In fact, almost like closed her eyes as if to tell herself, don't move the head. Ahead to the par 4/8, the 440-yarder.
Gary, this is a really tough one.
Well, it is, Dottie. The longest par 4 on the front 9, and they are using the tee all the way back, so it will certainly be an issue as the hole is not playing downwind as it did throughout the first 4 days of the championship. So length will certainly be a factor. Again, must drive the ball in the fairway. The number of double bogeys made here as well. You see the hole location kind of in the front right corner of the green. Stroke average was 4.36 throughout the championship. And we see Sorenstam has struggled a little bit here, bogeying in both the 3rd and 4th rounds.
Small fade off this 8th tee works nicely, Gary. That is what she played, although it faded a little more than she wanted.
Mark, that just get to the primary cut?
It did.
It's interesting. Every time we look at it from above, Dottie, it always looks like it's sitting okay, but you got to remember you're looking straight down on it. So it may not be as good as it looks from when we take that angle.
And Gary, this should set up well for Pat Hurst's fade that she likes to play. Wind is just slightly from behind the players, if anything. Really needs to hit a good one here.
Just into the intermediate cut of rough, so shouldn't pose a big problem for Pat Hurst there. But right now, the biggest problem Pat Hurst faces is Annika Sorenstam. She's up by 4. We'll be right back. And welcome back to the U.S. Women's Open, and we want to thank MetLife and Snoopy One for providing all these fantastic overhead views of this playoff at the U.S. Women's Open Championship, getting us a bird's eye view of the golf and of the lovely surrounding Newport area. Good job up there, Snoopy. Might even be flying without a seatbelt on today, Dan.
Well, it was too windy to even think about it yesterday.
All right, looks like Pat Hurst will be first to play.
And not a bad line this first cut of rough, Gary.
210.
As Danny Wilson said, 210 yards.
Yeah.
Just a slight downslope.
Yep.
See the little white number there written on the ground behind Pat Hurst. This is one of the measured driving holes.
She has driven at 235. And this hole playing a lot longer than it did the last couple of days with that big gale behind them. Just a zephyr of breeze right now. It's Pat Sevenwood. Starting at the middle of the green, trying to work back. It's a left kick, though.
Very solid shot there.
Yeah, that was nicely done.
You know, just listening to the hit, sometimes it doesn't sound like it's all that solid. But it is.
I'd take that solid.
The results speak for themselves.
All right, how about the live for Annika, Mark?
Mediocre at best, Gary. She needs to forget there's a whole even cut on this green right now and just try and chase something up there. She's got 201 yards.
Get up.
Well, got a fortunate it just carried that cross bunker and now is going to turn out quite well. You could hear her caddy, Terry McNamara, say carry. That cross bunker some 40 yards short of the hole.
Well, just mentioned that it's been 8 tournaments since Annika's won, and with her kind of game and her kind of stature in this sport, I mean, that would qualify to some as a mini slump.
For me, the way I look at it is just, game is up and down, and I've just not been playing as well. And it's tough to win out here nowadays if you don't have your best game. So, having said that, I just keep working through it. I know that, if I start playing some good golf again, if I start hitting some fairways, start hitting some greens, I can score. And I think this week I've shown that, and also proven to myself. It's just you got to work things through. I mean, sometimes it's just not there, but I feel like it's there now, and I'm happy about that.
Donnie, in many ways, Annika set the bar like Tiger did, kind of spoiled us, and all of a sudden she's not winning every other tournament. And, well, has she plateaued? Have we seen her best golf? Those were the murmurs all season long so far.
I think she did also what Tiger did and made everyone else better. And when she's off by just a little bit, that gap becomes narrow. But listening to Terry and Annika talk over the last few weeks, there was no panic. There was no help signal sent out. It was just we need to get a little bit better.
Well, Pat Hurst has just had a great time here at this 8th hole in this championship. You go back to her second round on Saturday. This was her 3rd shot from just below the green and rolled it in for a birdie 3. And then yesterday's final round from behind the green.
Down over the spine. This was tougher than the one she made earlier in the week.
That dropped in, and that gave her the first outright lead yesterday. So a couple of chip-ins, 3 total for the championship week for Pat Hurst, 2 of them coming on this 8th hole.
And it appears that Pat Hurst will be away and putting first.
Indeed, you are right, Gary. I would give this 25 feet across the face of the green, slightly downhill. And if I were Pat, I'd be borrowing about 6 to 9 inches outside the left. The wind has just started to pick up a little bit off the ocean, and it will be coming from her right to left, but I don't think it's strong enough to really affect the putt here. And Pat really needs to get something going. Needs a little bit of good fortune to get her back momentum swing in the other direction than where it is now.
You'll have to take small steps, and a small step might just be hitting a solid putt that actually has a chance to go in the hole.
Absolutely needs good pace.
He hasn't done that yet.
Needs to keep her head still.
I don't think she's hit this one hard enough either. Got to get the ball to the hole. They do not go in if they're short. And at this point in the match, I really think she's got to start thinking a foot past the hole.
Funny, Annika's worked with Dave Stockton on her putting in the past, and that is his philosophy of perfect speed, a foot past the hole.
I couldn't agree more, Dottie, and that's the first thing you have to think of. If you don't have good speed, it's all a waste of energy.
Yeah, you could tell her reaction to leaving it short. It was almost like, come on, go. Very perplexing. I think she's just been fooled a little bit by the speed of the greens this morning.
Speaking of speed, this one is going to be interesting here, Gary. It's got 2 completely different speeds in the putt. First part is uphill through the collar, so it's going to be quite slow, but then once it gets on the green, it's straight downhill.
Pace looks good. Oh, good effort. Fairly stress-free par. That's what Annika has to be looking at. Let's take a look as this ball comes through the fringe. This putt looked to be struck very solidly, Dottie. Very little bounce.
Yeah, beautiful roll.
Trying to give it a little body English to get it in there. Got to be happy with a nice par at the 8th.
And now, Gary, they trudge up the hill to the teeing ground at one of the all-time toughest holes in U.S. Women's Open history, the par 4 9th, 436 yards. You try to get it in the fairway, Dottie, and then the work just begins. You come all the way up the hill to an elevated green, which has a lot going on.
Well, the green does have a lot going on. Usually the wind from the left off the players for the tee shot is not detectable, makes that part hard, and then you get here, and it's really difficult. 4 or 5 different little mini layers and a false front that really gave the players a hard time yesterday.
We said one of the all-time toughest, finishes the most difficult hole in a Women's Open since '99, just ahead of the 18th at Cherry Hills last year. A guy that handled it pretty well back in 1995, a young Tiger Woods, taking on Buddy Marucci in the championship final. Woods an 8-iron from 140 yards that came back to just a foot and a half on the 36th hole to seal the victory after Marucci was 15 feet away for birdie. Tiger Woods became the 9th player to win consecutive U.S. amateurs. He had that slim 1-up lead before he came to that 36th hole and put it away, and then got one of those familiar bear hugs from his late father, Earl, back in 1995. One in the middle of unprecedented greatness in the U.S. Amateur Championship. 3 straight as he went on to win at Pumpkin Ridge the following year. And there's the hill that they went up to, up on that top level up there. Beautiful view, but you're trying to hang on here.
It's probably the most important fairway, I believe, on the golf course to hit, because if you hit it in the rough off the tee, getting up the hill is nearly impossible.
She hung one out to the right yesterday in the final round. No problem that time, Mark.
No. She is swinging very well, very aggressive through the ball.
A much easier fairway to hit today without that crosswind of the last couple of days. Also an important fairway for Pat here.
Right bunker not in play, nearly 285 yards to there.
So the second shot is the tester, and we'll be right back to see it with Annika holding a 4-shot lead. It's back to Pine Needles for next year's championship. If you're interested, there are the ways to get a hold of some tickets. Interesting to note also, that's where Annika Sorenstam won her last Open title, second of back-to-back. And then Kari Webb won her second straight U.S. women's title back there as well in 2001.
Terrific test of golf.
So who knows? Annika's able to hold on here. Maybe she can do it again at Pine Needles for the second time. But here at the 9th, Pat Hurst is away as the second shots are upcoming.
Pat Hurst from the right-hand side of the fairway has a great angle, 196 yards. Uphill, got to be playing at least 206.
You got more than 8 because you got 6 more yards of hill there.
Dan talking about the 6 more yards of hill. It plays every bit of that.
So 5 wood.
No.
Horse is starting way left. I don't know if it's going to come back.
No, there's a little board, sideboards over there. Kind of hangs up there.
If it had hit there, it may have. Just a little too far left. Again, Pat set up really strong on her left side. Gets the club up across the line. She needs to release it. Hung on just a little bit.
Annika's next.
176 yards. This, I'm sure, is the closest that she has been to this green after the tee shot this week. It's got a good line.
Darts by the flagstick there, Mark.
Should come
back
down
a little bit. Yep.
Did exactly what she needed to do.
Well, let's show you a little bit of the good and bad that can happen on this 9th, and there hasn't been much good, but how about Becky Iverson?
Well, fairway wood up the left side. And talk about some contour.
And an eagle, too. So only 7 birdies, but the lone eagle by Becky Iverson in the second round. But with the pressure of the championship on the line yesterday, Julie Inkster right in the thick of it, lining up this birdie putt down the slope, Dottie. This is what can happen on this sloping green.
And this after she already saw Sabree Pak roll it to just a foot from the hole.
It's not done yet. All those shelves on 9. And Julie did a good job by getting it up and down for bogey from that position, but fell to +1 and later picked up a couple more bogeys to fall to +3 and eventually out of contention. So Hurst and Sorenstam come up the little gap between the bunkers there. Great setting with a clubhouse just up to the left. And nice applause, most of it for Sorenstam so far today.
Galleries this week have been really appreciative, enthusiastic, and very knowledgeable. They know their golf.
Just a little more than an hour and a half into this, and they're already at the 9th green.
So good to see. Fast. Make their decisions and execute.
Putts today, Sorenstam with 13 through 8. Hurst has already piled up 17 after again leading in total putts before today. And Hurst and Sorenstam about the same ball striking stats today, Dottie. Both 4-7 in fairways, 7-9 in greens in regulation.
Well, the putting, obviously the difference, and that's what it's been for Pat Hurst really all year long. She got it going this week throughout the championship proper itself, but it has been a struggle for her this year. Came in ranked the 100th ranked player on the LPGA Tour in putting, the overall putting statistics.
Well, Jane, what's this third like?
Ooh, this is no bargain, guys. She's going to have to chip this just to the edge of the green, about parallel with the flag, and then it's just going to go sideways to the right once it hits the green. You can see where she's aiming, substantially left of the hole. She's a good chipper of the golf ball, though. No doubt about that.
We know that from showing her what she did at the 8th.
A little fast, but not a bad effort from there. That was a tough shot.
That did an entire 180 around the hole and stayed there. I mean, that keeps going. That could get out of hand.
And there's only a yard or two of breathing room around this whole location before it does filter down onto the next level.
Pat Hurst is trying to become the first American player to win a women's major since Meg Mallon at the 2004 Open. The last 7 majors for the women have been won by foreign-born players. It's the longest such streak in LPGA history.
And 3 of the last 4 by players from Korea.
So Annika, who just picked up U.S. citizenship but born in Sweden, has her eyes on a 3rd title in this championship. And trying to match a fellow by the name of Tiger Woods in the major championship total number there with 10.
This one has a big break to the left, opposite side of the hole from Pat Hurst's chip.
Tiger and Annika have become good friends, and after major championships they've been texting each other, so he's one up. I gotta believe she's anxious to make that text message back and get, we're all even.
And really Annika didn't get on her major roll until really just a few years ago, after winning so many tournaments. This would be her 6th win in the last 14 majors, all since that historic appearance at Colonial back in 2003, which she credits a lot of that success to. Being in that spotlight, if you can handle that, you can handle anything.
Well, I think she realized in a situation like that, her short game needed to be better. And she really worked with Tiger specifically on that afterward, about how to get more shots in her repertoire, how to free herself up to be a little more creative, and it has made a huge difference.
Big par attempt here for Hurst. And Annika's lead has a chance to grow. Another bogey for Hurst. So bogey at the 1st, the double at the 6th, and a bogey at the 9th to close her front 9 out. So a par to stay at -1 for Annika would mean a 5-shot lead at the turn. That is tough to come back on through 9 holes.
It's also tough knowing that Annika Sorenstam had the best score in the field on the back 9 yesterday.
There's not a lot of real dangerous shots on this golf course anyway, Daddy, but when the wind is down like it is right now, I think picking up shots is probably even tougher.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Mark. It's almost like Pat's got to have a great tee shot at the 10th and actually have a chance to go for it in 2 before she could even think about cutting into that lead.
Five-shot leader for Pat Hurst halfway through the 10th 18-hole playoff in U.S. Women's Open history. Annika Sorenstam in clear command at Newport Country Club.
Back to Newport Country Club, the 10th hole of the 18-hole playoff here to decide the 61st U.S. Women's Open champion. Par 5, 480 yards long, shortest of the 3 par 5s here, designed to be played into the prevailing wind. And it is reachable in 2, I think, today, if the players can hit a good tee shot as the wind is down, and as you can see, the whole plays slightly downhill. How's that one look, Mark?
It has started left, cutting back slightly.
It's a little bit of roll. No, may not quite be far enough. We'll see. Crucial tee shot, Dottie, I would think, for Pat Hurst right here.
Yeah, especially since she has missed it yesterday to the right. Got to find the fairway.
And this one also going down the right again.
You know, it was interesting. She was asked about having to play the 36 holes yesterday. She goes, you know, when I get tired, I tend to leave the ball out to the right. We've seen a number of those shots today.
Gary, that is the nasty, tangly, tall stuff over there. And if you're just joining us, Annika Sorenstam with a 5-shot lead as they start the back 9. Here's how it started at the par 5 first. Annika off to a torrid start here, Dottie, with the 3rd of the par 5.
Confidently throws it past the hole and brings it right back, but still manages to leave it on the upper level. What a perfect opportunity to start with a birdie.
In the meantime, Pat Hurst had this for par at the opening hole.
Putted from about 65 feet to that point.
So it doesn't get much worse than a bogey start, and then to watch your opponent on the very first hole make birdie for a 2-shot swing in the very first hole. So Hurst found herself 2 down, and then at the second, it looked like this would be a good chance for Hurst to cut into the Sorenstam lead.
Snuggles it right down in there closely. Beautiful way to bounce back with that beautiful iron shot.
So close in there for a birdie try. Hurst can't get it done.
Left all the way.
So they exchange pars there. On the 3rd, Sorenstam's 2nd.
How unbelievably well she controls the distance of this coming out of the rough.
And then for the birdie. So Sorenstam with 2 birdies in the first 3 holes and a 3-shot lead. Hurst's birdie miss. Bogey miss. And so they went to the 9th with Annika clear control. This was Hurst's 3rd off that severely sloping green. That would lead to another bogey for Hurst. Bookend bogeys at 1 and 9. And while Annika was able to get a par, another shot in her favor. So that is the 5-shot lead right now for Annika Sorenstam, the point in this championship, Dottie Pepper, where it's gotten out of hand for Pat Hurst. What is the strategy now? Do you have to start firing at some pins?
I don't think she has any choice but to do that, Dan. First thing she's got to do, though, is carve the ball out of the long fescue at 10. Hopefully, somehow, may find a way to make a birdie there. And then really, with the shorter holes, 10 and or 11 and 12 coming up, the par 4s, I think she's got an opportunity, but this is key right now at 10.
And again, we talked about it earlier. Annika Sorenstam could just picture herself with that 3rd U.S. Women's Open trophy, but again, stay in the present. Lots of tough holes down the stretch.
Well, yeah, and we saw her make a couple of critical errors yesterday at the 7th. Also struggled at the 8th and 9th.
And she's got more problems. Hurst does here at the 10th, Gary.
Well, she does indeed. As you mentioned, Dan, the ball in the tall fescue grass. It is an area where there have obviously been some spectators, but Jane, have you had a chance to look at the live?
Yeah, I have, Gary. It's not incredibly horrible, but it's certainly not good. She will be able to move the golf ball. Just got to try and get it back to the fairway somehow, but definitely not an unplayable situation.
Got to be very careful here with these little thin wispy pieces of this fescue. You always think you can get the club through it, Dottie, better than you can, and a lot of times it'll grab the shaft up above the hosel, and as you come through the ball and shut the face down very quickly.
That's just it. It's so unpredictable. And sometimes it'll shut it down, as you said, and sometimes it can leave it wide open, and you don't want that either.
Well, where they're pointing seems to be a lot further down the fairway toward the hole than I would have thought she could manage to get the ball.
It'd be a little bit easier for Pat because she does pick the club up and get down on it so quickly.
That's pretty well out of there.
Yeah, but it doesn't get back to the fairway and finds the primary cut of rough. And as strong as she was, just still not able to hack it out. This is a big, hard, heavy hit, too. Dottie, she really goes after this thing.
Straight down on it. And if anybody could get it out of there, it would be Pat Hurst. We saw her get out of there a few times yesterday, but not this one.
All right, Sorenstam second.
Taking no chances here. She had just 229 yards to the hole, but after Pat Hurst's play, I think this was a good one. Just lay it up down the fairway.
Very smart. No need to take any chances at this stage of the competition. Well, Dottie, this is about exactly the opposite of what Pat Hurst needed.
Absolutely. She needed to hit a good tee shot because with her length, she could have gotten there in two. All depends on the lie, but she's got to find a way to make 5 here at the absolute worst and then really turn it on at the 11th and 12th, and then the golf course gets hard again.
Dottie, this lie is nestled right down there in that primary rough. This rough cut about 1.5 inches deep, but it's really thick.
Yeah, it's just up 1 or 2 from here.
158 yards, playing uphill, slightly into the breeze.
Here, Dan Sands playing closer to 165.
She's saying, can I get 5 out of there? I don't know. It's nestled down there like a little bird's nest.
Playing 65. Yeah, I mean, choking on a 5, we might as well give it a shot here.
She needs to keep the ball in the air about 145 yards to clear the cross bunker on the right, and then does have a little bit of room to scoot it up there.
That's a good out of there.
Well,
needs to sit down. Ooh, that was a scooter.
Muscled it out of there, and actually a very good shot. Not that bad a lead. Ball stayed on the upslope.
I'd say all things considered, that was a pretty darn good leave.
Certainly was. All right, Sorenstam will be next to play her third shot. She made a wonderful birdie here yesterday that really kind of turned things around. We've documented the double bogey at 7 and then bogeys at 8 and 9. And she played a great third shot in here, Mark, and made a clutch putt to kind of set up that hole back 9.
Well, she's got just 68 yards here now. Should be a good distance for her.
We have a lot of room. Yeah, we got 11 to each side. We want to keep a little right of this. How much behind? We have 8 behind it. 8 behind it. 79. Yep. Okay.
Sounded
pull.
Come back. Just keep coming down.
Going to be okay, but certainly was not her best effort. She knew it as soon as she hit it. Let the face turn over and shut down on her. Ball carried farther than she expected or wanted it to.
Beautiful place, Newport Country Club, one of the 5 charter members of the United States Golf Association. The history, 1895, first U.S. Open, first U.S. Amateur, Dottie, and they waited 100 years before Tiger Woods in the next USGA Championship. And this has just been a great week at a classic golf course for the women's top championship.
And something tells me that with the reception the players have received and the other way around as well, I don't think it's going to be quite that long before the USGA comes back to Newport. Just a wonderful test. Very fair. You had to literally hit every shot off the tee, every shot into the green, moved it both ways. The bunkers were a test. The rough was fair but penal. Everything about the way they've done this championship has been top-notch.
With all the rain they've had in the area, it never quite played the way that it truly is meant to be played. No irrigation system here, only on the tees and the greens, the fairways. You saw the Tiger Woods video a little earlier with the browned out fairways. I mean, that's really the way this link-style course is designed to be played. Hard and fast. Never quite got there, but still, it's been a great test.
All right, Hurst with her fourth.
A delicate little chip shot down the hill, break from right to left. It's settle. Not a bad effort.
Well, Dan, you talk about how the golf course played. You really have to tip your hat to Bob Reynolds, the superintendent, and his staff. Reynolds has been here 29 years, 25 as the head superintendent, and they had a monumental task early in the week trying to get the water out of this place. Almost 3 million gallons of water pumped away from the golf course, and they have really done a great job.
Yeah, all the rulings that the USGA officials had to make with the casual water, and you know, they pumped and pumped and pumped, but the water table is just so high here that they really didn't have a fighting chance, but it's as good a shape as it could possibly be, in considering all the weather conditions and the fog that shrouded this place on Thursday.
In fact, things were so bad. Just a week ago today, they did not let spectators come out for the first practice round.
All right, Sorenstam for birdie.
Big breaker to the right here. It will be a little on the quick side once it turns toward the hole.
This was Annika's very first look at Newport Country Club, and didn't really get on the golf course until Wednesday.
No, I did her press conference without ever having hit a shot on the course. Really tried to make it a week like most other weeks. Pretty tough, tall order there, Gary.
Well, it is, and I actually talked to her about that earlier in the week, and I asked her, is that as easy as it sounds? And she said, no, it isn't. But, you know, you got to have a goal, and you got to have a way to approach it. She said, you know, I have had a tendency to overdo it and over-prepare in some major championships, especially this one. All right, Hurst for par.
Back uphill, about 5 feet, and it will break from left to right. It's got to be hit solidly.
Well, finally, Pat Hurst sees a putt of some length go in the hole.
She's going to need to turn it on, and I think she's going to need a little help as well.
Well, this one, Dottie, is no gimme here. I mean, you certainly expect Annika to make it. But were she not to, it would be quite a turnaround on this hole. She's going to have to play it inside right and hit it a little firm.
Hurst is going to need some more one-putts like that, Gary. 32 one-putt greens in the championship. That's her first today.
All right, safely in with her par. Through 10. Annika Sorenstam 1 under par. Pat Hurst +4. 5-shot lead. We'll be right back.
The swing out toward the ocean continues here at Newport Country Club at the 11th Dottie, par 4, 363 yards.
There's 220 yards to take the fairway bunkers out of play. Plays just a little bit up the hill. Very mild green. There's not a whole lot to this. The biggest defense is the wind, and we don't even have a whole lot of that today.
Yeah, normally you're into a stiff ocean breeze. Not much going on today, although it's picked up a little bit. Most of the morning marine layer has been burned off, so out in the sunshine, and Annika Sorenstam with a 5-shot lead, looking good.
And she is continuing to stay aggressive, just like she did at 7. She's got the driver here.
Mark, I don't know that there's ever been a better front runner in women's golf.
That's a good one here.
Good, long, straight. Not much left from there.
And Dottie, the wind's just starting to pick up a little bit, maybe between 5 and 10 miles an hour from the player's right, slightly into. Pat starts this down the left side, trying to work back to the right.
And this is where
that'll be fine.
Yeah, she had some trouble here at 11 and 12 yesterday. Hit those pull hooks, much better.
Well, yesterday, the putt at 18, which would have won this championship. Veronica Sorenstam, birdie putt at the 72nd, actually caught the right edge there. And earlier this morning, I talked to Annika about that potential winning putt on 18.
Well, when I was lining up the putt, I said, I have a chance to win here. I can just win it outright. It was a little downhill, probably about 20, 25 feet, a little right to left, and I hit a good putt. I've pretty much been short all day, and I finally see that I got the right speed, and it just hit the right edge. I mean, I thought I had it.
Yeah, it looked good, didn't it, Dottie?
We thought she had it.
So it was on to the 18-hole playoff after Hurst made her par-matching putt there. You talked about good closing history for Annika, Dottie. Annika has led her, been tied for the lead going into the final round 67 times and has won 46 of them. In fact, had won 11 in a row before Atlanta earlier this year.
Yeah, she hit one out of bounds at the next to last hole there in Atlanta. Hit this big old flare out to the right. Allowed Sung Ha Yim to win her first LPGA title, and I think it gave everybody just a little glimmer of hope about that she might not be just Superwoman coming down the stretch every time.
Yeah, that kind of had people hopping on the Annika has she lost it bandwagon, but as you can see this week, certainly not. Pat Hurst had a clutch putt of her own on the 72nd hole, and when you know the Women's Open is on the line, that is one tough one to stand over and ask Pat about that putt earlier this morning.
When I was over the putt, actually when she was putting, I wasn't really watching her putt, so I was trying to look at my line, trying to figure out the speed and the line of the putt, and was trying to focus more on that instead of on someone else's game, and it definitely helped. I think it calmed the nerves not watching her, trying to figure out what she was doing, because I can't control her. I can only control myself.
Pat Hurst showed everybody a lot yesterday, the kind of player she is. Dottie, gritty, member of 4 Solheim Cup teams.
Yeah, just a soft night. Well,
I can remember her making a putt at the 18th of Muirfield Village in the 98 Solheim Cup.
Get too far beyond it.
Early in the morning to really clinch a solid effort by the U.S. And she just stood up there, took no time, and banged it right in the back of the hole. Did the same thing when she won her first major.
Well, this 5-shot deficit is going to test all her resolve.
It's a little grip 9-iron from 121 yards.
Beautiful shot. Got to convert now, though.
Yep, got to start making them. So Annika's next. What's the yardage at there, Mark?
She's got just 91 yards, drove it a full 30 yards past Pat Hurst here.
Mentioned those 67 wins for Annika. 80 wins worldwide. The 9 majors, the most among active players. 8-time player of the year and leading money winner. She's also been a runner-up 42 times on the LPGA Tour.
She is all about consistency.
She saw the way Pat Hurst's ball reacted up on the green, Dottie. It took a big first bounce and did not back up when it checked.
So a chance she's leading a little more toward that front yardage mark?
I would think so. Oh, this one's plenty long.
Come back.
Well, I'm not sure what happened there.
Stop.
A little deep. 67 LPGA wins, trails only Mickey Wright and Kathy Whitworth, who's at that 88 top spot. few years ago, Annika talked about, wasn't sure how many more years she was going to play, but now she seems to be intent on stretching her career out a little bit. Still only 35 years old.
Yeah, and she's also a person who said, I didn't think I'd even win one. Oh, stop. Big difference when Annika lost or missed the cut in the 99 Women's Open in Mississippi. She used all of that to turn her whole attitude about working out, her preparation, her planning on how to be ready to play every week around. And what a difference from now to then. Marked difference in the 2000 off season to leading into 01 when she played incredibly well.
Beautiful look down at this 11th green. And Sorenstam away, Mark.
She is away. Much longer birdie putt than she would have liked to have had. This 11th green is pitched from the back to the front, so she will have a downhill putt. It's going to break to her right.
Seems like a long time ago when she was the 94 LPGA Rookie of the Year, doesn't it, Dottie?
Amazing. Also a former NCAA champion. Pat and Annika, common denominator there.
And already a Hall of Famer inducted back in 2003.
Gotten herself involved in some golf course design. South Africa and China. She's got projects in the works. I think you can learn a little bit by paying attention to what Mother Nature has designed around here.
What do you make of Annika's putting grip here?
Well, the thing that stands out is the lack of tension in her hands. Keeps the triangle you see between her forearms so perfect through impact, never any breakdown.
Yeah, there's not an ounce of tension in there, is it? Everybody talks about, you know, the cusping of a bird when you've got the full swing. I mean, it's just as important, or maybe even more important in a putting stroke, to stay tension-free. Ask all the greats, the Crenshaws and on down the list, and that's what they'll tell you.
And Dan, we'll see if Pat Hurst can stay tension-free on this putt. Downhill, about 18 feet. And it will break from left to right. I'd give it about a cup and a half.
Opportunity to cut into the 5-shot lead.
There's a little more borrow than that. Really needs to take advantage of those opportunities. It's a good iron shot in. She's capable of fireworks when she's on. The low 9 this year has been 31.
She needs a 4th of July fireworks to happen about right now, Jane.
You have got that right, Dan.
Pat go ahead and finish. Again, the pace of play in this pairing has been phenomenal. They turned in almost 30 minutes under their allotted time.
Dottie, they've got Jane and I moving out here, I'll tell you that. It's great watching this pace. The thing about Annika, I believe, Dottie, is, you know, when you're trailing her by 5 shots, some players you might expect would have a real wild shot somewhere in their arsenal, but Annika really doesn't.
Especially since she's strengthened up her left-hand grip, her misses this week seem even smaller.
So Annika has retained the 5-shot lead she had at the turn of the first couple of holes on the back 9. As they move over to the 340-yard par 4 12th, which takes you right up to the edge of Ocean Drive in the ocean.
And a beautiful short par 4 it is, Dan. You mentioned 340 yards. That's the shortest par 4 on the back nine. Again, designed to play into the prevailing wind. And that, as you might expect, played as the easiest par 4 on the back nine. Stroke average was just over 4. Hole location today in the back center portion of the green. And put the ball in the fairway here. A good birdie opportunity.
And this was one of those fairways that Pat Hurst had a really tough time finding yesterday and hit it in the very long stuff.
Well, sharing your passion for golf by providing hours of coverage of every aspect of this U.S. Women's Open Championship. MetLife Blimp is overhead, keeping an eye on the ball for us. And what a great job they've done. Thanks, Snoopy.
Worse places to hang out.
Pretty nice when it's like this, Dan, no doubt about it.
Newport bustling on this 4th of July weekend.
Significantly different tee shot here today at 12, Gary. There's a fairway bunker up the right-hand side that for the most part has not been in play because of the wind, but I think today it might be.
242 yards from the very back cut of the tee to that bunker you're talking about, Mark, so probably only about 235, so yes, I would think so.
Okay.
And Annika's taking it right over the fairway bunker on the left.
Yeah, that's fine.
Nicely done. Good angle.
Well, Pat Hurst, who is 103rd on the LPGA in fairways hit in regulation, really needs to find some fairways on this homeward stretch.
There you go, Pat. Good rip.
Good looking drive here.
Well, she likes that one, and will be safely in the right side of the fairway. We'll be back with more of the 18-hole playoff to decide the U.S. Women's Open Championship in just a moment. And back at the short par 4 12th, we see Pat Hurst striding down the fairway. Let's take a look at this very distinct and unusual golf swing. We'll see the club as she takes it away goes well to the inside. Big, full shoulder turn, shoulders turning very flat. And look at this position at the top. Yeah, almost Louis Tiant-like, looking back toward the back part of the tee. But boy, does she recover nicely. This position is absolutely perfect at impact. I have to note, though, I think she's been hanging on just a little bit today. Look at this position at the top. I mean, that's even more across the line than John Daly.
Is she going to hit that golf ball right there? That's just amazing.
But interestingly, she was out driving Annika a number of times yesterday when they played the 36-hole final, but that has not happened today.
Louis Tiant, of course, the former Red Sox pitcher, and plenty of the Red Sox nation here would appreciate the Hurst move.
Annika's second.
All the way back. All the way.
That was a beauty from 114 yards.
Pat Hurst paying close attention to the bounce that Annika got on that particular shot. She now is facing a shot of 105.
Yes.
Uphill, slightly into the breeze. It's coming just a whisker from right to left. It's a little grip pitching wedge. Probably going to play about 115.
Go forward.
Well, this morning, especially before she found herself in a 5-shot hole to Annika Sorenstam, Pat Hurst told me that she has been relishing a situation like this today to win her sport's biggest championship.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is what we play for. This is what we strive for, you know, every day when we're practicing and you know, just as we're growing up, every day, you know, you think about being in a situation like this, and this is the ultimate. This is what you want. This is what you work so hard for, and that's why we're out here. I think most of us, out here on tour, we all have that inner fire in us and the competitive, juices that are flowing, and we want to play. We want to win, and I think I definitely have that deep down.
No doubt Pat Hurst has it. But I think at the end of the day, she will be very proud of herself the way she's hung in there. And we're not done yet. We're not done by any stretch. But I think the key for her was getting out of the box. And that first hole was a tough one for her.
Two-shot swing in the opening hole.
But she has so many things just in order. Her family comes first, prioritizes her time when she is able to play and practice. And she's made the most of it.
So Annika sailing through the front nine to a 5-shot lead.
Well, certainly a match play situation here with Pat Hurst having the opportunity to putt first and perhaps put a little pressure on Sorenstam.
Well, Gary, this putt's about 18 feet. That's back uphill. So it wants to move a little bit from left to right. Really good makeable opportunity here for Pat. As I said before, she is a streaky putter. It's really time to get on a good streak right now, but I don't know how her confidence is right now, Gary.
Well, I would think, Jane, it would hard to be real confident with a couple of the short misses that she's had and the trouble she's had with the speed of the greens. Just seems to be fooled a little bit by the fact that they're a little slower early this morning.
She can be aggressive with this one. Time to make a good stroke. Did not move to the right. Better speed.
Gary, are you seeing anything that's given her such a hard time?
Well, I just think a couple of times we've seen the ball come off toward the heel of the putter, Dottie, and obviously it's very difficult to get consistent strike on the ball and consistent distance. I mean, there's a little bit of cut-across motion there that she makes. Even that one didn't seem to come off the center of the putter.
No, when she putts her best, it's almost like it gets braced against the left side and it's more piston-like, and now it's a little wobbly.
The extra bad news for Pat Hurst is she showed Annika the line, and you do not want to show Annika Sorenstam a line from this distance.
Would you? Well, there's someone taking a little picture for memento. House just to the left of the 12th green. There we go, Annika Sorenstam. Just as Mark Rolfing said, show her the line. You're in trouble. 2 under par, 6 ahead of Pat Hurst.
Good birdie. Okay, so it's on to Prairie Dunes next week for us. Actually, this week. A lot of our folks shipping out later on tonight as they head out to Hutchinson, Kansas for the Senior Open. Here's the times on Thursday and Friday on ESPN. NBC takes over on the weekend at 3 o'clock Eastern Time as Alan Doyle defends, and you make a right turn off of the 12th green there and head over to the tee hard by the ocean there, the par 3 13th today, 204 yards, Dottie.
Yeah, the tee today all the way back on the back. 7th most difficult hole throughout the championship. And when it was on that back left yesterday, Gary Koch saw some wild shots.
Yeah, we certainly did. I mean, it was playing right back into the teeth of the wind that at times gusted to 30 miles an hour. And we saw balls left of those bunkers. We saw balls to the right of the bunkers. We saw balls come up 20 and 30 yards short of the green. So it was quite a challenge. And as you mentioned, played as the most difficult of the 4 par 3s throughout the championship.
Hold up, please.
So with Annika turning in her 3rd birdie through the first 12 holes, building a 6-shot lead in this championship. Worth noting that the largest margin of victory in a Women's Open playoff, 7 strokes, back in 1956 by Kathy Cornelius, who defeated amateur Barbara McIntyre 75 to 82 strokes.
This is Annika 7 wood. Headed a little bit left.
And, ooh, might have got hung up in the heavy stuff there. Just on the edge of that bunker. It's going to be an awkward stance wherever it is.
And you see quite a bit of sand around the outer edges of these bunkers to check on the lie.
It's one of the great things about these bunkers, Dottie. There's that really tall grass that is just kind of let grown up around the edges of them. Gives them that rustic good look in a tough predicament.
Pat Hurst also starting left.
Right.
She stays just along the edge there. So we'll see what kind of stance Annika Sorenstam has. 6-shot lead over Pat Hurst, looking for her 3rd U.S. Women's Open title and 10th major championship. Newport, home to some of the most luxurious boats in the world, and then there's a crew working hard there, just oblivious to what is happening just about 200 yards on shore as this U.S. Women's Open Championship and more than $500,000 is being vied for. $560,000 to the winner in this championship. Those guys could care less as the lobster traps are out and they've got their own eyes on their own prize.
Mark Rolfing, didn't you catch a little something out there this week?
I caught a striped bass out there, and you know what? I'll be out there this afternoon, Daddy.
Okay, what about this lie and stance for Annika?
It is an incredibly strange lie. The ball is literally hanging over the bunker. I'm going to say half of the ball is not touching anything, any grass, any ground, or anything. She has to be very careful.
It's like it's suspended by just a few blades.
It's going to be just about waist high to Annika. Maybe not quite.
Stance an issue?
Well, the stance is an issue, and she's also concerned about the ball moving. And so she asked the official what would happen if she took her stance and did not ground the club and the ball moved. Would she be penalized? And the answer is no. And but that just confirms that Annika, who's attended a USGA 4-day rules workshop, is very savvy about the rules. But she did have the presence of mind to ask the official.
And Dottie, not many players attend a rules seminar like Annika has in the past.
No, they don't.
And they might be better served by doing it.
Wise to do it. I went to a 2-day that Ken Lindsay conducted in Orlando. You learn a lot to make the rules work for you and frankly save you some shots.
Hey, we've seen Annika through the years have some spirited dialogue with some rules officials. Well, some boats are better than others. And some just aren't working as hard out there today.
Pat Hurst, on the other hand, is working hard, and she has to keep focused on her job at hand. No good giving up yet. Anything can happen in golf, but a miracle like a little chip in right now would be pretty handy.
Chipped in 3 already this week. Good effort.
Par still might get her to cut into the lead here with Annika a good distance away from her par. Won't look good for a long time.
She might have been thinking 2-shot swing though, and that's just the little push she might need.
Tommy Roy.
So now Annika for her par. Mark?
Well, the first real putt of this length, she had the real long par putt at 6, but this is, other than that one, the longest par putt. It's about 14 feet, a little bit downhill. It will turn to her left. I'm going to say she needs to start it, maybe a cup on the right.
She made a key putt yesterday morning in the 3rd round at the 3rd, just about this length, Mark. Really got that round going, and you know how well she played in the afternoon.
away, so Hurst has a chance to whittle it down to 5. And it will be a 5-shot lead with 5 holes to play. So Hurst just pretty much just had to make a dent in the lead right now and has a good chance to do it.
Well, this putt of Pat's about 2.5 feet. Just to keep it inside the hole. It's time for a good solid putt here. Good contact, Dottie.
Well, that's what's really been lacking a little bit, Jane. Hasn't been consistent contact.
That popping stroke needs to pay off right here. And it does. Par 3 for Hurst. That's the lead to 5 with 5 to play.
Goes to the 14th, where she did make birdie yesterday in the final round.
And we head over to the 449-yard par 4, which heads back out from the ocean.
Well, it is the longest par 4 on the golf course. Fairway some 50 yards wide, and consequently the players were able to hit the fairway some 85% of the time throughout the championship. See the cross bunkers there. They can become a real issue if you happen to miss this fairway. We'll get to a stroke average of 4.45, which was the 5th most difficult hole on the course.
Well, since we have a little time, just a bit of rules education. The things that you would want to think about for that situation with Annika. 18-2B would be a rule that she was worried about or thinking about. And then you get to the definitions. And you know, the definitions are oftentimes overlooked. You go to addressing the ball, not like Ralph Cramden did in The Honeymooners, but the definition. And then you also get to the definition of bunker, where even there it says that grass-covered ground bordering or within a bunker is not part of the bunker, and if the margin of the bunker does not go vertically upward.
Huh. You never stop learning about the rules, do you, David? I mean, it's just, there's just something always that can crop up that's different.
Yeah, something can. And, you know, for anyone who wants to learn more about the rules, just go to the USGA website. We have a rule of the day. We have the whole rule book on the web. We have the decisions of the rules of golf. And if you're really interested, think about going to a Rules of Golf workshop.
I bet there was a rule of the day up on your refrigerator growing up as a kid.
Yeah, don't open it.
Well, a rare occurrence here. Annika Sorenstam hitting second for the very first time today. The 14th hole. Another good drive by Annika, right in the center and a little bit longer than Pat Hurst. Hurst cuts into the lead at the 13th. It's now just 5, and we'll be back to the U.S. Women's Open after this. And welcome back to the U.S. Women's Open Championship, the 10th 18-hole playoff in this championship's history. Back from the 14th green down the fairway, just a gorgeous view here. Over the Atlantic Ocean, and Dan, I have to say, a lot calmer looking out there than it was yesterday.
Pretty white cap choppy yesterday.
That's 25 to 30 miles an hour. Caused some problems for the players.
Well, Gary, Pat Hurst faced with a shot of 194 to the front. Hole today located 14 paces on the left side, 208.
Yep.
Slightly helping breeze.
The nice thing here, you can land the ball short and chase it up onto this green. This is the case with many of the greens here at the Newport Country Club. Open in front, designed to be played in the wind.
And certainly a lot drier out here too than earlier in the week, Gary.
What a bounce she got here yesterday, Gary, to set up that birdie.
And just carried over one of those cross bunkers, kicked forward and left.
This one looking good.
Just carried a little bit closer to the green than I think she was hoping for. It's a good shot. Not an easy putt from there. Downhill with quite a bit of left to right break in it. All right, Sorenstam, very machine-like, right down the center once again. Kasparoving.
And 16 yards past Pat Hurst, so she's got 192. Much higher than Pat's shot.
That was a really good-looking swing there, Dottie. That was right on plane, three-quarter position at the top. That reminded me of the Annika of old.
Yeah, Gary, that's definitely where she plays her best golf from. Never gets it stuck behind her from there.
Take a good look from here. You'll see the club stop a little short of parallel, right on plane, just comes right straight back to the ball. And that patented high finish.
Well, the first hole really set the tone for this 18-hole playoff. Both players, Dottie, in good position with their thirds coming into the par 5.
And the way Pat Hurst spins the golf ball, she needed to carry this past the hole. You can see the speed it comes off that ridge at. Actually missed the green.
So Annika, knowing full well that what can happen if you don't get it past it enough with that kind of spin, just hits a beautiful shot here. Almost looked like it had gone too far before it comes back and settles nicely to within just a few feet for birdie.
The player that really needed to get off to a good start here, if there were going to be nerves, it was going to be from Pat Hurst.
So the first putting stroke of the day for Hurst wasn't near enough.
Not a good hit, not consistent. And actually, still was
away.
So
I had this for par. With Annika's mark there, still for birdie. So how many would Annika pick up here was the question. 1 or 2.
Can't give her opportunities like this.
So a par 5 opener, a 2-shot swing. Couldn't have been a worse start for Pat Hurst, Dottie. And then just fighting it since then. The double bogey at the 6th. The putting stroke just hasn't been there. Those long putts that we saw go in yesterday for Pat Hurst, having some problem with the speed, and it just hasn't gone the way she'd had hoped.
It's a little bit like we saw about 4 weeks ago at the LPGA Championship. She hit the ball as well as anybody that entire week. It happened again this week. The putter's been the big letdown for her.
All right, back out to the 14th, where Hurst continues to try to chip away here. He picked up one at 13, but Annika's in there on the green in regulation.
Well, interesting, Dan, as the two players were walking up the 14th, look at this, a little bit of conversation between the two there. They used to socialize quite a bit, Dottie. Both had houses out at Incline Village. And, I guess when Annika was married, they actually had played some golf together as couples.
They had. They played a little bit of a Ryder Cup format, and these two players who have had some history, they've played Solheim Cup matches against each other. They are good friends. I think there's a lot of respect between the two of them.
Well, as you mentioned, it goes way back too. They played collegiate golf against one another. Pat at San Jose State and Arizona State. Excuse me, the University of Arizona for Sorenstam. All right, another lengthy putt for Hurst.
Indeed, Gary, downhill. About 40 feet from the back edge of this green. Putt looks like it wants to go left at the end. Reasonably fast, not excessively quick.
That's been
common thread.
Pat's problem. Yeah, more so today. Her numbers throughout the championship were actually quite good, but it was the problem at the LPGA and here also. But look at yesterday.
Yeah, nice firm, aggressive stroke here at 14 and pours it right in. And pretty ironic, Dottie, she led the field through the 72 holes with 16 birdies. Has yet to make one today.
Both of these players in the top 5 in the field in birdies.
Annika with another good chance here. It's a fairly lengthy putt, but does not have much break to it. It's up the hill. She can be aggressive if she wants.
pace. At this point in time, just what she's looking for. Walk up, tap it in.
Pars will get it done, Gary.
Very stress-free. Hurst with another one of these awkward length putts that she's already missed a couple of today. For birdie at the second hole, and then for bogey at number 6.
There's part of Pat's down here, right to left breaker, and Gary, she's got to have this if she has any prayer at all. Starting to run out of holes.
Gary, do you think she'd be better served to put that ball a little more toward the natural sweet spot?
Well, I would sure think so, Dottie. It seems like it would be easier to make contact with it there. I mean, you have to look at, though, when you watch her approach putting, it is a very unique method. I mean, the hands are split way apart, which is contrary to some teachings that you want the hands to be close together to work as a single unit. So I guess the putting stroke a little unorthodox, kind of like the swing.
So it's a 5-shot lead with 4 holes to play, and this is a stretch where Annika took charge of the championship yesterday. On the par 4 15th, this was a birdie putt, Dottie.
This after hitting 7-iron in here, right into the wind.
That got her back to even par, and it tied Hurst for the lead at the time. They came to the par 5 16th, and Annika had this for back-to-back birdies to take it down to 1 under.
Set up by a pitching wedge out of the long rough.
She did bogey 17, which let Hurst back in it. They're both par of the 18th. But that gave Annika the outright lead, 15 and 16, a memorable stretch in Annika's favor yesterday as we set this 386-yard par 4.
Not an enormously long hole, but plays back into the prevailing wind. If you hit the ball far enough, you hit the drive into an upslope, so it comes to a screeching halt. Green here has a very large valley in the back. Today, hole location just before that valley would make it pretty tough to putt.
And there's that big valley which cuts through the center of that green.
Also a little tougher because the players can't see the putting surface in its entirety. That upslope that they'll play off becomes a little bit of a factor.
Amazing how this game can change. You know, Pat Hurst making everything yesterday. Putting speed was so dialed in. And then when you need it the most, in an 18-hole playoff to decide this championship, the hole just kind of shrinks down for you like it's done for Pat Hurst today. The whole feel just is not there, but that's the nature of this game.
Well, there's a little different feel in the air this morning, a little more humidity. I think it slowed the greens down just a little bit, and that first putt for Pat that came up some 6 or 7 feet short was really big for her.
It's also a game when the light switch can come on and you can turn it around. Hurst is running out of holes.
Easy.
This one headed down the left side. And that'll be okay. Not a most solid hit, I don't think, Dottie.
Not solid, but not a problem. Annika continuing to still play aggressive, Mark.
No, she's not backing off at all, Dottie. I actually like it. I don't think she's even thinking about her big lead right now. She's just trying to make the lowest score she can on every hole.
Totally agree with you.
Okay. It's fine.
A little bit of a fade with a soft bounce. Who gets it?
You begin to picture yourself with a trophy. It spells disaster.
Yeah, don't write that speech too soon.
Off they go down the fairway to 15. The lead is 5. Back at this Women's Open, Pat Hurst on the left and Annika Sorenstam the leader. Swings couldn't be much more different, Dottie.
See Annika first on the left. Just beautiful posture. Very athletic, very relaxed. Big old shoulder turn and set right perfect at the top. Fires through, head out first. Big part of why she hits the golf ball so straight, she never gets stuck.
And here come the moving parts.
Lots of moving parts. Club goes quickly inside. Left arm gets a little bent across the line. Bang, right at the bottom. They say repetitive motion, though, beats correct every time. Maybe not today.
Just repeat it, like Pat Hurst has been doing her entire career, 12 years.
I think it would be one of those players that if you went to try to teach her by the book, it would be a huge mistake.
Annika all business behind those shades, even with a 5-shot lead. And it'll be Sorenstam to play first, Mark.
5 off the left. Yeah, we have 8 to the right still on that ledge here. 46 front. Love it.
160 yards for Annika. Whole location over on that left-hand side today. So you want to bring it in from the right.
Mark, she just plays by numbers, doesn't she?
She really does.
So specific.
About like that.
Frustrating to know from Pat Hurst that you're not going to be given much, if anything. You got to figure out a way to turn around a big deficit.
And this is a shot from 155 with a 7-iron.
Means you got to make birdies. How?
She might need a hole out.
Yep.
Get it forward.
Okay.
Very nice.
Here for Hurst to give the machine something to think about. But like you talked about, Daddy, you got to convert.
I don't think Pat's hit the ball badly today. She just hasn't been able to finish the deal. She's had a couple of whoopses, but, you know, Annika did also at the 6th.
Well, the fans have been treated to some pretty good play out there at the 15th all week long. And yesterday they let out a little roar when Julie Inkster chipped in the 3rd round yesterday. And that gave her the outright lead. And Inkster was bumped. Made a run at this championship at the age of 46, tried to become the oldest to win it. And now Annika trying to become a rare part of history as well, trying to become a 3-time champion in this coveted event. The record 4 titles by Betsy Rawls and Mickey Wright. So Annika with a chance to add another piece of illustrious history to a resume that is far from being completed. Here's what we're talking about. Most Women's Open Championships. 4 by Rawls and Wright. And it'd be Annika that would join the great Babe and company. But a little advantage here for Hurst. It'll be Annika to putt first, Mark.
Now the ball is on the front part of the green, which actually slopes down toward the middle. There's a trough that runs right through the middle of this 15th green. So unlike most of the greens here, this normally would be an uphill putt, but this is now downhill. Might have a little bit of break to the right.
But Annika's opening birdies there in the 1st and 3rd holes. Another one 3rd of the 18-hole playoff at the 12th. Go along with just 2 bogeys. Again, 1 under through the first 14 holes of play, while Pat Hurst is +4. All of the damage to her card coming in the opening 9.
Patty, this is a good distance for Annika. I think she makes a lot of them from this length.
Does her putting stroke is very free flowing. Something you don't always see, Mark, when somebody keeps their head in position so long.
Let's check out her head here and see if it stays put until all the way. Taking a peek there.
Maybe lacked a little speed just because of that, Dan. Take another look here. Watch her eyes follow the ball.
One of the quicker peaks we've seen.
It was.
So Monica's going to finish out here. She knows she could be just 3 holes away from finally putting this title away again after a 10-year drought. Most years between Women's Open Championships, the most by Meg Mallon when Annika had a chance at the Orchards a couple of years ago. 13 years between Meg's titles. Came that 65 in the final round. And she made everything she looked at.
Annika 67. Hard to believe, just was not good enough.
Okay, Hurst must make territory right now.
Dan, this putt's going to have a little bit of left to right break in it. Putting more across the green than Annika.
Left. 4 shots behind would have been a lot better than 5. Do have a par 5 16th coming up. A tough par 3 and then a very tough finishing hole. But Gary, take us over to the par 5 16th.
Well, it's 549 yards, Dan. It is the longest of the 3 par 5s here at Newport Country Club. Does play downwind. The prevailing wind, you see that's the bunker complex there that becomes a huge issue if you miss the fairway. We really didn't see anybody reach the green in 2 here throughout the competition. Michelle Wie close a couple of times within a few yards of the putting surface. You see the location there right on the very front edge of the green, just 4 paces on. Certainly a birdie hole if you can put the ball in play off the tee and position your second shot well. Annika made a nice birdie here yesterday.
And Gary, this should set up well for Pat versus fade. Wind is helping that fade as well from left to right. It's starting down the right. I don't know if it's going to stay in the fairway. Yep, it does.
It looked like she released that one a little better. The ball flight seemed quite a bit lower. It had a little chase to it.
Yeah, she had a lot of chase to those shots yesterday, and when she was hitting the ball so far.
Pretty Annika-like stats there. 9 of 12 fairways, 12 of 15 greens. With precision.
Still a good tee shot here by Annika.
I think she's swinging freer today, Dottie, than I saw her at any time during the course of the regulation 72 holes.
I think you're right, Gary. You had that little tiger kick there with her legs. She knew it was a good one.
Battens head down the 16th fairway. Nice to see the pace of play moving right along. And a little conversation between the two as well. What golf's all about. We'll be back to the U.S. Women's Open Championship after this.
It's off to the Donald Ross Gem next year for this championship, 2007 U.S. Women's Open. Interested in tickets, you can log on to the website or call the number there. 3rd time that this championship will be at that club in a 12-year period. Again, Annika won the title there in '96, second of back-to-back titles, and looking for her first victory since in this championship.
And Dan, Pine Needles has undergone a complete restoration. John Fote, architect, has been in there redoing the bunkering. A few new tees have been added, and they were able to find some old aerial photos there to go back and try to restore the golf course to some of its original Ross characteristics.
Back at that video at Pine Needles, Annika was just a 25-year-old little girl from Sweden. Little did we know, and little did she know, as she would later admit, that it would turn out to be this kind of dominating career.
Look at that career that you mentioned, Dan. 9 major championships, 67 LPGA Tour wins, 8 times the Player of the Year.
Very shy back then. Still, you know, has really learned, Dottie, to deal with all the attention that comes with being the top player in the world. But it doesn't come as natural to Annika as it has some other top players in sports.
No, it hasn't, but I think that week at Colonial was big for her in this aspect as well. She was so much the center of attention.
Caddy say it all. That's perfect. And it is.
I think he says a lot of that, Gary.
He has today. Not been in trouble often.
It was through those same shades that Annika teared up at Pumpkin Ridge when she was going for 3 in a row back in '97. Remember that?
Yeah, I like 4.
She wanted so desperately to win 3 in a row, and that was kind of the start of the frustrations in this championship after she won back-to-back.
Last year certainly didn't help, coming in with a chance at the Grand Slam and coming up empty at Cherry Hills.
It's just a 4-iron to lay up a comfortable yardage.
That ball's headed toward the primary cut of rough, so once again Sorenstam in the fairway, Hurst in a little trouble.
Straight up noon here on the East Coast. Newport Country Club, 61st U.S. Women's Open being played, 10th 18-hole playoff in the championship's history, and being dominated right now by Annika Sorenstam, who took a 2-shot lead at the opening par 5 first and has built a lead into 5 shots right now as they play the par 5 16th with Pat Hurst next to play, Gary.
Playing out of the primary cut of rough, and not an easy shot with the hole at just 4 paces on the front of the green.
Gary, she's drawn a very good lie, has 107 yards. This is with a gap wedge.
Get up. A bit unlucky there. That ball could have easily bounced forward onto the green. Mark, once again, Annika perfectly positioned.
There really isn't much commentary necessary right now, but the way she's playing is just by the book. She's got 103 yards.
Stick it.
Another quality shot.
And another chance for a birdie, Gary. There have been 3 produced so far by Annika. Little example of how she got there. 3rd at the first. This was that 2-shot swing we talked about. And taking it out of the back collar, Dottie, and bringing it back to within birdie range. Right at the opening start.
Left herself such a simple putt.
So this was the first of those 3 birdies. While first bogey, there was the 2-shot swing. Par the second, and then this was her second at the par 4 third.
Can't really appreciate how tough this shot is with the false front. It stops it right there.
Similar position as she had at the opening hole. A little longer putt, perhaps. And with Hurst looking on, it was another 1-shot swing in Sorenstam's favor. She led by 3 after 3, and then bogeyed the 6, parred 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 before she struck again at the 12th.
And another relatively easy putt. Back up the hill.
She had a 5-shot lead at this point, looking to make it 6.
This following a Pat Hurst miss on almost the identical line.
So those 3 birdies to go along with the 2 bogeys, 1 under round going for Annika, and she's got a chance to get another one at 16 as Pat Hurst nearly chipped that in.
effort from Hurst, and as we've documented, she knows how to chip the ball. 3 times she's holed it from off the green in the course of this championship. But unfortunately, Dottie, today, it just doesn't seem like much of anything is going right.
Yeah, not much going right for her, Gary, and frankly, Annika hasn't given her a whole lot of opportunities either. Annika's been almost machine-like.
It's just got to be so tough, Dottie, for Pat, you know, when you get that far behind, that quick against a player like Sorenstam. It's got to be demoralizing.
I think, Dan, you made the comment that her misses just aren't big enough to make for any really, really big numbers, and it keeps it hard for you to keep your hope up that something like that might happen.
Like what she's doing here, just remaining in the process. Too concerned about the results, just trying to go through her normal routine. Commercial. Another solid par for Sorenstam. And 1 under.
She can taste it now.
It was interesting, Dan, earlier in the week, Sorenstam was asked, you know, what motivates you? And she goes, you know, it's just the things that I think I should be capable of achieving. Obviously, she thought she should be able to achieve another victory in this championship. Looks like she's on her way to checking one more thing off the list. There's that solid stroke that Hurst showed us yesterday, with a little bit more authority. We'll take the short walk to the par 3 17th with Hurst still 5 behind.
So yesterday, Sorenstam went birdie at 15 and 16, settles for par, and Annika bogeyed this par 3 yesterday.
They're playing 187 yards today, hole located about 2/3 of the way back in a little bit of a trough that players could bring it in actually from a little right or a little left, and I think it'll find its way fairly close to that hole location. You see that there's hardly any breeze. Players have played this hole this week downwind and from the right to left. So much easier today.
Lowest Women's Open playoff round, 70, shared by Hillary Lunke at Pumpkin Ridge in 03 and Mickey Wright back in 1964. So if Annika could birdie one of the last 2 holes here, she'd become the first player to shoot in the 60s in 10 Women's Open playoffs.
Good 6, yes. Right to left.
You hear Pat Hurst caddy Dan Wilson say, I love it. Right to left, a little helping. 187, looking for a 6-iron. Green starting to firm up a little bit. The whole location in the middle of the screen.
I think if she could fly at 175 yards, it would be perfect.
Left.
I started it too far right there, Don.
Sure. I don't see it. I think it's
And I would imagine that with all that Annika has been through trying to win this championship again, that of all the 9 major titles, 67 LPGA wins, this might have to be toward the top of the list as one of the most satisfying.
6-iron for Annika.
She's got the right ounce and the right club today. Just the shot she was looking for yesterday afternoon.
Sorenstam moving closer to finally erasing all those close calls and winning title number 3. Pat Hurst second, short of the green at the par 3 17th.
60-foot downhill chip and run. Break from left to right.
We were just looking at the statistics here, Dottie. Pat Hurst with 2 rounds under par in the 4 regulation rounds of this championship. Pretty impressive. Going to end up probably on the short end of this playoff, but only 18 of the 448 rounds were shot under par on this championship, and Pat Hurst had 2 of them. So she hasn't been able to gather her game today, but it's been a great week for her and her caddy Dan Wilson.
It's been a great week for her, and remember also she came off missing a cut last week in Rochester. That's how quickly she got things back together.
All right, for birdie Veronica to up the lead some more.
Should be a little break to the left here.
One hole away. Even with this 5-shot lead, grinding to the very last completion here of this championship run. Wire to wire, it's going to be Veronica. She's had a share of the lead at least through all 4 of the regulation rounds. Last wire-to-wire champion, Amy Alcott, back in 1980. Not only a tough championship to win, Dottie, tough to win it from start to finish like that.
Well, and certainly in the conditions the players played under this week. They never hit a shot on Thursday. Annika will tell you she got a good break with the tee time. She got some rest going into that 36-hole final, but that's still a lot of golf in a very short period of time.
After the first round on Friday, it was a 4-way tie for the lead between Hurst, Sorenstam, Sayri Pak, and the amateur Jane Park. After the 4 of those golfers turned in 69s, nice par save for Hurst. And so 1 hole left in the 18-hole playoff to make it official for Annika Sorenstam, leader by a handful. Closing moments of the 61st U.S. Women's Open. Play at the 18th par 4, 440 yards back up the hill, Dottie.
232 yards carries the bunker on the right. There's also a hazard that we saw Pat Hurst flirt with yesterday, and you said the second shot played uphill. Beautiful walk up for the champion. And today the hole cut in the middle left favors a little bit of a draw coming in here and a fade off the tee.
Slight breeze behind the players right now.
Shot.
And also headed over the middle part of the bunker. Should be okay.
And it must be a good feeling to have a 5-shot lead on the last hole of this playoff, knowing you can walk up 18 and just fully take it in.
Don't get that opportunity very often. We saw her grinding at 17. See her reaction after this.
Looks pretty good. It is perfect shape, just getting past Hurst ball there. So a pat on the back exchanged by both Hurst and Sorenstam. It's been Annika's championship since the get-go. They say good things come in threes. 3 open titles for Annika Sorenstam. Just on the verge of completing the 3rd, and the MetLife blimp Snoopy 1 overhead, giving us a great perspective of all the action here. Thanks to all the great shots that MetLife and Snoopy 1 have been providing at this beautiful venue, Newport Country Club. And we'll send Snoopy 1 off to Hutchinson, Kansas for the U.S. Senior Open in just a few days.
I thought that was Toto.
You dog lover, you, Dottie.
That would be Dorothy also.
All right. Side by side there, it looked from the other vantage point that Annika had put it past Hurst. Who's away here?
I think it's going to be Annika, actually. They're both right at about 191 yards. Hole location all the way over on the left.
Good shot.
Boy, another good looking shot here. Been a classic round of golf, Daddy.
Fairways and greens, just how she said at the beginning of the week she needed to treat this championship, and she's been fantastic.
And this ball of Pat's coming in low, right at the center of the green. Got a bounce.
Good eye.
Really not too far from where she chipped yesterday at the 72nd hole.
And now the rare moment when you can walk up to the last hole and know you've got it. 18-hole playoff. It's going to be in the hands of Annika Sorenstam in just a few moments from now. And, you know, she's won 2 of these, but not often you talk about how tough it's been to get back into a winner's circle like it has for Annika to get back into an Open Championship winner's circle. Led by 2 at Prairie Dunes, Inkster 66 passed her up. Pumpkin Ridge bogeyed the last hole. Thought she had a good chance to get into a playoff there and maybe win it. And the Orchards Meg Mallon 65. But at a more bitter disappointment. And she's waiting for Pat Hurst, who is kind of hanging back there to give Annika her moment. Great sportsmanship exhibited here. Annika says, come on up with me. You got to this point. You enjoy some of the applause as well. Classic round of golf indeed, a classic golf course, a classic slice of America here the day before the 4th of July. Sorenstam got her U.S. citizenship just a little while ago on June 14th.
Again, you have to commend these players for the pace that they've played at today. Fantastic.
Hurst will play first here with her 3rd.
Pat opted to take the putter from the front edge of the green, just about a foot off the edge of the green. At 45 feet. Do a right to left breaker.
The day.
Total touch of class there, Pat Hurst.
For a classy player.
Oh, not now.
Says, can we make another 18 here and see what happens?
It's just terrific.
The stage is cleared for Annika. She's on the verge of celebrating another Open Championship. Went through some personal strife last year while playing some of the best golf of her career. Went through a divorce, but talked with her boyfriend Mike McGee this morning. They are very happy, and she's in a great spot in her life with another U.S. Women's Open title. The golf has seemed to take care of itself. Annika's in an agent with International Golf Partners and the son of former PGA Tour winner Jerry McGee. So Annika has found a good partner.
He's been very supportive, but at the same time really dedicated to his career. They are a great team.
Number 3 finally. Let's go down to Jane Krachter.
Thanks, Dan. Pat, what a time to make a putt.
Yeah, you know, a little too late, but you know, I kept pushing and didn't make any putts out there, and that was probably what kept me back.
Yeah, well, you putted so well during the whole championship. It just let you down a little bit today.
Yeah, definitely. You know, like I said, you know, if I could make some putts out there today, it would have been a little bit closer and put a little bit of pressure on her. But she played great. She played steady down the middle on the green. You know, made some putts here and there, so she played well.
Well, what are your emotions right now?
I'm tired. I just want to get in, put my feet up, and you know, emotionally I'm spent. So, you know, just got to get going to the next tournament, and we'll look forward to that one.
Well, congratulations, great effort. Now we go over to Mark Rolfing with the champion.
Thank you.
Okay, Annika, if you can describe what's going through your mind right now.
It's tough, but it's awesome, really. What a great week. What a great finish. I mean, I want to thank Pat and congratulate her on a great competition and good playing. And wow, it's fantastic.
You said early in the week that you were coming in with a game plan that you were going to treat this as an ordinary week as much as possible. Were you able to treat today, a playoff day, as an ordinary day?
I've been trying. I've been trying so hard. I think I've been talking to myself so many times. If somebody saw me, they might think I'm weird, but I just keep telling myself, you know, just play your game. It's good enough. Just focus on what you got to do. Don't think too much about the surroundings. You know, this is what you want. Here's your chance. And I just kept saying that over and over.
It has been so long since you have hoisted the U.S. Open trophy. In terms of personal satisfaction, where does this victory rank for you?
Well, it's obviously way up there. I mean, when I came out early, won my first tournament, was the U.S. Open, then I won back-to-back, and then I thought, wow, I can do this. And now it's been 10 years, like you said. It's been a long wait, a long road, but on the way I've learned a lot, and this week obviously means a lot to me, and to come back the way I did, and especially the way the season has been going up and down, and for me to win the Open, I think it's pretty ironic.
Okay, well, you don't have to wait anymore, because here's the trophy right here.
It's my pleasure to present the 2006 Open champion, Annika Sorenstam.
So, a decade-long search to finally lift that again. C.B. McDonald, Horace Rawlings, Tiger Woods, and now Annika Sorenstam, USGA champions at storied Newport Country Club, where it all began back in 1895.
Do we have to do scorecard and stuff?
You can do that right now.
Okay. Thanks.
Then you can.
Dottie, that is one satisfied, relieved golfer.
Satisfied, relieved, mission accomplished.
Wire-to-wire winner. It took 5 rounds to finally get it. And 10 years to win the third. But Annika Sorenstam is the champion again. Don't forget, we'll have early round coverage of the 27th U.S. Senior Open Championship this Thursday and Friday on ESPN at 2 Eastern Time, 11 a.m. Pacific. Coming up next, you can catch all of today's sports stories on SportsCenter. So far, entire announce team. I'm Dan Hicks saying so long for the Newport Country Club. The day before the 4th of July, Annika Sorenstam brings in her own fireworks display with her third championship.